367, 13,000-word chapter. In the cold season, the birds were flying fast. Beside the dragon platform, the wind was howling like the chattering of a shrew. In the inner city of the old dragon city, a few carriages were parked at the corner of the street outside the dusty medicine shop. The Fu family ordered the whole city to be under martial law. Not only were they not allowed to go to the dragon platform outside the city to watch the battle, but they also forbade anyone other than the 6 major families to go on the street together. Of course, some disciples of the big families could borrow a family token from the 6 major families and hang it behind their waist. Then, they could go between the dragon platform and the inner city without any obstacles. Of course, there were complaints in Old Dragon City. However, due to the Fu family's current power and the fact that the Fu family had already communicated with the major families outside of the 6 great families, there weren't many problems. Sometimes, there were conflicts in Old Dragon City, but they were instantly suppressed like small waves. Some arrogant and troublesome disciples were stopped by the Fu family's cultivators with the old dragon cloth rain pendant hanging on their waists. After that, they were scolded badly by the elders who heard the news and scolded them for wanting to die. In the dusty medicine shop, after drinking the porridge made by Zhu Lian, they were ready to go. They were about to go to the dragon platform. Jing Dafeng was the first to walk out of the main room. He smoked a few puffs of tobacco at the door. It was not that he was not nervous. However, compared to his previous sloppy appearance, he had changed into a slightly old but clean green robe today. Zhu Lian and Pei Qian cleaned up the dishes on the table. Sui Yu was wearing a white robe. She carried the infatuation sword which was getting better and better after eating countless hearts. She stood under the eaves. She was in the 7th realm of martial arts, the golden body state. She was very graceful and looked like a fairy. Liu Baixiang was still dressed in a Confucian robe. He was no longer holding a few chess pieces and rubbing them in the palm of his hand. The original owner of this saber could be said to be an earth immortal of nascent soul realm who had a good reputation for slaying demons and devils in Mount Taiping. He was also a big shot of the demon clan who lived in Grey Line of the Grass Snake and 1,000 miles of Fu Mai. With a piece of Ancestral Master Hall's jade medallion, Chen Pingan was besieged and killed in the dilapidated temple. Wei Xian's attire today was the most eye-catching. He asked Chen Pingan if it was against the law to wear an imperial robe in Old Dragon City. Chen Pingan smiled and said that even if he wore the Empress's phoenix coronet and robes, no one would care. Wei Xian then put on the imperial robe that he had taken out from the painting. It was the imperial robe of the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom. Hidden in his sleeve was the military school's armor pill, West Peak, one of the ancestral armors of the deity Qing Lu armor. Zhu Lian, who looked like a cook, wiped the water stains on his hands and walked out of the kitchen. Behind him was Pei Qian, who seemed to be in a bad mood today. Today, Chen Pingan was still wearing the same golden robe, and there was an ordinary jade hairpin in his hair. There was a vermilion wine gourd hanging from his waist, and a plain white jade tablet that no one had ever seen before was hanging on the other side. The jade medallion was only taken out by Chen Pingan from a qi residence that once occupied an extremely small wisp of sword qi. It was what Fan Junmao called a small refinement. Now, it could only be seen but could not be used. Its existence itself was a thought. To be precise, it was one of the few obsessions of Chen Pingan, a bumpkin. To avenge his parents. To promise Ning Yao that he would become a great sword immortal. To fulfill his promise with Sister Sword Spirit. One day, he would be able to say something to the 4 worlds in a dignified manner. Chen Pingan was wearing a new pair of boots today, which was secretly sent to him by Pei Qian. Before dawn, Pei Qian got up in the dark and came to Chen Pingan, who was sleeping on the floor in front of the medicine shop, with a pair of boots in her hand. Chen Pingan curiously asked her where the boots came from. Pei Qian said that she had borrowed a few taels of silver from Zhonyang and the others at the inn last time. In addition to buying food in Hu town, she also spent most of her money on this pair of boots. She had wanted to give it to Chen Pingan for a long time, but later, the people in Hu town scolded her and Chen Pingan wanted to drive her away and leave her alone in the inn. She was angry, so she buried it. Later, Chen Pingan changed his mind and took her to Mirage City. At night, she secretly dug it out again. At that time, Zhong Kuei was watching the fun beside her and said that it was a cenotaph. She walked all the way to the ferry of Mirage City, the ferry of the immortals in Qingjing Mountain, and then to Old Dragon City. She had been afraid that the cenotaph would make Chen Pingan angry. She felt a little guilty, so she did not dare to take it out. At that time, the two of them sat on the floor and began to put on his boots. He was a little happy, but he didn't praise the skinny little girl. However, what he wanted to say was probably all in his young face and his pair of clean eyes. The little one squatted at the side and asked, "Does it fit?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Yes, it does." However, after Chen Pingan put on his boots, he jumped up and then changed his mind. He said that Pei Qian and the yin spirit of the Zhao family should stay in the dusty medicine shop and not follow him to the dragon platform. Moreover, the yin spirit would also leave the medicine shop at some point. He asked Pei Qian not to be afraid. As long as she did not leave the medicine shop without permission, she would not be in danger. Of course, Pei Qian was not willing. These days, she had been diligently practicing the crazy demon swordsmanship. However, when she saw that Chen Pingan was serious, she lowered her head and said, "Oh." At this moment, Chen Pingan looked at Jing Dafeng and asked with a smile, "What do you say? Let's go." Jing Dafeng took a deep puff of his pipe and put it on his waist. He strode towards the courtyard and said, "Let's go." The group left the dusty medicine shop and walked into the alley. They got on the carriage sent by the Fan family. Fan Er and the old sword cultivator Ma Ji were not there. Fan Er had come to the medicine shop before. The two of them sat on the roof and drank. Chen Pingan asked him not to appear near the medicine shop on the cold day. Fan Er said that he knew the severity of the matter and would not act recklessly. Pei Qian took a small stool and sat at the door of the dusty medicine shop. She lowered her head and bent over, hugging her knees with her hands. Under her feet was the walking stick that had been with her for a long time. She stepped on it and gently twisted it, rolling it around. On the other side of the door was an oil paper umbrella. This was what Chen Pingan asked her to bring it with her even in the dusty medicine shop. The yin spirit of the Zhao family did not move for the time being. Jing Dafeng only needed to break the pipe and it would appear beside him. If it appeared too early on the dragon platform, the other side might have already prepared a countermeasure. In the vicinity of the dragon ascension platform, there was a saying that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Those who were qualified to stand there were all deities of Old Dragon City. All of them were cultivators and masters who enjoyed the worship of the 5 major families. The yin spirit stood beside the charcoal girl and asked, "Are you worried about Chen Pingan?" Pei Qian said softly, "My father is so powerful." The yin spirit surnamed Zhao walked out of the small temple in Lizhu Grotto Heaven and laughed, "He is powerful, but he is a bit stupid. He clearly has nothing to do with it and yet he wants to get involved." For the first time, Pei Qian did not jump up and curse. She said to herself, "Of course. Otherwise, why would he bring me along? I am a money loser. My father is so rich, but he is still a money grubber. He never spends money extravagantly. He wants to break a copper coin into 8 pieces." The more she spoke, the more worried she became. Pei Qian straightened her back and took out the yellow paper talisman from her sleeve. She slapped it on her forehead and raised her head. She puffed up her cheeks and blew the demon-subduing pagoda talisman gently. 3 carriages drove from the inner city to the outer city. Jing Dafeng sat alone in the carriage at the front. He closed his eyes and rested. He had been trying his best to suppress his fished will, but it actually showed signs of overflowing. With every jolt of the carriage, the aura chi floated unsteadily. However, it would quickly rush back into Jing Dafeng's body with every breath he took. A martial artist at the peak of the 9th realm had his own temperament. Chen Pingan was supposed to sit with Zhu Lian, the lackey who liked to call himself old servant. However, Sui Yuyu beat him to it. Zhu Lian was tactful and went to sit with Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang in the same carriage. They sat opposite each other in the carriage. Sui Yuyu asked, "You have a new level of respect for Lu Baixiang. Is it because he was the first to reveal the heavenly secrets and said something? Are you so dissatisfied with me because you sensed the killing intent I revealed towards you at the borderline inn?" Chen Pingan asked back, "The old Taoist said that you would be loyal to me after you walked out of the painting. Did he do something to your mental states?" Chen Pingan answered his own question, "But I don't think it's the case. Not only did you reveal your killing intent towards me that time, the 4 of you are still living dead in my eyes. As long as you are human, your heart will fluctuate. No matter how calm your heart is, on the path of cultivation, no one dares to say that they will not change their mind. Therefore, I am very curious as to why the old Taoist dared to say that I can use you without worry." Sui Yuyu also asked back, "You don't trust the heavens of our lotus blossom blessed land?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "On this matter, I trust the old Taoist." Sui Yuyu reached out and touched the infatuated heart scabbard on his knees. "The 4 of us, other than each receiving a sentence, there is actually another sentence that all 4 of us know. Wei Xian is hard to say. He has never chatted with the 3 of us in private. Therefore, at least Lu Baixiang, Zhu Lian and I know this sentence." Chen Pingan asked, "Can you say it?" Sui Yuyu smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, it doesn't matter even if you say it. It's the one who kills Chen Pingan with his own hands will be the only one free. Therefore, if you are the first to ask me to leave the painting, no matter what, I will try to kill you." As for why Wei Xian was the first to leave the painting, but he didn't attack you or even kill you, I don't understand. After the battle at the inn, you asked the other 3 to come out in one breath, and it became a situation of mutual restraint. No one is willing to let another succeed and become the only one. Chen Pingan frowned and said, "But outside the ruined temple, Wei Xian personally said that if I die, all of you will die. Isn't that contradictory?" Sui Yuyu smiled and said, "Either Wei Xian lied, or the heavens calculated that you would ask Wei Xian to come out first and purposely didn't say this sentence to him. No matter what Wei Xian does, at least Lu Baixiang, Zhu Lian and I will not allow the other 2 to kill you. Whoever dares to kill you privately will become the target of the other 2. Whether or not Wei Xian's sentence is true, we are not willing to lose our freedom. You are the number 1 person in the world of lotus flower blessed land. You should know that for people like us, freedom is not a dispensable pursuit." Chen Pingan didn't say much about Sui Yuyu's so-called freedom. He only sighed and said, "No wonder they say that man proposes but God disposes. God disposes long ago." Chen Pingan quickly denied this conclusion. It's not necessarily the case for everything and everyone. Sui Yuyu smiled and asked, "Even if you survive this time, you will suffer a great loss. Is it worth it? This world is too big, the mountains are too high. Cultivators are too far away from the world. There are too many people and things that are not worth it." Chen Pingan didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and began to practice the sword furnace stance. The 3 carriages left the outer city and headed towards the Dragon Ascension platform. Fu Li started to climb the dragon platform alone, climbing up the steps. The Yuanying ancestors of the Fu clan did not appear. Fu Lu's eldest son Fu Donghai, eldest daughter Fu Chunhua, the groom Fu Nanhua who married the daughter of the Jiang clan of Yunlin, as well as the number 1 Jindan cultivator of the old dragon city, Chu Yang, and a group of guests all stood below the dragon ascension platform. Chu Yang's face was cold. After his battle with Xing Dafeng, he gained a blessing in disguise. He successfully broke through the bottleneck and became a Yuanying immortal. But today, before Fu Lu ascended the platform, the old cultivator said frankly that regardless of victory or defeat, he would not interfere in this mess. Last time, he made an exception and left the cottage by the seaside to go to the Fu clan to stop Xing Dafeng. He had already done his duty as a guest of the Fu clan. Fu Lu had no objection to this. He smiled and said that Elder Chu could just sit here and watch the tides rise and fall. There would be no more human disputes to disturb Elder Chu's meditation. Fu Donghai was expressionless. No one could tell if he was happy, angry, or sad. He originally thought that when Fu Nanhua was at his proudest, he had set up a trap for Xing Dafeng. This was a contribution to the Fu clan and could suppress his younger brother Fu Nanhua's momentum. Who would have thought that it would be like this? The father of the city lord, Fu Lu, did not even show up after he was injured by Xing Dafeng. He did not punish or comfort him. It was as if he, the eldest son, was already a dead person. This was what made Fu Donghai the most frustrated. As the head of the Fu clan, Fu Lu also had the title of the city lord of the old dragon city. He was always very easy to talk to when it came to family matters and the structure of the old dragon city. For example, he did not wantonly suppress the prosperity of the other clans. He also treated the trash in the clan who could not cultivate very well. But when Fu Lu was not easy to talk to, Fu Donghai, Fu Chunhua, and the other direct descendants would even feel terrified. Fu Chunhua raised her head and looked at the tall figure that was climbing up step by step. She was in a daze. She still remembered the scene when her father brought her to find Xing Dafeng. They didn't have a pleasant conversation, but they didn't part on bad terms either. They had different ideals and paths, and from that day on, both sides didn't interfere with each other's business. However, Fu Donghai's little actions this time caused such a huge commotion. As half an outsider, Fu Chunhua saw it more clearly than the uneasy Fu Donghai. Actually, her father Fu Lu was not angry at Fu Donghai for acting smart this time. Instead, he was a little happy. Just like an idiot who didn't have high hopes placed on him, one day by accident, he finally did something of great help to a smart person who had been waiting for a long time but couldn't enter the arena. Fu Lu's youngest son, Fu Nanhua, who had always had the identity of the young city lord, was the most bored. Xing Dafeng died on the Dragon Ascension platform without any suspense. As for the Jiang clan's daughter, it was true that they had a grand wedding ceremony, but after entering the bridal room, the two sides had an open discussion. Fu Nanhua felt that it was acceptable. However, her appearance was very surprising. She was not as fat and ugly as the rumors said. She was even prettier than Osmanthus Island's Jinsu that he liked. However, Fu Nanhua did not have the slightest bit of thought, because at that time in the bridal chamber, this pair of newlyweds who were a match made in heaven, other than the Jiang clan's legitimate daughter who had long since taken off her wedding dress and changed into her usual dress, there was only a teaching nanny standing behind her. She was an experienced nascent soul sword cultivator raised by the Jiang clan. Fu Nanhua did not dare to act rashly. He only glanced at the Jiang clan's daughter, his wife, and attracted the teaching nanny's sharp gaze. He could not afford to offend her, but he could not avoid her. After that, Fu Nanhua did not ask for a rebuff. Other than some necessary face skills, he rarely went to her and the nanny's place to look for trouble. That woman kept her word. Even if Fu Nanhua went out to drink with his friends, she would pay for it. Fu Nanhua felt that this kind of wedding day was very good. He had to be content. He had married the Jiang clan's daughter. As for a woman as beautiful as her, as long as he was willing to spend a lot of money, he could still find a few in Old Dragon City. The Ding clan was in the middle, while the Fong clan and Ho clan stood on the left and right respectively. However, the Ding clan's son-in-law, Du Yan, who had a great background from the Tongyi sect, did not show up today. It was also good that he did not show his face. The people of the three major clans that formed an alliance in Old Dragon City could chat much more easily. They did not have to constantly try to figure out the thoughts of the Tongyi sect's disciple. They were afraid of accidentally saying the wrong thing and causing a disaster. After all, a large immortal sect that could be named after a continent had a deep foundation. Even if all the large clans of Old Dragon City of Aquarius Continent were combined, they would still not be able to contend against it. Moreover, they were the Shang clan disciples that were ridiculed as greedy people. They had always been a sheet of loose sand. Aquarius Continent was originally the smallest of the 9 continents, and the Tongyi sect was the largest immortal sect in the southern Tongyi continent. The arm could not twist the leg. The Fong clan and Ho clan were secretly rejoicing. The noble Du Yan, in the end, was only a woman with the surname Ding. That was why he protected the Ding clan, and not the legendary old ancestor behind him who was interested in Old Dragon City. The Fong clan was currently in the worst situation. Jing Dafeng alone almost broke through their mansion. But today, the main culprit, the Fong clan disciple, was extremely arrogant. He was not in the least bit depressed, and was talking loudly with a scoundrel friend of the Ho clan. How could he not be in a good mood? That madman with the surname Jing would soon be beaten to death on the dragon ascending stage. He had already prepared a large sum of money. Once he returned to the city, he would hold a banquet. As long as it was a woman who worked as a clerk in a dusty medicine shop, regardless of age, appearance, they would all be thrown into the lowest level brothel of Old Dragon City to be prostitutes. Didn't you, Jing Dafeng, make such a big fuss because of a slut in the mud? Are you regretting it now? The Sun clan and Fan clan were very far away from the Fu clan and Ding Fong Ho. And there were very few people from the 2 clans that came to join in the fun. The patriarch of the Sun clan, Sun Jeshu, did not appear. The Fan clan only sent an old man who was in charge of the ancestral hall. The rest were relatively outstanding side branch disciples. When the 3 carriages came into view, the big clans of Old Dragon City each had their own camp. They did not make any noise or point. Even the disciple of the Fong clan who was certain that Jing Dafeng would die on the dragon ascending stage started to hold his breath and stop smiling. No matter if their nature was good or bad or if their temperament was good or bad. Those who could stand on this side more or less represented the face of their clans. Fan Junmao, who had always been broad-minded since she was enlightened, finally felt a little serious. If Jing Dafeng died on the dragon platform, she would think that it was because she was not as good as him. She could not blame anyone. However, if she walked down the dragon platform alive and died suddenly in the hands of an outsider, she would feel uncomfortable. This Old Dragon City had been her territory since ancient times. However, was it worth it for her to give up her life as Fan Junmao for a Jing Dafeng that she did not like? She leaned back and began to weigh the pros and cons. In fact, there were no pros, only cons. Therefore, she closed her eyes and sighed softly. At least she did not want to see Jing Dafeng make a fool of himself. After all, it was not funny at all. The dragon platform began to shake violently. The water of the East Sea and South Sea in the Aquarius continent surged and hit the shore. However, the Earth Immortals used their various magical powers to push them back. On the surface of the sea not far from the isolated island, a little Taoist boy stood on a floating huge golden gourd with a smile on his face. The parasol tree umbrella could not only protect one's life, but also block the prediction and rescue of Chen Pingan's descendant. There was no door to fortune and misfortune. You, Chen Pingan, are in trouble this time. You provoked the only person in the Tongyi continent that you should not have provoked. Otherwise, other than this person, you, Chen Pingan, would not have a big problem. In a battle of the same realm, you, Chen Pingan, do have some ability. You do not need to fear. Even the Jindan and Yuanying, the so-called Earth Immortals in the eyes of the secular world, you have the power to fight. Those of a higher level, the jade unpolished realm of the upper 5 realms, may not be willing to bully a young pure martial artist. Those of a higher level, the immortal realm, may see some clues about you and may not be willing to fall out with you. Unfortunately. This time, the person who came down the mountain from the Tongyi sect. The most unscrupulous. Coincidentally, this unscrupulous old pervert was the second most powerful person in the entire Tongyi continent. After all, the Tongyi continent still had his own Taoist temple. Therefore, no matter how much you, Chen Pingan, planned and schemed, even if you didn't hesitate to spend countless resources and painstakingly set up a trap to protect the Jingdafeng, in the end, it would all be for naught. You might even die here. That was not bad. I will help you collect your corpse, and bring it back to the Taoist temple, and obediently become nourishment for the lotus flower blessed land. The small Taoist child who was standing on top of the gigantic golden blade strengthening gourd swayed, and gloated, the show is about to begin, the small Aquarius continent is going to suffer. In less than an hour. The dragon ascension stage was completely silent. And the final result was inconceivable. The person who walked down the dragon ascension stage was actually Jingdafeng, and the key was that his body was clean, without any signs of injury or death. Fu Donghai and Fu Chunhua's emotions were fluctuating, they were unwilling to believe what they saw. Did their father, Fu Feng, die? That was not a bad thing. The two of them looked at each other with tacit understanding. Fu Nanhua's expression was calm, with a smile on his face, his heart moved. After hearing the hidden words in his heart lake, Fu Nanhua flipped his palm, and made a small movement that was hard to detect. Over at the Ding family side, an old consecrator took a step forward, and whispered to the Ding family patriarch, who quickly went to whisper to the Fang and Ho family patriarchs. The two of them had different expressions, and finally nodded. Fu Nanhua's small movement was like a huge rock smashing into the lake, causing ripples. After Jingdafeng walked down the dragon ascension stage, he did not say a word, and Chen Pingan accompanied Jingdafeng into a carriage. Jingdafeng's face immediately turned pale, and said hoarsely, Fu Feng only fought halfway, and already admitted defeat. He obviously did not want his face anymore. Fu Feng was not willing to fight to the death with me, and did not give me the chance to break through the bottleneck of the 9th realm and reach the 10th realm, and did not take out all his wealth to fight with me, and only exchanged injuries with me, so this trip back to the medicine shop will definitely be dangerous. Chen Pingan, think carefully. Will you get off halfway, or will you follow me back to the medicine shop? Chen Pingan said indifferently, Fu Feng is shameless, but I am. Jingdafeng tilted his head, and reached out to wipe away the blood flowing from his ear, and laughed, Do you believe your own words? If you want your face, then for a few coins, would you wait by the tree stump every morning, take the letter, and then run around the small town? Chen Pingan shook his head, That money, I earned it with a clear conscience. Jingdafeng laughed bitterly, What, do you want me to beg you before you are willing to leave? Chen Pingan said, It's useless even if you beg me. Jingdafeng leaned back, What the F***ck do you want? Chen Pingan hesitated. Last time when I broke through an old dragon city, there was something strange, but it was not obvious. This time I went to Lotus Flower Blessed Land, and when I came back to Old Dragon City, for some reason, my intuition told me that in the well of my heart, there is an evil dragon that is looking up. Once I choose to leave, it might break free and come out of the water. This might be a natural disaster for me to go against the heavens and rebuild the bridge of longevity. When I crossed the stone arch bridge, I felt that I was accepted by the world, but it was actually an illusion. It is not a good thing, but I have already been targeted by the world. If I escape today, I will escape for the rest of my life. Jing Dafeng believed this. However, he knew in his heart that this was actually Chen Pinggan's excuse, even though it was true. Jing Dafeng cursed, "Then don't die here because of me. Can't you find someone else? Don't make me feel like I owe you. Can't you go find Li Er, who looks at you differently, or your good brother Lu Xianyang?" Chen Pinggan pointed at Jing Dafeng's eyes. "Your eyes are bleeding. Wipe them properly. You are not handsome to begin with. For that girl to like you, she must have bad taste. If she was still alive and saw your current appearance, she probably would not like you." Jing Dafeng laughed and kicked Chen Pinggan lightly, but it was casually slapped away by Chen Pinggan. The 3 carriages drove towards Old Dragon City. The 3 carriage drivers were all loyalists of the Fan family, and their expressions were calm. Du Yan's scalp tingled. To make the ancestor of the revival of the Tongyi sect safe, powerful, and very brilliant, what kind of outstanding sword immortal was he? As for sage of literature, old scholar, and deep connection, Du Yan felt that this time Chen Pinggan would be safe and sound. But that Jing Dafeng would definitely die. Unexpectedly, the old man said, "Otherwise, why do you think I took that fairy with me? I'm waiting for that person. I'm not afraid of him coming, but I'm afraid that he will let me take that natal item for nothing." Du Yan's mood was agitated. He bowed and said, "Old ancestor, you are so powerful. You are the best in the Tongyi continent." The old man sneered, "Don't say this kind of nonsense. If you have the ability, go to my height yourself. Don't let your own descendants and future disciples flatter you." Du Yan said nervously, "I don't dare to expect that." The old man shook his head and said, "So you are also a useless trash. But you are lucky to have my surname." Du Yan was not depressed at all. Instead, he smiled happily and said, "Being lucky is also a skill." For the first time, the old man nodded and said, "That's right." The old man took a step forward. In an instant, the old man came directly in front of Jing Dafeng. He was only 2 or 3 steps away, almost face to face. Because of his short stature, the old man had to look up slightly at this badly injured 9th realm martial artist. He smiled and asked, "I heard that you are the gatekeeper of the Pearl Grotto Heaven and do odd jobs for that weird old man. I wonder if he has the guts to leave that cage and find trouble with me if I kill you." Jing Dafeng was indifferent. He just threw a punch. The old man put his hands behind his back and took the punch while standing. He slid back a few steps, but his whole body was still standing. On the other hand, Jing Dafeng's abdomen was pierced by a small boat-like object that was as long as 2 arms. The old man habitually stuck out his thumb and wiped away a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "That's all you have? I'm not a pure martial artist. Didn't they say that the body of a chi cultivator is made of paper? I don't think so." The old man flicked away the blood and then pointed at Jing Dafeng's abdomen. "This is not the natal flying sword of a sword cultivator. I hate sword cultivators the most in my life. They like to show off too much, especially sword immortals. They are so arrogant that I can't wait to dig out their eyeballs and stuff them into their butts. It's a pity that when I can do that, I have to abide by the rules of this world again. It's a big cage and I can't leave the mountain easily. Don't you think it's hateful?" Speaking of this, the old man glanced at the sky screen. Jing Dafeng stepped on the ground and threw another punch at the old man. However, the old man turned sideways and at the same time pressed Jing Dafeng's head with one hand and pushed it back. 368, 15,000-word chapter. After waiting for a while, Du Mao still didn't show up. Looking at the ancestor mountain, Zhuxiu laughed, still not showing up. As expected of an ascendant realm cultivator, I guess even my flying sword can't pierce your face. However, they suddenly noticed something strange. There was an immortal pavilion on the mountainside of Ancestral Master Mountain. It was an immortal land, and there was an old cultivator in the unpolished Jade realm. He seemed to be protecting a young girl with a good constitution. At this moment, everyone looked at the girl strangely. She was a very young cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm. When she found that Zhuxiu was looking at her, she immediately lowered her head in fear. Zhuxiu frowned. Because many disciples of the Tongyi sect looked at the mountainside of the Ancestor Mountain almost at the same time, as if they were looking for her. The old Jade Realm cultivator beside the girl, who might be her protector, was so angry that his face turned green, but he didn't dare to provoke the sword cultivator with infinite killing power. The girl was timid and suffered a great grievance, so she began to cry silently. If a sect on a mountain wanted to gain a foothold and even look down on the mountains, it was actually very simple, that was, they had to be able to fight. In the past, they had accumulated family property, passed down incense, and had magic skills that could reach the upper 5 realms. They could be deeply rooted and then spread their branches and leaves. Now, they had those who smashed the place. If they could beat them, they could go and smash other people's places. They could at least defeat them and support the sect and protect the younger generation. In the future, they would be more arrogant and despotic now. When the time came, what would they do in the future? Would they still want the ancestor hall? After all, in the cultivation on the mountain, revenge was not particular. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. There were those who deliberately waited for 100 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Then, this reincarnated girl who was in the Jade Primitive Realm in her previous life, after a cultivator who was good at divination in the Tongyi school pointed out the general direction, the school spent nearly 30 years painstakingly finding the place. Then, some people deliberately hid their names and waited for her for decades. Several years after she was born, they successfully brought her back to the mountain after a series of fights. Therefore, this girl who was brought back to the Tongyi sect belonged to the category of people who could fight in the future. It was similar to Taiping Mountain's female crown princess Huang Ting. However, she was still far from Huang Ting's cultivation and aura. The latter was especially important as it involved the heart of the Great Tao. The Lord of Heaven of Mount Taiping and Song Mao must have scolded Huang Ting many times for stirring up trouble, but in their hearts, they must be overjoyed. The only regret of this young girl whom the Tongyi sect had placed high hopes on was that although her aptitude was good, her temperament was too soft. She had left the mountain several times to temper her Tao heart, and the sect's evaluation was always that she had extraordinary talent and a refreshing temperament. There were hundreds of words of praise and appreciation, but every time at the end, they would add 1 or 2 sentences, such as that she had a mellow temperament and was slightly less decisive to kill. However, due to her special status, no one dared to say anything harsh to her. The Du clan, which was the largest clan in the Tongyi sect, treated her as their favorite. The reason was simple. Besides the fact that she was an unpolished jade cultivator in her past life, there was an even more important identity. She was indeed the mother of the ancestor of resurgence, Du Mao. He was looking for the reincarnated person to renew his good karma. Generally, only the immortals on the mountain with the word sect had such a background and means. He was stunned for a moment, holding the sword with one hand and scratching his head with the other. Probably because he didn't want to scare an innocent girl, he explained, "It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. We scholars like to use puns." It was fine if he didn't say it. Anyway, the girl was already scared out of her wits. This explanation. The girl with a pale face began to wrinkle her small face little by little. She had just secretly wiped her tears away, and she struggled not to show her timid side in front of this big villain. Otherwise, according to her temperament in the past, she would have been so aggrieved that her eyeballs would have fallen down. He was in a dilemma. However, he didn't want to say anything more. Xiao-Qi was not good at dealing with girls, but Cui. That bastard was a little better. He always felt that a girl's mind was more difficult to understand than a teacher's knowledge. In short, it was more difficult than reading. As for whether Xiao-Qi's knowledge was great or not, compared to Qi Jingquan's orthodox and Cui, his crooked mind was indeed much worse. Since he was young, he didn't like to read. He was forced to read by the old scholar, so he naturally had some knowledge. Ordinary scholars of the academy were not qualified to discuss the Tao with Xiao-Qi. One had to know where Xiao-Qi came from when he practiced the sword. The earliest was from books, from innumerable cliff stone carvings, from innumerable tablet rubbings. Xiao-Qi had accompanied him through countless mountains and rivers in order to help him practice the sword smoothly. Xiao-Qi sighed softly, and looked in the direction of the central divine continent. He retracted his gaze and found that beside the girl, there was a youth with innate sword embryo aptitude. His eyes were sharp and stubborn, staring straight at him. Even if his eyes were burned by his sword qi, he was still unwilling to turn his head. Xiao-Qi glanced at a certain place in the ancestral mountain. "Du Mao, I know what you want to do. Why don't you try? I'll wait for you." After that, Xiao-Qi casually slashed with his sword, and another large door appeared in the formation barrier behind him. He turned and walked out. Xiao-Qi was at the border of the Tongyi sect. He hovered in the air and closed his eyes to rest. When the sun rose from the east, he started to use the purest sword qi and sword intent to shatter some solidified fate of the mountains and rivers. For example, a certain mountain, a certain river, a certain towering tree that had the potential to become a demon, a certain pavilion that suppressed the evil aura, or a powerful object buried underground. A small amount of spirit qi leaked out. Generally speaking, it didn't seem like much was lost. In reality, the consequences were very serious. The fate of the mountains and rivers was about hiding wind and gathering water. Where it was hidden and where it gathered was very particular. Who would dare to carelessly take in such a chaotic fate? Fortune and disaster were unpredictable. This sword cultivator blocked the entrance of the Tongyi sect. Like an old farmer, he started to dig up the foundation of the Tongyi sect. Because it was at the border, it was inevitable that there would be waves of spirit qi flowing into the fields of others. At first, the Tongyi sect didn't dare to come out and collect the spirit qi back into the sect. Later on, the Tongyi sect was really distressed about the spirit qi. They sent an old golden core cultivator to his death and used a magic treasure to capture the spirit qi. Unexpectedly, the sword cultivator didn't even look at the little golden core. He just landed on the surface of a large river. The fine strands of spirit qi nurtured by the river water beneath his feet instantly shattered. Another gold core cultivator mustered up his courage and flew out of the mountain, following behind the sword cultivator from a distance of several dozen miles. He carefully gathered the scattered spiritual aura and tried his best to put it back into the river, helping to sort out and stabilize the water circulation. After 10 days, the sword cultivator and the badly battered earth immortal cultivators of the Tongyi continent coexisted peacefully. They each did their own things. After another 10 days, the sect released the ban. Some cultivators of the middle 5 realms below the golden core stage began to secretly approach the sword cultivator. They were separated by a distance of 30 to 50 miles. They had different feelings and were extremely complicated. After another 10 days, even many young cultivators of the lower 5 realms began to join in the fun and admire this person. As for the sword cultivator named Left and Right, he never paid attention to the Tongyi sect cultivators except for an occasional glance at the peak of the ancestral Master Mountain. After the Great Cold, the new year was not far away. There was a saying in the market below the mountain that the new year was hard to pass every year. The disciples of the Tongyi sect, who had been flaunting their prowess in the continent for countless years, only knew that their sect would also face difficulties. Then one day, the Tongyi sect deliberately set up an ambush, using 2 Jade Realm cultivators and nearly 10 Earth Immortals. Left and Right broke through with a sword. Then they changed their route and went to the vicinity of the ancestral Master Mountain. From the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, a forbidden mountain that was supposed to be gifted to a future Jade Realm cultivator as a residence for immortals was split open with a sword, creating a huge canyon. They left in a carefree manner. After that, they continued to block the door and poach people. After such a big commotion, there was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. The Tongyi sect and the Earth Immortals of the nascent Soul Realm had already known about it. But the Academy didn't come out to stop them, so no one dared to come and watch the show. Except for one person. Jiang Shangjin, the Jade sect cultivator of the Jade sect, whose natal item was a willow leaf, was the head of the Jiang family. After bowing and apologizing to his left and right, he looked at them with a straight face for a long time, and then suddenly burst out laughing that shook the sky. When he rushed to the north and returned to the south, he traveled with the wind twice, deliberately very slowly and swaggeringly, swinging his 2 sleeves. As a result, he was almost split in half by the left and right swords. However, Jiang Shangjin was still laughing happily even as he was fleeing in a sorry state. These days, Chen Pingan would think about these great truths that he did not care about before. Anyway, he had nothing to do. At this moment, in the medicine shop, the old man was a talkative person. He chatted with Chen Pingan, the shopkeeper, while selecting herbs. When paying the bill, the old man dressed like a rich man smiled and said, "Little shopkeeper, are you willing to listen to my advice?" The Yin deity of the Zhao family, who was hiding in the dark, felt his heart tighten. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Sir, just say it." The old man looked around and said seriously, "Good wine fears no dark alley. If you want to do business well, you need the help of young, good-looking, and sweet-tongued ladies." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Forget it. Business is a little slow. I'll just make do with it." The old man smiled and said, "It's not good to be so old at such a young age." Chen Pingan smiled and did not say anything else. The old man sighed, "I'm just an outsider. I can tell from your accent. But Old Dragon City is such a big event, so I've heard a little about it. That's why I came to this shop. There's nothing to hide. You're not stupid, and neither am I. There won't be anyone who dares to come here and cause trouble. Only someone like me, who's out of this world, right?" Chen Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Sir, you're an open-minded person." The old man pointed in the direction of the corner of the street and said, "I'm staying in a small inn not far from here. Don't worry, I'm not a person with ulterior motives." He suddenly revealed his Jindan stage cultivation base and asked with a smile, "Can you sell me at a cheaper price because I'm in Jindan stage Earth Immortal?" The Yin deity of the Zhao family in the alley was on guard. It was truly a case of being jittery at the slightest sound and treating everyone as an enemy. It had nothing to do with Jindan stage or Yuanying stage. When the old man did this, the Yin deity of the Zhao family wanted to curse. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "That won't do. We don't care about relationships when doing business. If you want to talk to relieve your boredom, the shop and I welcome you." The old man carried bags of herbs and glanced at Chen Pingan. He sighed and said, "You're not a pretty girl. What's there to talk about?" Sui Yu was standing behind the bamboo curtain. When the old man released his Jindan stage aura, although it was only for a moment, Sui Yu still rushed over. But when she saw Chen Pingan bargaining with the old man, she was a little annoyed. After the old man saw Sui Yu's blurry appearance, he immediately turned to Chen Pingan and said in a deep voice, "I'm actually a medicine merchant. Come to the medicine shop every day in the future. Remember to open early and close late." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. When the old man left the shop, his steps were a little light. Why was he so happy? Sui Yu had already returned. Wei Xian and Zhu Lian also left. Zhu Lian joked that Pei Qian was a stubborn fence-sitter. "Actually, I don't think it's that bad. A child, a teenager, and an adult. I think there are roughly 3 stages. The grass is weak, but its roots must be firmly rooted. When the wind blows, the grass moves. Actually, this is nothing. The grass is swaying back and forth. Next is the green bamboo in the mountains. Some people hate it and threaten to cut down 10,000 bamboo poles, but there are also scholars who like bamboo very much. In this world, there's even a bamboo grotto heaven and a green immortal mountain, which is very famous. After that, it's the tall and straight pine trees. In the past, there was a very, very powerful swordsman who traveled with me. Now that I think about it, the way he looked at me was the same as the way I looked at Pei Qian. We were both asking each other questions. It was a silent test. At that time, I had just started to practice boxing. Couldn't he teach me high-level sword arts? Couldn't he give me a mouthful of medicinal wine soaked in demon cores? Couldn't he teach me a high-quality physique tempering technique? Couldn't he give me artifacts and artifacts? Anything was fine. He could do it casually without batting an eye. But he didn't. Why? I never thought about it before. Later, I thought about it, but I didn't understand. It wasn't until I had Pei Qian by my side that I somewhat understood. Old Master Xing said that the world we live in is always so complicated. As we walked, weeds grew, and the temples were in ruins. As we walked, willows rustled, and peach blossoms bloomed. As we walked, the mountains were barren and the rivers were unruly. The night was deep. As we walked, the jade palaces shone brightly. Chen Pingan drank the last mouthful of medicinal wine for the night. Instantly, his face flushed red. The alcohol was really strong. Chen Pingan rarely talked about these things with outsiders. Today was an exception. Because Liu Baixiang, Chen Pingan felt that he was a kindred spirit. He couldn't explain it clearly. It was just a feeling. Just like Old Man Yao and Saint Wanqing, they were unwilling to take Chen Pingan as a disciple. Chen Pingan put away the blade-strengthening gourd and rubbed his face with both hands. Then, he exhaled. White mist filled the air. He said softly, "When I look at this world, I always want to see the good and the bad clearly. For some people and things that aren't so important, I try to see the good in them. It's not that others don't like me, Chen Pingan, and don't think highly of me, Chen Pingan. Even if there was a dispute. He must be wrong. In your lotus flower-blessed land, there's a martial arts master called Lu Zong, the sharpener. He said something very interesting, the road under our feet is so wide. There's nothing wrong with us going our own way. I think there's nothing wrong with this sentence. It's just that, how can there be no good and bad people in life? Besides the major right and wrong, it's a little vague. It said that human life is precious. This is considered a major right and wrong. For example, that ascendant realm cultivator, Du Mao, must have done a lot of bad things in his life. He must have done some good things. Even in Tongyi's sect, he's a well-deserved ancestor of revitalization. Countless disciples are willing to do the heroic deed that they think is sacrificing themselves for him. Liu Baixiang gently put his hands on his knees and said with a smile, "Do you think everyone is willing to be like you, looking for trouble? Going around in circles in your heart all day long, tangling with right and wrong. Why bother? Practicing martial arts, learning swordsmanship, and becoming an immortal, many people just want to be happy for themselves. Being chivalrous and righteous, for the sake of friends, killing the whole family of people they don't know, and being regarded as a hero in Jianghu. How do you count it? For his father, he hijacked a prisoner's carriage and killed soldiers in one breath. In the end, he even became a high-ranking official and left his name in history. He was regarded as a great filial act. How do you count it? If one person betrays me, I'll betray the world. There are so many people like this. Some people do this, some people can't do it, but they also think so." Liu Baixiang gently patted his knees with both hands. On the road of life, some people see a flower in the wilderness. When they see it, they will feel hope. Some people can't see others doing well and can't see others doing right. They can only see feces all over the ground and eat a mouthful of feces. They think it tastes good and can't see others not eating feces. After all, eating feces can also fill one's stomach. Chen Pingan couldn't help but ask, "How do you know?" Chen Pingan hurriedly said, "Forget it, pretend I didn't ask." Liu Baixiang gave an answer that Chen Pingan couldn't think of even if he cracked his head, "I've eaten it." Chen Pingan didn't say anything. Liu Baixiang's expression was calm. He smiled and said, "I came from a similar background as Wei Xian. In fact, I'm a bit worse than him. I was an orphan a long time ago. My hometown wasn't that simple. When I was 14, I was thrown into a cesspool by a ruffian in the village. 2 people were left to guard me. As soon as I showed my head, I was hit back with a bamboo pole. I had no choice but to eat until I was full. After that, I sharpened a sharp knife." Chen Pingan asked, "You stabbed them to death one by one?" Liu Baixiang shook his head and said, "No. I calculated the right time and caught the first one. I got drunk and stabbed him in the stomach. After that, my legs went weak. After that, I threw him into the county jail. After that, I couldn't stay in my hometown anymore and went to wander the Jianghu. Although it was called Jianghu, it was actually just to make a living. Suddenly, one day, I started to have one lucky encounter after another. I ate some 1,000-year-old elixir, obtained a divine martial arts manual, and got to know a lot of female friends. It's probably because of my inferiority complex and my obsession. I just want to be like the son of an aristocratic family and become a scholar. I like the word romantic the most. However, I'm still considered smart. I learn everything quickly and draw inferences about other things from one example. Moreover, no matter what I do, I want to fight for the first place. The only good thing is that I can't fight for it." Chen Pingan sighed and said, "I know that Zhu Lian came from a rich family. He was a real family that ate well. Sui Yu was a bit worse, but he was still a first-class family. By chance, he became the direct disciple of the biggest sect in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It's hard to imagine that you were the founder of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land's Devil Sect." Liu Baixiang smiled and said, "It's Jianghu. In the days when I was proud of the kings and marquises, people in the martial arts world, whether they were righteous or evil, liked to have a nice name. I don't think there's anything strange about that. If they wanted a name, they should just call it the Devil Sect. Then, they would do more righteous things than the righteous sections. By the way, Chen Pingan doesn't need to tell me. I know what the Devil Sect is like. After reading many history books, you will find that history goes in circles. The imperial court and Jianghu are all the same. They all draw circles. Occasionally, a moral saint or a martial arts genius will appear. Then, they will go out a little and the circle will be bigger. The people behind them will continue to go in circles. Chen Pingan thought for a while and said, sometimes, they will go in circles. There's no end. Liu Baixiang nodded and said, then it's a sign of chaos. People are like chickens and dogs, and their lives are like grass. They were silent for a long time. Liu Baixiang asked, by the way, I'm curious. Why are you so obsessed with reading and reasoning? Inferiority complex. What do you mean? I want what I lack. Father and mother can leave. It's hard to be scolded or praised for living alone. I just hope that I do everything right and don't let the neighbors criticize me behind my back. After scolding me, they'll scold my father and mother. Or I'm so poor that I can't even make a sound. I'm afraid of being poor. That's why I like to listen to people's reasoning and I like money. I don't like to owe people money, but I also don't like people to owe me money. Liu Baixiang was silent for a long time before he said, you're really honest. While the two were chatting, Zhu Lian moved a stool to read under the eaves. As the number one person in Lotus Flower blessed land in the past, he still had a discerning eye. Sui Yuyu stood at the door with his hands behind his back. After hearing Chen Pingan's words about owing people money, Sui Yuyu snorted and walked back to his room. Zhu Lian chuckled and continued to read. Liu Baixiang bid farewell and left. After he got up, he clasped his fist and said, I've learned something. Chen Pingan waved his hand and said with a smile, you can forget about it. He suddenly thought of something. Why don't I just treat a dead horse like a living one? Should he try teaching Pei Qian the 18 halts of sword qi tomorrow? But Chen Pingan was a little hesitant. After thinking carefully, he decided to take another look. In that unknown inn, the old man who claimed to be an otherworldly expert sat upright at the table after bathing and changing his clothes. He took out a large pile of scrolls. There were at least 23 of them. There were also large and small bowls with varying depths of water. There was also a large pile of other messy items. They were all objects that carried the supernatural power of the immortal sect on the mountain, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. If Chen Pingan was present, he would have discovered that on that snowy night, the little boy in green carefully brought out the bowl of water and then drooled while observing the fairy Su Jia's immortal grace of riding on the sword. Presumably, if the little boy in green met this old man, he would probably cry and call him ancestor. In fact, the nickname that the little boy in green gave himself, Yujiang Langjun, was inspired by a senior. That senior's nickname was Jade Face Langjun, and the unknown guest on the mountain who called himself 1-Foot Spear were the top two in their mountain. They were definitely the kind of seniors who were of virtue and prestige. These two seniors were heroic. The first time they fought was to argue about who was the number one fairy of the Aquarius continent, Su Jia of the Xingyang mountain and He Xiaoliang of the Shinho sect who rarely showed her face. The jade face Langjun called himself Su Jia, but he was full of immortal aura. He Xiaoliang was beautiful, but she lacked a bit of human aura and was not perfect. 1-Foot Spear angrily retorted, and then both sides began to throw small coins into the white bowl of water, just to say a sentence and refute the other party. After the small refinement, the snow money could also be thrown into various kinds of mirror flower, water moon artifacts, but there was insufficient spiritual energy and it could not transmit words. Then, it would become the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers of the fairies. Don't underestimate the small amount of money spent. Many a little makes a mickle. Some small mountains, because the fairies were beautiful and good at winning over guests, caused the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers to increase greatly. As for the small amount of money, it was enough to support the person who threw the money to say a sentence or two. 1-foot spear and the jade-faced Lang Jun, in that quarrel, each threw 70 to 80 small amount of money. That was 7 to 8 small amount of grain rain money each. They became famous in one battle. Countless fairies of small sects hoped that the two old immortals would grace our humble abode and throw away a lot of money for them. 1-foot spear did not speak much, and only threw money silently. On the other hand, the jade-faced Lang Jun was carefree and liked to speak loudly after throwing money. He liked the kind of fairy who acted coquettishly and flattered him passionately. The old man looked at the table for a long time and finally chose a picture scroll. After opening it and waiting for a moment, mist rose from the mountains and rivers and spread out. Soon, a simple and elegant house appeared. A young fairy walked out slowly with a pipa in her arms. Behind her, an old-fashioned maid silently followed and finally stood obediently in the corner. After the fairy played a piece of pipa, no one spoke in the house. This meant that there were still no guests who threw a small amount of money, or threw it and did not speak, but the possibility of the latter was extremely small. The fairy forced a smile and said some dry words. In the end, she was not a brothel girl in the secular world. Moreover, she had just been asked by her sect to do this kind of shady business, so her hands and feet were still tied. At this moment, someone suddenly asked with a smile, "Lang Jun, are you here?" Almost instantly, someone said coldly, "No." The fairy was pleasantly surprised. She quickly got up and bowed to the front. Greetings to the two immortal seniors, Little Ascension and Marshal 10 Realms. This was the nickname of 1-foot spear and jade-faced Lang Jun. The fairy calmed her excitement of catching 2 big fish and sat back in her original position. She was about to play a piece of pipa to reward the 2 rich people who were especially shocking when they threw money. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the wooden maid. Her eyes were slightly cold, but she smiled and said, "Sure Chio, why aren't you thanking the 2 old immortals?" The maidservant then performed a Buddhist salute. After the fairy finished playing a song, the old man in the inn threw in a small amount of money and asked, "Lang Jun, I've arrived at Old Dragon City. I'll look for you later. Let's have a few drinks." The young man's reply was quite concise. "Get lost." The old man threw in a small amount of money again. "Why are you like this? I'm the one who came to visit. You don't have to move. It won't take you a few days." The young man said, "I'm not free." The old man was anxious. There's always time for a meal." The young man said, "No." The old man in the inn said angrily, "Marshal 10 Realms. You're just a chi refinement warrior. Do you really think you're an expert of the Marshal 10 Realms?" The young man said, "Aren't you also called Little Feishing? Why don't you go to the sky to shit and pee? If you have the ability, I'll definitely open my mouth wide to receive it from the top of the mountain." The old man in the inn began to change his strategy. "Lang Jun, you're such a heroic man. Do you have the heart to let me come all the way here for nothing?" The young man was silent for a moment. The old man nervously waited for an answer. Finally, the young man said lightly, "Then get over here." The old man in the inn did not care about embarrassing himself in front of the fairy. He said happily, "Thank you, thank you. Then it's a deal. When we arrive at the mountain gate of your gang, I'll give you a secret signal." The young man said, "Shut up." The old man was very happy. "Got it. When we meet later, we'll have a good chat." If the disciples of the second largest immortal sect in the Tongya continent, Yugue sect, were here and saw the old sect master's shameless and flattering side, their eyes would probably pop out. They would probably throw them to the ground and not be able to pick them up. In a few days, it would be New Year's Eve. That night, after dinner, Pei Qian helped Zhu Lian clean up the table. After copying the book, she went to the shop in front of the inn to find Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan had already poured the pot of wine that Fan Junmao had bet into the blade-strengthening gourd. He could only drink 2 or 3 mouthfuls a day at most. If he drank more than that, it would be harmful to his body and mind. Everything in the world was like that. Too much was as bad as too little. There was only a difference between cherishing and coveting fortune. Chen Pingan had just finished drinking a mouthful of small refinement wine, and his face was slightly red. Pei Qian was at the other side of the counter, standing on his tiptoes. He had been quietly watching Chen Pingan drinking with his eyes wide open. Chen Pingan put down the blade-strengthening gourd and asked casually, "Do you miss the lotus flower-blessed land?" Pei Qian shook her head. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "Don't you miss your parents?" Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and shook her head. She asked, "Are you angry?" Chen Pingan didn't give a yes or no answer. Instead, he asked, "Why not?" Pei Qian looked calm. She curled her lips and said, "I just don't want to think about it." She saw that Chen Pingan didn't seem to be angry. The skinny little girl leaned on the counter and put the talisman on her forehead. She pressed it against her forehead and was silent for a long time before she slowly said, "My hometown met with a disaster. When we were fleeing, my mother starved to death on the road. It was my father who brought me to the outskirts of Nanyuan Kingdom's capital. Along the way, my mother was forced by my father to find another man in exchange for a few mouthfuls of food. At first, my mother was unwilling, but my father pulled her hair and beat her to death. At that time, I only knew how to cry and wanted to stop him, but I was also beaten to the ground by my father." 369. Resume updating. 13,000 words. When the Flying Swords number 1 and number 15 were about to finish the long dragon-slaying platform, it was already the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Pei Qian, Wei Xian, and Sui Yuyu bought a lot of New Year goods for the dusty medicine shop. After 5 or 6 trips, Pei Qian begged Sui Yuyu to go with them. It was not without reason. As long as Sui Yuyu stood near the shops, Pei Qian and Wei Xian didn't even need to bargain with the shopkeeper. Every time they went out early and came back late, the old man would read a book under the old pagoda tree at the corner of the street. At first, he was a little reserved, but later, he would greet them. For the last 2 trips, Wei Xian didn't go with them. Sui Yuyu carried Chen Pingan's green bamboo box and returned to the alley with Pei Qian today. The old man greeted them again. Pei Qian answered sweetly, but Sui Yuyu didn't say anything. After walking into the alley, Pei Qian laughed and said that the old scholar who looked like a scholar really had a lot of books. He read until he was old, but he was a little old. Sui Yuyu pulled Pei Qian's ear and said with a smile, "Did the old man promise to give you a thick red envelope?" Pei Qian pretended to be stupid and said that it hurt. After crossing the threshold and entering the medicine shop, Chen Pingan was still sitting behind the counter. When Sui Yuyu let go of Pei Qian's ear, Pei Qian began to recite the time, place, which shop they went to, the original price, and what they bought at what price. Chen Pingan was calculating on the abacus. When Pei Qian's voice settled, the crisp and melodious sound of the beads on the abacus suddenly stopped. Chen Pingan gave Sui Yu a thumbs up. "Just for the document, it is cheaper by about 100 taels of silver." Pei Qian helped Sui Yuyu lift the bamboo curtain. Sui Yuyu went to the back of the shop to unload the New Year goods. Pei Qian tiptoed back to the counter, stood on her tiptoes, and put her chin on the table. She was full of smiles. Chen Pingan glanced at the bamboo curtain and secretly took out 7 or 8 copper coins. "This is your bonus. Hurry up and keep it. If she sees it, both of us will be in trouble." Pei Qian carefully put away the small belongings and ran to the backyard. She hurriedly put them away and put them in her treasure grid. Chen Pingan reminded Pei Qian, remember to help unload the goods. Remember to say thank you for your hard work. Okay. Pei Qian agreed loudly. Looking at the swaying bamboo curtain, Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve, the New Year's Eve, the New Year's Eve. The first few trips to buy New Year goods, Sui Yuyu was unwilling. Later, Wei Xian was too lazy to go. On the contrary, Sui Yuyu became addicted. She dragged Pei Qian along and went shopping. At first, Zhu Lian talked to Pei Qian in private. He said that as long as Sui Yuyu was willing to go out, he would give her a set of the 4 treasures of the study and a set of New Year's money. Pei Qian said she would think about it. Then she went to find Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan felt that Sui Yuyu should walk around more. It was good to be exposed to the smoke and fire of the marketplace. So, he asked Pei Qian to agree. Sui Yuyu couldn't stand Pei Qian buzzing around like a fly and disturbing her practice of the sword furnace stance. She could only go out with her and Wei Xian to relax. Later, Sui Yuyu took the green bamboo box in the corner of her and Pei Qian's room and dragged Pei Qian out to shop. Chen Pingan and Pei Qian secretly agreed that as long as Sui Yuyu bargained with the shopkeeper, Pei Qian would get a copper coin as a bonus. Chen Pingan turned to look outside the medicine shop. The light in the alleyway instantly darkened. The yin qi was eerie. The light seemed to carry weight, appearing somewhat heavy. A green robe descended from the sky. It was Fan Junmao. Chen Pingan went around the counter and crossed the threshold. Fan Junmao asked, "Have you thought it through?" Chen Pingan nodded. "I hope this year can end well." Fan Junmao reminded the yin spirit surnamed Xiao, who was surrounded by black smoke and drifting yin qi. Don't do anything unnecessary. If you secretly spy on the movements above the sea of clouds, the one who will suffer will be Chen Pingan. The yin spirit nodded. If it borrowed the power of the medicine shop's formation and had the cultivation of the pure jade state, it could indeed observe the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City. However, the spiritual qi of the sea of clouds was pure and clean. The yin spirit and the formation were filthy and evil qi. If the two clashed, it could easily cause chaos in the sea of clouds. Chen Pingan, who was refining the natal item, would fail at the last step and damage the foundation of the Great Way. Fan Junmao reached out and pressed Chen Pingan down. He was about to ride the cloud above him. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "It is recorded in the book that before immortals refine elixirs, after choosing an auspicious day and the shape of the mountains and rivers, shouldn't they fast, bathe, change clothes, kneel, hold the furnace, and pray to the 4 directions of heaven and earth?" Fan Junmao sneered. "I am above the sea of clouds. The mountain master is in the academy, the immortal is in the Taoist temple, and the Arhat is in the temple. I am the saint of this small world in the sea of clouds. Who do I worship? Worship myself. If you, Chen Pingan, are willing to kneel and kowtow, causing me to take another sword strike and drop another realm, I don't care. The lost realm can be repaired. I'm afraid there won't be many chances for you to kowtow." Chen Pingan understood. It seemed that although Lu Yong of the Green Tiger Palace was an old nascent soul cultivator in Qingjing Mountain, he was still not a saint. He could not use the geographical advantage of the mountains and rivers at will. After being dragged into the sea of clouds by Fan Junmao, Chen Pingan stood still and gently stepped on the sea of clouds under his feet. It did not collapse and dissipate. It was no different from an ordinary mud road. It felt good to be able to stand on the blue waves when the yin spirit left its body and traveled to the water god temple. Fan Junmao flicked his sleeve, and a snow-white table condensed by the essence of clouds appeared in front of Chen Pingan out of thin air. The table was as smooth as a mirror. Auspicious clouds floated, and the air was ethereal. Chen Pingan controlled the flying sword 15 inches long. The white jade token hovered over the table and took out the items needed to refine the 5 elements of water one by one. His movements were slow. Other than the 5-colored golden stove that Lu Yong of the Green Tiger Palace sold to Chen Pingan for 50 grains of grain rain money, there were also the exotic minerals and earthly treasures that Fan Junmao exchanged for the golden elixir of the old nascent soul cultivator Jiao Longo for Chen Pingan. There were more than 40 kinds of exotic minerals and earthly treasures. There were 12 kinds of cinnabar alone. They were used to adjust the water, fire, neutralization, and 5 elements at different times and under different temperatures. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry, which made Fan Junmao a little annoyed. Why was he dawdling? Fan Junmao slapped the old dragon rain pendant on the table. You want to refine the water word seal. As the most important supplementary material, the quality of the water essence must be up to par. Otherwise, it will drag you down. This old dragon pendant is the best water essence that I can find. It is about the same age as old Longqing. It has absorbed a lot of water essence from the sea of clouds. Don't talk to me about money. It is the same as the medicinal wine of the small refined old nascent soul cultivator Jiao Longo. It is my bet. If you want to talk about money, fine. I will sell this jade pendant to you cheaply. 30 grains of grain rain money. Chen Pingan smiled and said, You are the one who has been talking to me about money, okay? Fan Junmao's expression was weird. For the first time, he lacked confidence and said, Do you really have no qualms about accepting such a precious old dragon rain pendant? This is an old item in the ancestral hall of the Fu family that has been worshipped for 1,000 years. It is very valuable. It is only 30 grains of grain rain money. It is also related to the quality of the natal item that you refine. You are not willing to pay. Chen Pingan glanced at him. This is only one of the sky-high compensations from the Fu family. You are just helping to resell it. You want to earn 30 grains of grain rain money. It seems that you are having a hard time in the new year. I guess that your fall in cultivation level is not as simple as falling from Yuanying back to Jindan. Why? Is it the same as me being hurt by the sword-swallowing boat? Fan Junmao, the effect of swallowing the sea of clouds to heal your injury should not be obvious. But to replenish the water essence that is lost to your qi residence, it is very expensive, right? Fan Junmao said angrily, Chen Pingan, you are really not stupid. Chen Pingan finally took out the water word seal and placed it gently on the table. Fan Junmao looked deeply at the small private seal. You really want to refine this item. In the future, our natal items will be connected. If you use it to seal the water essence of the river again, it will hurt your own cultivation. Of course, if you don't do such a stupid thing and use this seal as the natal item of water of the 5 elements, it will be of great benefit to you when you open up the mansion. Ordinary people can dig a well, but at most it will be a pond. But you have a chance to open up a small lake. You can indeed easily solve the dangerous situation of the spiritual aura pouring into your body, plundering your acupoints, and eroding your pure vital energy. Chen Pingan nodded and said, It is this water word seal. Chen Pingan stretched out his finger and gently rubbed the old dragon rain pendant. He felt that it was a little familiar. He frowned and looked up at Fan Junmao. This is the water essence. The essence of the water essence that condenses the water essence of the world. Fan Junmao's eyes were cold. He sneered, Why, are you afraid that I will trick you? Chen Pingan shook his head. He hesitated for a moment and took out the jade scroll given to him by the goddess of the buried river. He held it in his hand. This item is also the water essence. When this item was taken out, the sea of clouds in the surroundings seemed to have a spirit. They all jumped up and down, like a group of children eyeing candies. Fan Juanmao's expression became serious. He did not give an answer. Instead, he asked, "Where did you get it?" Chen Pingan smiled. "That's it. It seems to be even better than the old dragon rain pendant in the Fu family's ancestral hole." Fan Juanmao's eyes became hot again. This was the second time. The first time was when she heard that Chen Pingan had the 12th level demon Jin Dan. She lingered in front of the medicine shop. But this time, Fan Junmao quickly suppressed the desire in her heart. She didn't dare to force a deal. She moved closer and carefully looked at the jade scroll whose seal characters were mostly covered by Chen Pingan. It was sparkling and translucent, flowing with brilliance. She just needed to look at it. Chen Pingan did not know what it was, but she did. It must be the water essence condensed from a big water vein in the Great Blasphemy Dragon Palace. It was a lucky item from the ancient ruins. Compared to the old dragon rain pendant that the old ancestor of the Fu family had hung for many years, the difference was like heaven and earth. There was a huge gap between an innate spiritual treasure and an acquired item. The reason why Fan Junmao was so envious was that if she refined this jade scroll, it would make up for the loss of the Sea of Clouds and help her to return to the nascent soul stage. She would have a surplus and then easily enter the upper 5 states. It would only take 30 to 40 years. After that, Fan Junmao would have to spend time and effort to find opportunities in various broken grotto heavens and secret realms. It would just be revisiting old places. It was a world of difference compared to the murderous aura of an ordinary qi cultivator. Chen Pingan asked, "Can I use this item as the water essence to refine my natal water character seal?" Fan Junmao gritted her teeth and said, "Yes." "Very good. You really step on dog shit every day. Such a rare item can be found in 1,000 years. You can even get it. Do you know that such an innate spiritual treasure can only be found by chance? I'm afraid that in those unknown grotto heavens where there are no saints squatting in the toilet, a large group of Jin Dan and nascent soul stage earth immortals will fight for it. Maybe some people will die in it. It is very likely that they will have to compete with the cultivators of the unpolished jade stage for the opportunity of the great Tao." Chen Pingan interrupted Fan Junmao's complaints and said with a smile, "Everyone has their own fate. If I was born and raised in the old dragon city, I might not have the chance to come to this sea of clouds for a while even if I stayed for 1,000 years. But you, Fan Junmao, can't get this jade scroll even if you go to the water god temple for 10,000 years. Fan Junmao nodded, "That's right. Let's cut the crap and start refining." The refinement of this jade slip from the aquamarine palace did not involve the foundation of one's life. The jade slip did not need to be rooted in the acupoints. Compared to the water word seal, it did not require too many heavenly materials and earthly treasures and cinnabar of various colors. Chen Pingan had been studying the secret book of refining elixirs from the old nascent soul stage cultivator Lu Yong for a long time. He had been trying to figure out the contents of the jade slip that pointed directly to the great Tao. Both of them could be said to have told him everything they knew. They were the exquisite insights of the master of the Green Tiger Palace and the goddess of the Buried River. The latter, in particular, was the lifelong work of the goddess of the water word seal. Chen Pingan only needed to follow the prescribed order step by step. When to add a stream of pure vital qi like firewood, when to sprinkle the cinnabar into a glass bottle, when to recite the incantation of the great Tao contained in the inscriptions of the rain prayer tablet, to trigger the atmosphere of the cauldron, to increase the temperature of the fire, and to bring down a sweet rain above the cauldron and the flickering flames inside the cauldron. Therefore, Chen Pingan was more or less at ease except for his tiredness. Sitting outside of the array of clouds, Fan Junmao muttered to herself that she should add more cinnabar, forget to refine the volcanic lava, and spit a stream of pure vital qi into the cauldron later. It was a pity that Chenpingan's every movement was methodical. Even when he was waiting for the fire to heat up, he would close his eyes and meditate. His breathing was extremely regular, and there were no fatal flaws in any of his movements. There would be flaws of various sizes, more or less. However, these minor damages were nothing compared to the water essence that had overflowed from the great blasphemy dragon palace's water treasure and turned into nutrients for the sea of clouds. Fan Junmao was greatly disappointed. Couldn't Chenpingan's heart tremble and his hands tremble a few times when he was refining a natural-born spiritual treasure of such a high rank for the first time? Just consider it as contributing a little bit of the water essence to the ocean of clouds as compensation for Fan Junmao's guarding. It was not too much, was it? In the end, Fan Junmao fell asleep in despair. She no longer looked at the cauldron. Everything was going smoothly anyway. There was no hope for her to make a fortune. Just as Fan Junmao expected, from the gongs and drums of the human world to the dawn of the next day, Chenpingan had already refined the jade slip to near perfection. The only special thing was that the words on the jade slip were left behind. The original owner of the jade slip must have refined it on the jade slip using the same refining method. Moreover, the words themselves contained the true meaning of the great Tao. It was extremely rare that the words were left behind. After losing the vessel, they became sentient and did not want to dissipate between heaven and earth. Everything in the world feared death once they were enlightened. However, under the great Tao, life and death were in a cycle. The two sides were contradictory. The cultivation of Qi cultivators was to go against heaven. They were determined to cultivate an immortal body and resist the erosion of time. The words of a refining formula gave birth to their own spirituality. It was another rare thing. Fan Junmao stood up and stared at the words that were like little green fairies. There were more than 1,000 of them. They were rising and falling in the 5-colored golden cauldron. Fan Junmao hesitated. I advise you to find a way to keep the words of this formula. In the future, on the path of cultivation, if you find a disciple you are proud of, imprint these words in their spirit and you can directly impart Tao. The so-called direct disciples and direct disciples of the immortals on the mountain mostly followed this path. Therefore, the inheritance of incense is relatively simple and easy. Before imparting Tao, they will be in your Qi residence. They can also temper and nourish your spirit acupoints. It is one of the few methods in the world to nourish the spirit. There are no after effects. It is a wonderful thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chenpingan was hesitant and did not know how to do it. Fan Junmao said with a smile, I can't help you with this. These words that contain spirituality of Tao are not something that you can capture with magical powers or magic treasures. If you are not careful and they feel that your Tao heart is not in harmony, they will collapse in an instant. Even an immortal would not be able to retain them. Chenpingan had a thought. He must keep these words and store them first. When he returned, he would still have to return them to the goddess of the buried river of the Azure Turing Manor. Although he had unintentionally refined and unearthed this little orthodoxy, in the end, it should still be passed down by her after igniting this incense in the cauldron of the water goddess temple. With this thought, those lively characters that were originally hesitant actually transformed into little people in dark green clothes the size of rice grains. They bowed their heads and bowed to Chenpingan, feeling extremely grateful. Then, they converged into a stream and rapidly flowed into one of the Qi residences that Chenpingan wanted to place the water word seal. Fan Junmao rolled her eyes and leaned back. She muttered, there's no justice in this world. How can this be? As for the jade scroll from the old dragon palace that had been completely refined, it was carried by a group of slightly taller little people dressed in dark green clothes into Chenpingan's Qi residence. Not only that, when the jade scroll was suspended in the newly created mansion, these little people, probably in order to repay Chen Pingon, began to divide up their work in the pill room. Some of the little people dressed in green went to the main entrance of the Qi residence and began to draw two-door gods. There were even more little people dressed in green clothes, who began to draw a stream of water of great blasphemy in the four-bare walls of the mansion. The small mansion was filled with a myriad of scenes. Fan Junmao stared at this scene with her eyes wide open. She stood up like a carp and suddenly raised her voice. She pointed at the young man who began to pack up his belongings one by one. Chen Pingon, you are actually the reincarnation of the Rain Master. Am I right? Chen Pingon drove all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures back to his place and sorted them meticulously. He looked up and teased with a smile, Fan Junmao, your flattery is a little refreshing. Fan Junmao put away the sea of clouds array and shrank the ground into inches. She came to Chen Pingon's side and said, you don't look like the Rain Master. In terms of character, you are far inferior to that sissy. Then, how did you make those little people of the Water Fortune sect willingly submit to you? Chen Pingon ignored the mysterious Fan Junmao and put away all the items. He stood up and asked with a smile, how do I go back? Fan Junmao snapped her fingers and the sea of clouds under Chen Pingon's feet slowly dispersed. A cloud ladder appeared and went straight to the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City. However, there were waves of glazed lights around the cloud ladder. Chen Pingon knew that this was the unique light emitted by the surging of the two flowing waters of heaven and earth. Therefore, if he walked down the cloud ladder, no one in Old Dragon City would be able to see him unless they were cultivators of the upper five realms. Chen Pingon thanked Fan Junmao and walked down the cloud ladder alone. On the way down the mountain, he looked down and admired the magnificent scenery of Old Dragon City. Chen Pingon thought that he could engrave this scene on a bamboo slip and tell her about it in the future. On the morning of the eve of the new year, the celebration of the ordinary people in Old Dragon City was not affected by the stagnant atmosphere of the big clans. The Fu family had already removed the city restrictions. The streets and alleys were very lively. At the dusty medicine shop, the moment Chen Pingon's feet landed on the alley, the cloud ladder disappeared. Yin Shenjiao was relieved and asked, have you finished refining your natal item? Chen Pingon shook his head and smiled, I only refined one water essence item. But the next time I refine my natal item, the success rate will be much higher. Yin Shen nodded, very good. Chen Pingon returned to the counter of the medicine shop. He had already put away the golden jade token last night. Otherwise, if it was still hanging on his waist, it would mean that the sea of clouds and water essence would be eaten away. Fan Junmao would definitely fight with him. Jing Dafeng had already started to move around. Early in the morning, she asked Pei Qian to help her move a small stool and went under the locust tree to look for her friend. As expected, she met the rich old man early in the morning. The rich old man was reading a book. Zhu Lian even woke up early in the morning to accompany the old man who had worked hard on the book. After Jing Dafeng sat down, she wanted Pei Qian to go back to the medicine shop. Of course, Pei Qian refused. She reached out her hand and asked for the promised reward. 1 copper coin, 1 copper coin, 1 copper coin. Even if Chen Pingon knew about it, he would not scold her. Therefore, Pei Qian was very confident. Jing Dafeng had a headache and said that he would just give her an extra copper coin for the New Year's money. Pei Qian said that she did not like people to owe her money. Now that I have angered Brother Dafeng, the distance between me and Fairy he seems to have widened. Otherwise, when I go to the invincible Godly Fist gang in the future, I can bring up this matter and talk it over. I will definitely make that little Lang Jun lose his cool and admit defeat. Zhu Lian, who was squatting at the side, nodded perfunctorily and agreed. The old man lay on the rattan chair and sighed. Peach blossoms are everywhere. I wonder which lover can pluck one and place it on the tip of his heart. Zhu Lian raised his head. Elder, your words are very knowledgeable. The old man nodded and said, that's what Lang Jun once said. He's a man of great literary talent. When he quarreled with others, although his words were a bit vulgar, he would often say such touching words inadvertently. It's unpolished and natural. Otherwise, why would I be willing to call him Big Brother? Zhu Lian dipped his saliva and turned a page. He nodded. If I have the chance, I will definitely pay a visit to Elder's Big Brother. The old man suddenly asked, Little brother Zhu, if I may ask, when you break through the bottleneck of the sixth realm and ascend to the golden body realm, do you need me to help look after you? Zhu Lian shook his head. With my young master around, nothing will go wrong. There is no need for Elder to worry about this. The old man nodded. Your young master is a wonderful person. Zhu Lian closed the book and asked, then I will also ask, is Elder a great cultivator of the Jade Roa realm from a certain immortal mansion? The old man said regretfully, just a little bit. Zhu Lian did not ask any more. If he asked too much and knew the truth, it would hurt their relationship. It would be far worse than being as free as he was now. Chen Pingon stood behind the counter. Under the sharpening of the 1st and 15th swords, there was only a small piece left on the table. Chen Pingon did not intend to be thrifty in this aspect. After eating this piece, he took out a second piece that was bigger. Jing Dafeng placed a small stool outside the door. After seeing the speed of the two flying swords nibbling the dragon-slaying platform, he was amazed no matter how many times he looked. He clicked his tongue and said, these two little ancestors can eat more money than your golden wine magic weapon. Chen Pingon could not help but ask, the golden copper coins are no longer produced. Jing Dafeng leaned against the counter and looked at the splendid scene of the dragon-slaying platform. He nodded and said, the pearl cave has shattered and fallen to the ground. Naturally, the golden copper coins have no place to be used. What's the point of continuing to make them? Even if you give them to me for free, I won't accept them. Chen Pingon asked, I only know that the golden copper coins are more precious than the Gyu coins. But how valuable is it? How many Gyu coins can one golden copper coin be exchanged for? Jing Dafeng did not answer the question and said, do you know how the golden copper coins came about? Is it the mountain and water deity? The fragments of the broken golden body were used as the main material. Together with a few other things that were not easy to obtain, they could be made into the 3 types of golden copper coins. The Dali dynasty's mountain and water fate was stable and there were very few obscene shrines. Therefore, buying the golden copper coins was extra expensive. In the hands of some family forces, they could buy and plunder the fragments of the golden body from various places. It was very cheap. The immortals on the mountain robbed everywhere and there were not enough obscene shrines. At worst, they could forcefully suppress some secular dynasties and ask the monarchs to remove their titles and secretly demote the orthodox mountain and water deity to obscene shrines. They could just use thunderous methods to kill them. If the monarchs of the dynasty were not willing to lower their heads, there were also ways. The immortal forces could rope in some desperate mountain and lake cultivators to kill with a borrowed knife. They could use some unorthodox Tao techniques, magic treasures and spirit weapons to exchange for the fragments of the golden body. The cost of this kind of golden copper coin with a bloody origin might not even be as high as 1 Gyu coin. And the emperor of the Song clan probably bought 1 golden copper coin from the outside world. It was probably worth 7 or 8 Gyu coins. Chen Pingon asked again, then are there any extra golden copper coins in the world right now? Jing Dafeng raised his eyebrows and said slowly, it's hard to say. Right now, if anyone were to foolishly buy the golden copper coins, everyone would know that it is a necessary item for Tao cultivation. People who don't know how to do business would ask for a sky-high price. It's up to you whether you want to buy or not. Chen Pingan sighed and felt a slight headache. He was the guy who still needed the golden copper coins even now. And it was not just a few. He would not find it too much even if he needed a few bags. The lives of the 4 people in the painting, the repair and upgrade of the golden necklace robe, as well as the cultivation of the life item of the metal element in the future, would most likely require the consumption of a large amount of golden copper coins. Its function was similar to that of the jade slip formed from the essence of the water veins of the Great Desecration Dragon Palace. Zheng Dafeng lectured, "It's the new year. Don't sigh so much." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. Even if the disciples of the Tongyi sect endured until the eve of the new year, everyone sadly discovered that there was no sign of them enduring until the end. The sword cultivator was still crushing the fortune of the mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles of the Tongyi sect with his sharp sword aura. It was easy to destroy, but it was extremely difficult for the Gold Core stage and Nascent Soul stage cultivators who followed the sword cultivator to collect spiritual energy and repair the destroyed mountains and rivers. Only if those earth immortals were willing to sacrifice their own cultivation could they speed up the process slightly and prevent the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers from leaking out. However, for the earth immortals whose names were recorded in the archives of the sect, once their cultivation base was unstable, it would also affect the destiny of the sect. The Tongyi sect was originally a paradise with the best spiritual energy in the entire continent. However, after the vicious cycle day after day, even the latecomers with the lowest aptitude realized that the Tongyi sect was facing the most dangerous crisis in the history of 1,000 years. In the past, even if there was no ascendant realm cultivator like Du Mao on a mountain, the Confucian Academy would have appeared after such a big disturbance. But this time, the Academy obviously would not come out to uphold justice. What does this mean? The Tongye sect was in the wrong first, and even if left and right broke into the territory of the Tongye sect, they never crossed the line in the slightest and acted on the basis of reason. This made the Tongye sect's academy and even a certain Central Earth Academy helpless. The old sword cultivator nodded and said, "The knife of a scholar to kill is not stained with blood. Nothing could be better than this." Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and looked towards the direction of the Tongye sect in the north. Even thousands of miles away, he could faintly see the signs of turbidity in the mountains and rivers beginning to appear. Apart from wanting to see the world in chaos, Jiang Shangzhen was also horrified and introspective, as well as a trace of inevitable sadness. His expression was indifferent as he said, "Du Mao has no other choice but to drain all the spiritual qi of the Wudong Grotto heaven in one go to help himself forcibly ascend. As long as he succeeds in ascending, no matter what, he will have gained some merit. According to the rules set by the Sage of Rites, the Confucian Academy will have to help look after the Tongye sect for a long time. At that time, unless he is willing to challenge the entire Confucian orthodoxy, he will have no choice but to stop while he is ahead." Jiang Shangzhen put his palms together and raised them high above his head. He closed his eyes and prayed, "Sword Immortal, Master Zhua, please continue to work hard. You must kill that old turtle Du." The old nascent soul cultivator stroked his beard and smiled. "Du Mao, aren't you the most hostile sword cultivators in the world? Do you like to humiliate those sword cultivators who unfortunately fall into your hands? What about now? If you have the ability, why don't you try to poke your head out of your turtle shell?" On this day, in the twilight of New Year's Eve, the Wudong Grotto heaven that had been controlled by the Tongye sect for countless years first revealed a part of its true form on the summit of the ancestral Master Mountain. It was a magnificent scene like a mirage. Then, it drifted erratically and finally shattered. The fragments of the grotto heaven turned into comets and scattered all over the vast world. Some disappeared directly, while others broke through the void and disappeared without a trace. Then, on the summit of the mountain, Du Mao's physical body gradually disappeared with the wind. Only the Yin's spirit had transformed into a golden body. After absorbing most of the spiritual energy in the small cave of the Wudong tree, it became extremely majestic. This golden body was thousands of feet tall. It stood on the peak of the Master's Mountain. Jing Dafeng and Qin Pingan did not talk much about Lizhu Grotto Heaven and Longquan Town. Jing Dafeng asked more about the strange people in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The 4 people in the picture scroll were also quite interested in Ding Ying, the world's most powerful person before Qin Pingan. Then there was the banished immortal Jiang Shangjin. Qin Pingan picked some things to talk about. Until here, Jing Dafeng took the opportunity to talk about the inside story of Lotus Flower Blessed Land and mentioned Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Generally speaking, among the 10 Grotto Heavens and 36 small Grotto Heavens, the reason why Grotto Heaven was called Grotto Heaven was that the spiritual qi was abundant in the world. It was said that the Grotto Heaven reached the sky, and there were all kinds of opportunities left by the ancient immortals, who were either disbanded or ascended. It was the first choice for immortals to cultivate, and it was twice the result with half the effort. For example, the small Wudong Grotto Heaven of Tongya sect was monopolized by Du Mao, and he only shared a cup of soup with the practitioners in the upper 5 realms in the sect. However, there were some exceptions, such as the Taoist ancestors' Lotus Flower Blessed Land, and of course, Lizhu Grotto Heaven. The latter's spiritual qi was naturally abundant, and it was not known for its heavenly materials and earthly treasures. What was really coveted was the outstanding cultivation aptitude of the people in the small town. In other places in the world, after earth immortals went down the mountain, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was hard to find a good seedling. Even if they found someone with good aptitude, he might not be suitable to accept them as his disciple, or his temperament might not be suitable for the sect's Taoist methods, and so on. Perhaps in the end, they would return to the mountain in disappointment. In Lizhu Grotto Heaven, there were many beautiful cultivators who had the potential to reach the middle 5 states. Even the children of ordinary immortal couples might not have such aptitude for cultivation. After the New Year's Eve dinner, everyone changed into new clothes. At first, Wei Xian was not very willing to wear new clothes. He said that if he could not wear new clothes, he could wear the dragon robe. The new clothes did not fit him well, and he felt uncomfortable. After being pestered by Pei Qian for a long time, he finally agreed to change into new clothes and boots. In order to suit the occasion, Qin Pingan temporarily took off his golden robe and changed into a green robe that Pei Qian and Sui Yuyu helped to choose for him. Qin Pingan gave Pei Qian, picture scroll, and the other 4 people a New Year's money. Each of them received a piece of snow money wrapped in red paper. Pei Qian knew that this piece of immortal money was worth 1,000 taels of silver, and he was overjoyed. The other 4 people accepted it, and naturally, they were not as happy as Pei Qian. After that, it was time to keep watch. In the end, only Qin Pingan, Jing Dafeng, and Pei Qian were left. They sat around the stove until dawn. Qin Pingan crossed one leg, and the little lotus figure sat on the instep of his leg. When Qin Pingan shook his leg, the little guy was overjoyed. Qin Pingan did not dare to drink too much of the medicinal wine in the sword-nurturing gourd. He and Jing Dafeng drank for the whole night, and each of them only drank half a caddy of osmanthus wine. Jing Dafeng talked about many people in the town who were about the same age as Qin Pingan, Ma Kushuan, Song Jisin, Xiao Yao, Lin Shui, and the younger ones, Li Baoping and Gu Kan. He said that the most unexpected thing was that Qin Pingan not only survived, but also reached this stage today. Pei Qian was actually asleep in the second half of the night, so he did not hear the story of Lizhu Cave. Jing Dafeng took the initiative to ask about Qin Pingan's natal porcelain. Chen Pingan smiled and said that it was a white porcelain paperweight, roughly in the shape of a dragon. He left some broken porcelain relics behind, but there were not many. They were secretly in the corner of the ancestral house in the mud bottle alley. If everything went as expected, once it was baked, it would not be placed on the desk of the Emperor of Great Li's study as an imperial tribute. Most likely, it would be hidden in some immortal's mansion on the mountain. According to the Sword Immortal, the leader of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chen Pingan should have the aptitude of an earth immortal. Xing Dafeng did not continue. Chen Pingan did not make things difficult for Xing Dafeng. The involvement was too deep. It just so happened that Chen Pingan had enough patience and perseverance. Xing Dafeng finally pointed outside the house. Old Zhao, it's the ancestor of Zhao Yao's branch in Lizhu Cave. After he died, he collected the soul of our old man. Demigod. Half-fiend specter. If you're lucky, you can throw it out and become the god of some mountain in the Dali dynasty. However, I definitely can't expect Wei Ba to rise to the heavens in a single step, going from a small mountain god to a righteous god that covers half of the continent. However, I do have a chance to become like Gu Kan's father, who oversees the luck of mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles. Chen Pingan nodded and said, I've guessed it. Mr. Qi had left 3 wisps of spring breeze, one on Chen Pingan, one on Zhao Yao, and one on Song Jisin. Zhao Yao did not manage to keep the most precious Chun seal, but Mr. Qi said that he was not disappointed. Chen Pingan did not understand at first. With Mr. Qi's temperament, it was not because he did not have high hopes for Zhao Yao that he was not disappointed. In fact, Mr. Qi valued Zhao Yao more than Song Jisin. Now that he thought about it, Mr. Qi actually hoped that Zhao Yao would take this opportunity to completely cut ties with his literary lineage. Whether Zhao Yao established his own lineage or joined another literary lineage, he might be able to live a peaceful life. Mr. Qi was already gratified. Chen Pingan admitted that he could not be as open-minded as Mr. Qi. In the future, when he read more books and met more people, he might be able to, but not today. Regarding Ma Kuxuan's identity in the Apricot Blossom Alley, Xing Dafeng revealed a bit of a secret. He said that the white cat that Ma Kuxuan relied on had a great origin and was very lucky. Compared to the Great Sui Kingdom's Dragon King basket and golden carp, Wan Xiu's fire dragon bracelet, Xiao Yao's wooden dragon carving, Gu Kan's little loach, and Song Jisin's four-legged snake, it was even better. However, unlike the latter 5, the white cat would only recognize Ma Kuxuan as its master when it sneaked into Lizhu Cave. Chen Pingan told Xing Dafeng about the 2 fights he had with Ma Kuxuan. She hoped that Xiao Bai could become better at chess and strive to become the 100th player in the world. She hoped that the elder sister on the right would become younger and not have wrinkles for the rest of her life. She hoped that Zhu Lian could make better food this year. She hoped that Grandpa Yin God Zhao's realm would soar, and he would bring her to play in the sky in the future. She hoped that Xing Dafeng's shop would prosper. Pei Qian hoped that Chen Pingan's money would come rolling in the new year. She could not stop it. She could not even stuff all the gold, silver, and treasures into it. It was obvious that she did not want to be a money loser in the new year. It was unknown if Pei Qian's luck had changed. She had changed from a little crow's mouth that even Zhu Lian was afraid of, to a mouth of gold and jade that was effective on the day. On the first day of the first lunar month, according to the customs of the Baoping continent, one would not welcome guests, travel far, or work. They only cared about eating, drinking, and playing. However, Fan Junmao still came to Dusty Medicine's shop in the morning. Other than asking Chen Pingan when he would go to Yunhai to refine his natal item, he brought 3 bags of gold fine copper coins for Chen Pingan. There were 3 bags of gold fine copper coins, one for victory, one for offering, and one for welcoming spring. There were more than 30 coins in total. They were all from the Song clan's emperor's own pocket. He also promised that there would be more in the future. As the Dali cavalry went south, they could even break the golden bodies of some mountain gods who did not know what was good for them, not to mention the forbidden temples of various countries. The fragments could be used to make gold fine copper coins. Chen Pingan looked at Jing Dafeng. The latter was also confused. It's similar to Lizhu Grotto Heaven's natal porcelain. Aren't the gold fine copper coins no longer made? Fan Junmao sneered. So this is where the Song clan's sincerity lies. Otherwise, how can they appear to be generous? Jing Dafeng thought for a while. Unless the old man is pressuring the Song clan's emperor, the Dali dynasty would not cut their flesh like this. These fragments of the golden bodies are kept and used to paint the golden bodies of the other 3 mountain gods in the future. It's more cost-effective. Chen Pingan nodded in agreement. Jing Dafeng was a little confused. It doesn't seem like the old man's style. Fan Junmao said in annoyance. Previously, there was a cross-continent ferry that was heading south from the North Continent. Originally, it would not stop at the Dragon Spring Ferry. In the end, a man fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Now, there are so many powerhouses in the West Mountains. They are building mansions. There are so many people. This news has already spread to the north of the Aquarius continent. Everyone knows that other than Song Zhangqiang, the Aquarius continent also has a legendary martial artist of the 10th level. Jing Dafeng wiped his face and said, "There's no doubt about it. It's just that we don't know when he will reach our old dragon city." Fan Junmao had an idea. According to the Dragon Spring Ferry's journey, if he is willing to spend money, he should reach Old Dragon City in the next few days. Jing Dafeng counted with his fingers and laughed. From the North Continent to the Dali dynasty in the north of the Aquarius continent, and then to the southernmost here. It's quite a rush. But I think the old man stopped him. Jing Dafeng asked softly, "What about the Tongyi sect?" Fan Junmao sneered. Those trashy earth immortals in Old Dragon City, how would they dare to cross the sea to Tongyi continent to scout for information? Originally, the Aquarius continent is inferior. Tongyi sect is also the most domineering mountain in Tongyi continent. No one wants to provoke them. I actually have to call you Mr. Chin. Today, I still have to rush to Tongyi continent to tear down Du Mao's ancestral hall, so I won't talk much. Anyway, it's just a few crude words. Usually, only when someone in the family is bullied, I, Li Er, will punch. But I promise that in the future, if you, Chen Pingan, send someone to tell me to punch whoever you want me to punch, I will immediately rush over and punch them. If I even frown, I am not Li Huai's father. Li Er cupped his fists again and said in a low voice, "I'm leaving." The man left just like that. Fan Er's face immediately filled with anger, and he said regretfully, "It's my painter's fault. He took the liberty of misinterpreting my meaning. My original intention was that a fair and virtuous woman was a good match for a gentleman. Since Sir Fan wholeheartedly admires Fairy Sui's elegance, as his disciple, I had to do something. I told the painter about Fairy Sui's celestial appearance and asked him to draw a freehand painting. Jing Dafeng was gratified. This disciple had finished his apprenticeship. At some point, Sui Yuyu was standing at the door, his face full of mockery. This painter from the Fan family is truly a master painter. With just a few words from Sir Fan, he could draw so vividly. Jean Su, who had been silent all this time, frowned. Although she didn't have any romantic feelings for Fan Er was still the best candidate for the future head of the Fan family. Osmanthus Island was already under Fan Er's name. According to Chin Pingon, this female warrior with a sword was one of his retainers. To put it nicely, she was a guest of the family, but to put it bluntly, she was a retainer. However, the situation in Old Dragon City was changing, and Aunt Gue had warned her to be careful with her words and actions. Although Sui Yuyu was disrespectful to Fan Air, Jin Su was somewhat dissatisfied, but she still didn't say anything. Today was the New Year's greeting, and she had no right to speak. Jin Su was well aware of this, even if she was the only disciple of Madame Gue, one of Old Dragon City's Earth Immortals. Jin Su's attention was still on Chin Pingon. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. This fellow was no longer the young man who loved to drink. His earthy and childish air had faded away, and in its place was a kind of calmness. His hair was tied up with a white jade hairpin, and he wore a snow-white robe. A familiar red wine flask hung at his waist. He was much taller, and he sat upright. When talking to others, he liked to look them in the eye, and his eyes would carry a sincere smile that wasn't perfunctory at all. Then Jin Su noticed a small piece of charcoal next to Chin Pingon. This skinny little girl's eyes were huge, and they spun around quickly. She sneaked glances at Jin Su, and her master, Madame Gue. Jin Su smiled at her. Pei Qian grinned back at her. In Pei Qian's eyes, these beautiful sisters, from Yao Jinji to Sui Yuyu to the one in front of him, were all big money bags. He heard from Jing Dafeng that there was a little thing in the world called the money-moving ghost. It was one of the charming ghosts, and Pei Qian felt that it was quite similar to himself. As expected, Jin Su came in a hurry and didn't bring any New Year's money. She also didn't expect to meet such a little girl, but Madame Gue had already prepared an exquisitely embroidered small sachet. At first glance, it was obvious that it wasn't simple. For ordinary gold core and nascent soul earth immortals, it was a wonderful thing that they could only dream of if they could own a Luopa mountain all by themselves. Chen Pingon said that it was difficult to establish a sect, but deep in his heart, he really hoped that there would be such a day, just like when he chatted with Lu Tai in the Eagle Castle, he had already thought about the people and things he should do in his own mountain. Otherwise, why would Chen Pingon want to ask the old Taoist Lord of Heaven in Taiping Mountain how much it would cost to set up a mountain defense array? Zhong Kuei told him that the old Taoist Lord of Heaven was guarding Taiping Mountain, showed his golden body, held the bright moon mirror, and drove 3 swords to hunt down the white ape with a sword on his back thousands of miles away. How could Chen Pingon not be fascinated? The old man who was familiar with the dusty medicine shop suddenly appeared, crossed the threshold with a smile, and said directly, "Chen Pingon, it seems that you are about to leave Old Dragon City. I have something to discuss with you." Chen Pingon stood up straight, put down the wine cup and chopsticks, and said with a smile, "Sir, please go ahead." The old man gestured for Chen Pingon to continue drinking and eating. He walked to the counter, grabbed a few fried peanuts with his fingers, and put them in his mouth. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Maybe it's a little hard for you, and also a little offensive. But fate is unpredictable, like duckweed. If you miss it today, you may miss it forever. If you shrink back and stick your head out, you'll be stabbed. I'll just say it directly. After that, little brother Chen and brother Defeng, don't make this old man unable to eat peanuts and sugar lotus slices in the future." Xing Dafeng said angrily, "The 3 of us are open-minded people. Can't you say something straightforward?" The old man looked up, threw a piece of lotus root into his mouth and chewed. Although Sui Yuyu is a pure martial arts master and reached the golden body state, in my opinion, the bottleneck is too big. It's extremely difficult to reach the top. At most, he'll be in the far travel state. If he's lucky, he'll only be a martial artist of the 8th state. Jing Dafeng immediately said, only a martial artist of the 8th state. Old man, if you have the guts, go on the streets and shout these words. Let's see what the Earth Immortals in Old Dragon City think. Will they be so angry that they will slap your mouth? The old man had a good temper and did not care about Jing Dafeng's rebuttal. He smiled and said, this is an exception. Actually, Sui Yuyu shouldn't have walked the path of martial arts. Jing Dafeng slammed the table. What did you say? The old man quickly bent down and took Chen Pingan's wine cup, filled it with osmanthus wine, and raised it to Jing Dafeng. I said something wrong. I'll punish myself with 3 cups, 3 cups. He finished it in one gulp and was about to pour a second cup. She didn't expect that Chin Pingan just returned the mountain walking stick to her and smiled. Your momentum is quite strong. In the future, you should obediently practice the 6-step stance with me. Otherwise, no matter how good your swordsmanship and knife skills are, your body won't be able to support it. You will only make a fool of yourself. Pei Qian stomped her foot in annoyance and lamented endlessly. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have shown off her peerless martial arts. In the future, she would have to walk according to the boxing stance. Wasn't she asking for trouble? Chen Pingan patted her little head. When you are young, you will have to endure more hardships. Pei Qian raised her head with a face full of expectation. When I grow up, I can enjoy life every day. Lying down and receiving money. I don't have to copy books anymore. If I want to drink, I can eat whatever I want. Chen Pingan brought her back to the drugstore and closed the door. He smiled. When you grow up, you will naturally know. Pei Qian's head drooped. I don't really want to grow up. That female Taoist priest said that I'm not handsome, so I guess I won't look any better when I grow up. I'm still young, and I'm just an ugly girl. Later, it was Sui Yuyu who was the kindest and told me the truth. It turned out that Zhu Lian was beating around the bush. He said that not only would I look scary when I grow up, I would also scare ghosts. Zhu Lian is too mean. I can't believe I always eat half a bowl of extra rice every time I eat. I'm the most supportive of Zhu Lian's dishes. Zhu Lian really has no conscience. Chen Pingan had a smile in his eyes. He deliberately used her catchphrase to tease the little girl. You're worried. Pei Qian's face was full of smiles. With the temperament of a child, she ran away with a stomach full of worries. After returning to the side room and closing the door, she sat opposite Sui Yuyu. She rested her chin on her hands and stared at Sui Yuyu, who was practicing the sword furnace stance. She softly asked, Sister Sui, why are you so beautiful? Can you teach me? Sui Yuyu opened her eyes. She seemed to be in a good mood today. Holding back her laughter, she deliberately put on a serious face and said, learning how to read, copying books and practicing words, 6-step stance, sword furnace stance, sword technique, blade technique, wiping the table and sweeping the floor, serving tea and water, you have to be serious. Pei Qian slightly tilted her head and grinned, Sister Sui, you really like to joke. Sui Yuyu nodded her head and imitated the tone of a female Taoist priest, Huang Ting. She clicked her tongue and said, what a smart child. Why are you so ugly? Pei Qian sullenly turned around and leaned against the table. She placed her head on the table and took out her most precious yellow paper talisman. She stuck it on her forehead and softly said, Sister Sui, do you like my father? Sui Yuyu was speechless. Pei Qian clearly did not care about the answer. She continued, previously we saw so many lanterns and they were all beautiful. But do you still remember the lantern festival beside the Immortal Phoenix restaurant? There were things like boiling oil, pulling out tongues, skinning and pulling tendons. It was not a servant or a malicious spirit but a torture device from hell. Old Wei said that it might be a lantern festival arranged by the penal office to deal with people who like to do bad things. I was scared to death. You don't know. When I suddenly realized that my father was not by my side, I was about to cry. Sui Yuyu had already closed her eyes again. She continued to practice the sword furnace dance, widening her meridians and nourishing her body. Pei Qian stretched out her hand and carefully straightened the yellow paper talisman. She muttered, "The talisman protects Pei Qian well. Demons and ghosts, go away." On this night, the yin spirit with the surname Zhao found Qin Pingan, who was sleeping on the floor. He said that the old man wanted him to pass on a message again. The Tongyi sect had officially given the compensation. The golden elixir of the 12th level great demon had already been refined in the small cave of Wudong by Du Mao, who had lost his mind for the sake of immortal ascension. Therefore, he used 2 pieces of 5-colored glass in exchange. They were as small as a thumb and as big as a fist. After the soul of a 12th level great cultivator decayed or disintegrated, it was possible that an immortal's remains would appear. Legend has it that after a great cultivator of the immortal ascension realm failed, there would be pieces of 5-colored glass like golden body. This was the only thing that reduced the anger of the Tongyi sect slightly after Du Mao destroyed the cave of Wudong, regardless of the life and death of the disciples of the sect. After Du Mao knew that he had failed to immortal ascension, at the last moment, he controlled the pieces of glass that fell in all directions. 3 of them returned to the ancestor mountain of the Tongyi sect. Only 1 piece was left in the ancestor hall of the Tongyi sect, and the other 2 pieces were taken out. After the yin spirit with the surname Zhao explained this important matter, he carefully handed Qin Pingan a palm-sized yellowish Wudong leaf. He said that this was something that the Tongyi sect had taken out together. The pieces of glass after the immortal ascension realm failed to pass the tribulation were placed inside. In addition, the old man also specially prepared 2 sets of mountain guarding formation for Qin Pingan. One set was an imitation of the offensive sword formation of Taiping Mountain, and the other set was an imitation of the mountain guarding formation of the Fuyao sect. The immortal money needed to hire the Mahist masters to build the formation was paid by the Tongyi sect. It was all Guyu money, and they were all placed in the Wudong leaf. However, the pivotal magic treasures of the 2 formations, such as the flying sword and the golden puppet, still needed Qin Pingan to find them by himself. In the future, whether he could buy them with money or by chance depended on whether he was fated to find them. Finally, the yin spirit said, "You must carry the Wudong leaf with you," but the old man also said that it's best to wait until you return to your hometown town before looking at the various objects inside. Otherwise, once you open the closed object, it's equivalent to opening the door of the small cave for a short time, and it's easy to leak the secrets inside. After all, the pieces of glass of the immortal ascension realm cultivators are too rare. Any cultivator of the 5 realms will covet it. The old man also asked me to pass on one thing. The golden wine robe is a half-immortal weapon. It won't be a loss. Qin Pingan put away the Wudong leaf. Jing Dafeng guarded the empty medicine shop alone, and looked at the food character pasted on the wall for a while. It was indeed much better than the Chun character. In the main hall, he walked around the table that was often filled with Zhu Lian's dishes, and finally sat on the threshold, and looked at the long bench opposite the courtyard. The long bench under the eaves, that young man sat on it the most, and Pei Qian occasionally sat there a few times. Over time, it seemed to have become a small territory of his. Jing Dafeng puffed on his pipe. He scratched his head. All right, this time when he returned with his tail between his legs, he would definitely be scolded badly by the old man. On the ferry, Qin Pingan once again carried a long sword on his back. The name of the sword was extremely interesting. Sword Immortal. End of chapter. Because the city lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Li, was not a sword cultivator and the sword was not a natal item, Xing Dafeng used the sword-suppressing talisman to trap the sword. Even if it could not last for long, Fu Li admitted defeat. If he had a sword-suppressing talisman, Chen Pingan would not have to be too afraid even if he met a nascent soul sword cultivator with murderous intent. Instead, he could catch them off guard and catch them off guard. However, these gains and losses were not to the extent that Chen Pingan could not let go of them. What really made Chen Pingan disappointed was this talisman. Was it the last two talismans that Zhong Kuei wrote in the world as a person of the Yang realm? One of them. Compared to the cross-continent ferries that Chen Pingan had ridden and seen before, the ferry under his feet was really small. He could only stand at the window and admire the scenery. There was no viewing platform. After Pei Qian finished writing, Chen Pingan carefully checked it and found that there were no careless words that needed to be rewritten. He then began to practice the 6-step stance with her, at least 4 hours a day. In the past, Chen Pingan did not think that practicing the 6-step stance was boring and tiring. It was only after Pei Qian started practicing that he realized that although the mountain-quaking fist stance was simple, it was not easy to practice it 1,000,000 times. It was the same for both the body and mind. Even though Chen Pingan paid attention to Pei Qian's shortness of breath and the excess of physical strength, Pei Qian was always so tired that she was drenched in sweat. The hair on her forehead was plastered together and her face was deathly pale. Although she did not dare to complain, Chen Pingan watched from the side as her tanned little face lost its smile or her thin body involuntarily trembled when she walked step by step. Although Chen Pingan was expressionless from beginning to end, he felt somewhat distressed when he saw her. On the first day, Pei Qian relied on the excitement of a newborn calf and endured 4 hours of 6-step stance. In the end, it was Chen Pingan who carried her to the next room. On the second day, she fell to the ground after only 2 hours, cramping incessantly. Her entire body was drained of energy. Chen Pingan did not insist on 4 hours. For the next few days, he guaranteed 2 hours of continuous 6-step stance, only a little longer each time. Only then did Pei Qian grit her teeth and persevere. In the beginning, little Charcoal still had the energy to glare at Zhu Lian when he was mocking her from the side. Later on, she really did not have the energy to fight for justice with Zhu Lian. 10 days later, after enduring the most arduous part of the journey, Pei Qian's face finally had a smile of the past. When she started walking, she once again began to swagger with Pei Qian's signature swagger. Otherwise, she would jump and skip. Zhu Lian would say something like, "Young master, this old servant personally believes that Pei Qian's martial arts aptitude is extremely good." When tempering her body, her muscles and bones should suffer more so that her blood and qi can flourish. There's no harm in practicing 6-step stance for 4 hours every day. Pei Qian could already continue to glare at him. On this day, after practicing the 6-step stance, 1 adult and 1 child opened the window and practiced the sword furnace stance. Pei Qian was short, so she could only face the wall and reflect. After Chen Pingan agreed, she stepped onto a chair. It just so happened that she could overlook the sea of clouds outside the window with Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan said softly, "You have to believe that the hard times will end and the good times will come." Pei Qian was currently practicing the sword furnace stance, but it was just for show. The results were extremely small. Chen Pingan was also a little puzzled. After asking Sui Yuyu and the others, he was unable to get an answer. After enduring another day of hardship, Pei Qian was secretly happy in her heart. She thought of something and turned her head with a face full of longing. "When I roam Jianghu in the future, can I also have a sword? It would be best if I could be like Xiao Bai and have a saber hanging from my waist." At that time, my strength would definitely increase by a lot. I wouldn't complain about having too much or being heavy. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. As long as you don't slack off, when you roam Jianghu alone in the future, I can promise you right now that in the future, I will definitely give you a sword and a saber. Pei Qian was a little embarrassed and said in a small voice, "Actually, I've already thought about it. In the future, if I have my own saber and sword, I will hang them on the same side of my waist. This kind of sword and saber hanging posture, I even have a name for it." "Master, do you want to hear it?" Chen Pingan smiled. "Tell me about it." When it comes to naming things, Chen Pingan, have always been very good at it. For example, the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month, or the exorcism of demons. Pei Qian whispered, "Let's call it saber and sword together because they are intertwined at the waist." "Master, what do you think?" Chen Pingan smiled. "Pretty good." Pei Qian's eyes narrowed into crescents as he smiled. He stuck out 2 fingers and stuck them together. "With the sword that Master is carrying, I am already very happy." Chen Pingan leaned against the window and turned his head with a smile. "When we return, the ferry will stop at the shore. We will still follow the old rules and travel Qingyuan on foot. When we see a bamboo forest by the side of the road, I will pick some older bamboo to make 2 bamboo sabers and bamboo swords for you. If you don't mind, you can hang them first." Pei Qian loudly said, "Make them lighter and smaller. It won't be heavy to hang them on my body." Chen Pingan smiled and agreed. He looked at the sea of clouds and casually asked, "Then what about the mountain walking staff?" Pei Qian said without hesitation, "It is the #1 general under my command. Alas, it has accompanied me for so long. I can't bear to just throw it away. I will allow it to retire and play with its grandchildren. When I return, I will ask Old Wei what kind of official title should I give it." He dropped a large bag of acid-toothed books. However, Chen Pingan nodded in approval and said softly, "That's right." In Old Dragon City, at the dusty medicine shop, Xing Dafeng actually didn't have much luggage to pack. Other than some clothes, he only needed to bring the old tobacco pipe with him. It was as if this sloppy man, no matter if it was when he saw the broken wooden fence in Lizhu Grotto Heaven or when he came here, he had always been like this. There was nothing that he had to pick up and nothing that he couldn't put down. Tomorrow, he would take the Fu family's ferry back to the Dali dynasty's Longquan County. On the last day, Xing Dafeng took a stool and sat under the old locust tree. The old man's surname Sun had already left. He said that he was going to the Invincible God Fist Gang to meet a friend. Yesterday, Li Er had returned to Old Dragon City. Fu Li brought his eldest son Feng Donghai over. Fu Li's intentions were clear. Feng Donghai had acted on his own and caused this disaster. As long as Xing Dafeng said something, he could let Mr. Li Er break Feng Donghai's longevity bridge. From then on, the Fu family would treat Feng Donghai as a useless person. Xing Dafeng smiled and asked Fu Li why he didn't directly bring Feng Donghai, who had broken his longevity bridge, to the medicine shop. Fu Li was speechless. Feng Donghai was quite stubborn. Not only did he not beg for mercy, he even provoked him. If Li Er did not attack, he would feel uncomfortable. At that time, Xing Dafeng's expression was tired as he sat in the courtyard and smoked. The old man had obviously made a deal with the Dali dynasty and the Fu and Fan families. That Fan Junmao could become the second mountain god of the Dali dynasty after Wei Pai when the Song family cavalry stepped on the south coast of Old Dragon City. The price the old man paid was just Xing Dafeng's Realm 9 cultivation. Xing Dafeng knew that this matter was over. Xing Dafeng thought about it and said that there was still a long way to go. Fu Li heaved a sigh of relief and was about to bring Feng Donghai back when Li Er punched him in the chest. Not only was the longevity bridge broken, but it was also so shattered that even gods could not save it. Li Er did not look at Feng Donghai and just stared at Fu Li calmly. I feel that as a father, I should stand up for my son. Fu Li helped his eldest son, Feng Donghai, up. There was no anger on his face as he smiled. You've finally let second Mr. Li vent his anger. This trip was worth it. Just like what Mr. Jing said, there's still a long way to go. Oh. Li Er smiled and asked, why don't you lead the way to the Fu family ancestral hall? Fu Li's face instantly turned ashen. Zheng Dafeng said, Li Er, that's enough. After Fu Li left with Feng Donghai, Li Er quickly left Old Dragon City. Today, under the locust tree, Zheng Dafeng was basking in the warm sun of early spring. He wore a comfortable jacket that Pei Qian and the others had bought for him. The girl that he had not seen in a long time probably ate well during the new year. Her face and body seemed to have become fuller. She did not just walk around in front of Zheng Dafeng like before. This time, she gathered her courage and approached Zheng Dafeng. She asked shyly, Shopkeeper Zheng, is the shop hiring? Zheng Dafeng smiled and shook his head, no, I'm going back home tomorrow. It's too hard to make a living in your Old Dragon City. This girl was ridiculously fat, but her voice was soft and sweet. Her face was filled with disappointment. Are you coming back? Zheng Dafeng shook his head, no. Can this prove that you're on the wrong path? Chen Pinggan's path is very good, which can prove that you, Sun Jiashu, are on the wrong path. It's either one or the other. You're so childish. What kind of business are you doing? No matter how good other people's path is, it's still their path. You might as well bury yourself in your work. Don't ask about the harvest. Raise your head occasionally and look at the people and scenery on other paths. That's enough. Priceless advice couldn't be bought with money. The expert, who looked younger than Sun Jiashu, only said that his surname was Fan, but he had almost no relationship with the Fan family in Old Dragon City. Sun Jiashu relied on his intuition and believed this without a doubt. That person smiled. Old Dragon City only has 3 families left. Fu Zhou, or that Wang Zhu's Fu family. Fan Junmao, or the old god lord's Fan family. The last family, your Sun family, has half of it. The other half is Ding Fangho's. You have a long way to go this time, so keep up the good work. Sun Jiashu nodded. My Sun family won't miss this rare opportunity. The man smiled. Once in a blue moon. Not just that. Sun Jiashu was a little dazed. Apart from thinking about the meaning of these words, he also thought about the day he sent Chen Pinggan off. That young man in a white robe and carrying a long sword seemed to have seen him from behind the crowd after the ferry rose into the air. Not only did he not ignore him, he even cupped his fists and bid farewell. In the end, he raised his arm and gave him a thumbs up. Sun Jiashu smiled. It was like this then, and it was like this now. Within the palace of a rising dynasty, a pair of master and disciple walked between 2 tall walls. The handsome young man in white stretched out his finger and swiped across the wall. The lady beside him was tall, but did not give people a sense of unbalance or clumsiness. As she walked, she did not give off any aura. She did not have the aura of a chi cultivator who was one with the world, she did not have the aura of a martial artist, she did not even have the breathing of a normal person. The tall lady who always had a sword at her waist without a scabbard had just found an ordinary-looking green bamboo scabbard for her sword that was sharpened in the inverted mountain lightning pool a few days ago. It was found by one of her retainers in the Aquarius continent. The young man who looked like a deity smiled and asked, Master, did you buy it or snatch it? The lady said indifferently, I heard that he bought it. The young man sighed, then he bought it by force. The lady smiled, if you feel that this is not right, you can fight with him. The young man said helplessly, I, Chao Ci, am only a Realm 5 martial artist, Sai, how can I fight with him? The lady stopped in her tracks, missing the word strongest. Chao Ci thought for a while, then used the tip of his foot to draw two short lines on the left and right. He raised his foot and pointed to the line on the left, speaking of Realm 5, the average genius martial artist in the world is here. He moved his foot to the right, I, Chao Ci, am here. Then he pointed in the middle of the two lines, other than me, the most outstanding Realm 5 genius in the central divine continent is probably here. The tall lady did not feel that her disciple was young and arrogant, and underestimated the martial artist of the same generation. In truth, she felt that Chao Ci was too polite. Chao Ci suddenly squatted down and stretched out a finger. She pointed at the line in the middle and moved it slightly towards her own line. I think that guy will be able to reach here with his 5th realm after I break through. The lady looked down at the position that Chao Ci had drawn with his finger, nodding in agreement, should be about there. This pair of master and disciple, one standing and one squatting, were chatting about the martial fate of the world. In the distance, the number 1 eunuch in this great dynasty, a ceremony supervisor eunuch who had the potential to reach the realm of immortals, was leading a group of great Martin Temple eunuchs in bright red robes. When they saw the two of them, they all stopped and stood respectfully, not daring to breathe too loudly. When the ferry arrived at the border of Qinghuan Kingdom, Chen Pingan and the others walked on the bustling street of the ferry. For some reason, no matter if it was chi cultivators or pure martial artists, they would take the initiative to make a detour. The higher the realm of the cultivators, the better their eyesight, and the more experienced the martial artists of the 3 realms of chi cultivators, they would clearly feel an invisible pressure. A beautiful lady with a sword on her back, a tall man with a narrow saber on his waist, a crooked old man with a smile, and a short, sturdy man. They were all not simple. But for some reason, a Jindan cultivator who was hiding his presence in the crowd felt that the aura of these 4 people added together was not as strong as the clearly injured young man with a sword on his back. The moon surrounded by stars. He had lived a miserable new year in fear. According to the rules, after the first month of this year, if no one took the bait, he would really be in trouble. Every country had its laws and every trade had its rules. People could really die. In order to sell some things to survive, the man could be said to be unscrupulous. As a 3rd realm chi cultivator, not only did he shamelessly follow the young master all the way, he even took the initiative to introduce the scenery of the ferry to the young master. The immortal ferry on the border of Qinghuan country was called Wasptail Ferry. It originated from when the ferry was first built. It was once a small town in the marketplace. In history, there was a jade immortal who started from nothing here. With the identity of a mountain and lake cultivator, he relied on great perseverance and great luck to ascend to the upper 5 realms. All kinds of immortal deeds were spread across half the continent. He was extremely famous among all the rogue cultivators in the Aquarius continent. This person's ancestral home was located in an alley called Wasptail Alley. It was also coincidentally located at the end of the alley. Later on, this ferry was named Wasptail Ferry. Because the ferry was located at the border of 3 countries, in order to fight over the ownership of this alley and this ancestral home, Qinghuan country's Tang family and the 2 neighboring countries used pen and knife to fight countless battles on paper and on the battlefield. However, the 3 sides had a tacit understanding that the battles would not affect the ferry. For this reason, Lakeview Academy specially sent a gentleman and a sage to mediate this matter several times. Under the strong recommendation of the man, the ferry had a unique well wine brewed by immortals in the world. A snowflake cost a small pot. The high officials and dignitaries of Qinghuan country liked to use it to show off their wealth. That young master really bought a pot of well wine from a street corner shop and asked for 2 white bowls from the shopkeeper. After sitting down, he actually smiled and gestured for the man to sit down and drink with him. The man originally wanted to stand on the side and act pitiful. Maybe the young master would feel pity for him and buy his tattered belongings. However, the wine in his stomach was really causing trouble. He sat down and drank the wine. As he drank, he complained that he couldn't control his mouth. He thought that if he drank too much wine, it would most likely spoil this deal. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart and he could only treat it as a bowl of wine. Chen Pingan clinked his bowl with the man's and asked with a smile, "Since this imperial jade seal is valuable and there is an immortal master waiting for it to complete the 17 treasures of Jing country, why not just come and sell it directly?" The man had already prepared a plan to deal with this kind of problem. Isn't it fake? We made a mistake and cheated some divine money from that guy. Pei Qian suddenly slapped the table with both hands and said with heartache, "This can't be tolerated." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "This is not the worst result. The worst situation is that we set up a badger trap for others. Not only will we be forced to buy and sell, but once we can afford the divine money, the other party will take a mile after taking an inch and simply kill us to rob us. Let's just talk about this person's character. After all, we're not familiar with him. Even if his nature is not bad, once he encounters a hurdle that he can't get over, such as owing a lot of debt, the person who owes the debt is weak and the person who demands the debt is ruthless. When the two are added together, then the pitiful person must be hateful. If we pity him now, who will pity us later?" Pei Qian thought for a moment. "We have a lot of people. Anyway, we're in the right. Why don't we beat them to death with 2 or 3 punches?" Chen Pingan chested. "When we're outside, if we only rely on our fists to reason, then Du Mao can meet us. Can't we meet others?" Pei Qian felt wronged. "But we're good people. Old thief Du is not an evil person. After being struck by lightning, being thrown into a frying pan, having his tongue pulled out, his heart cut open, and red-hot iron poured into his mouth." Chen Pingan interrupted Pei Qian's nonsense. "Where did you learn all these things?" Pei Qian said with a lingering fear, "Last time during the Lantern Festival in Old Dragon City, there was a lantern festival that Xiao Bai said was warning the world and educating people, shaking off evil and promoting good. At that time, I stared at it for a while and felt that it had nothing to do with me. But the book said that if there is something wrong, then there is something wrong." Chen Pingan's sword-nourishing gourd was now filled with a small amount of medicinal wine, so it was not appropriate to store the fairy's specialty well immortal wine. He also had many jars of osmanthus wine given by the Fan family in his jade tablet. In fact, in the past year, he had no shortage of good wine to satisfy his cravings, so he only bought 2 jars from the store. He planned to put them together with the osmanthus wine. When he reached Luopa Mountain, he would bury them together behind the bamboo house. Every 10 years, 1 jar would be raised. It could be considered one of Chen Pingan's rich family assets. On the other side of the Beetail Alley, he met up with Wei Xian and the other 3 who had arrived one after another. On this trip to the Beetail Ferry, Chen Pingan did not take a fancy to anything particularly interesting. He only bought Pei Qian a beautifully illustrated sage book. The engraving was excellent, and every word was full of spirit. Just as Chen Pingan was about to leave the ferry, a young man carrying an empty wine jug walked out of the alley. He was tall and sturdy, and there was a fine iron chain-like belt around his waist. Chen Pingan narrowed his eyes for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He planned to avoid trouble and pretend that he did not know him. Unexpectedly, the man saw Chen Pingan and quickly walked in front of Chen Pingan. He stretched out a finger and pointed. He probably vaguely recognized Chin Pingan, but could not remember his name. For a moment, he looked somewhat anxious. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he could not avoid it. Chin Pingan could only smile and greet him. He said in the language of the Aquarius continent, "We met at the entrance of that small town. At that time, I was inside with the gatekeeper, and you were standing outside the gate. Your memory is really good. After so long, you can still recognize me." The tall and sturdy young man smiled and nodded. He was somewhat happy. "Yes, it's you. Other than the gatekeeper, you are the first person I saw from the small town. I did not expect to see you here. At first, I did not dare to recognize you. You have changed too much. You said that I have a good memory, but I feel that you are not bad. You are even better than me." Seeing that Chin Pingan was carrying 2 jugs of well wine, the young man with stubble on his chin laughed. "You have made a loss by buying this well wine. The real and authentic well wine is brewed from the 3 oldest wells. These 2 jugs of well wine were made by the merchants who went against their conscience and secretly built more than 10 new wells. The taste is not right. Let's go, I will bring you to buy the real old well wine. Otherwise, you will have wasted your trip to Betail Ferry." He took a step and laughed. "Forget it, the Jianghu is dangerous. Let's not get close to each other." The tall and sturdy young man told Chin Pingan the addresses of the 2 wine shops. "If you want to buy wine, go by yourself. I will not make people think that I am trying to please you for no reason. Otherwise, both of us will be on tenterhooks." He cupped his fists and bade farewell to Chin Pingan and strode away to buy wine. He was a straightforward person. Chin Pingan sighed in his heart. The iron chain used as a belt by the tall and sturdy young man was clearly the thick iron chain in the iron lock well before the Black Pearl Cave was broken and fell. At that time, Chin Pingan heard that this person had taken away this great opportunity. In addition to the 5 elements objects, among the many magic weapons hidden in the Black Pearl Cave at that time, this object, Song Jisun's green gourd, mountain prawn pot, and the bright evil suppression mirror were the most precious. This dragon lock iron chain was the most valuable one. It was the demon binding rope that had successfully bound the last real dragon in the world. It could be imagined how valuable it was. Now it had been refined into a natal item by this person, and he was openly showing it to others. It was estimated that he was either bold with great skill, or had a strong backing, or both. That was the first time Chin Pingan really came into contact with the outside world. The mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain, Kai Qinqian of Yunxia Mountain, the Su family of Qingfeng City, and Fu Nanhua of Old Dragon City. It was one life and death situation after another. It was the most difficult period of Chin Pingan's life. That kind of helplessness was even greater than when Chin Pingan faced the Yuanying stage Old Dragon in the Flood Dragon Ditch and Ascendant Realm Du Mao in Old Dragon City in the years to come. It was just like Liu Baixiang confided in the small courtyard that time. On the road of life, as long as you can meet a flower in the barren land, everything will be different. Chin Pingan met a good girl. When she smiled, Chin Pingan felt like he was the richest girl in the world. How could he not like her? How could he not be willing to put her in his heart? The last time Old Dragon City drank with fan air on the roof of the medicine shop, Chin Pingan said, "The girl I like, she is already the most beautiful. But she is even more beautiful than the most beautiful. When I look at her and she pretends not to know, she turns her face sideways and her eyelashes tremble slightly." The story of quarrying stone at that time, Fan Air was a little confused and asked him, "How much do you like that girl, Chin Pingan?" Chin Pingan was a little drunk at that time, but he was holding the blade-strengthening gourd and laughing foolishly. When Chin Pingan followed the route to find the real old well wine, the burly young man didn't want to bump into the young man who left Liju Cave Heaven again to avoid arousing suspicion, so he deliberately chose a different wine shop. On the way, an old man with restrained spirit quietly appeared, came to the young man's side, and said a small thing. The young man laughed angrily and said, "These guys have water in their heads. They really value money more than their lives. Pass a message to the person in charge and tell them to stop. Don't let them be a feast for others." He wanted to say something else, to take the opportunity to teach Betel Fairy a lesson, but when he thought of the difficult life of an itinerant cultivator, the young man shook his head helplessly. "That's it. There's no need to deliberately knock them down. It's all their own good fortune. However, no one in Betel Fairy is allowed to provoke the group of foreigners I just met. Also, take this opportunity to help old Lu pay off his debt in private. According to the rules, it's a small sum of money. After that, find a chance to scare old Lu again and tell him not to be a gambler anymore. His current wealth is enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life." The old man carefully asked, "If Lu Gonzi can't control himself in the future, will he gamble again?" The burly young man said, "Then he has only himself to blame. I can help him once, but not forever." The old man wanted to say something but stopped. The burly young man shook his head and said, "Although that imperial jade seal is genuine, ordinary chi refinement warriors can't touch it. Master said before that we shouldn't underestimate the remnant luck of a fallen country. There are great blessings and misfortunes in it. After all, the Jiang family of Jing country still has a crown prince who is cultivating in the mountains. As for that guy who is bent on collecting the full set of Jing country's 17 treasures, he's on the path of dragon supporting technique. He's suitable, but we can't. If we can't control our greed, we'll be the same kind of people as old Lu. We might even be worse. It's unreasonable for us chi refinement warriors to cultivate immortality. If we continue to gamble with the heavens, we'll be tired of living." The old man obeyed the order and left. This old retainer who lived in seclusion at Betel Fairy was the golden core cultivator who saw Chen Pinggan's aura at first glance. The burly young man sighed along the way until he bought a pot of wine and drank the mellow and authentic immortal brew. Only then did his mood become better. When he was young, he was chosen by a wandering master who passed by the sea. He told the family that he had an excellent foundation and was accepted as a disciple. His parents happily agreed because at first, the elders in the family were certain that he was not suitable for cultivation. He was regarded as a good-for-nothing by his peers who matured early in the family and was treated with disdain. After that, he left the family at a young age and brought Betel Fairy to his master. He lived in the shabby alley at the tail of the Betel Fairy. In the past few years, his cultivation had risen rapidly and he had also seized many opportunities. However, the young man did not have any thoughts of returning home in glory and being proud of the high and strict family. He only wanted to secretly return home, meet his parents and repay the kindness of raising him. However, the young man had always been grateful to his elder sister who was born in the direct line of descent of the family's head branch. He would repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. The people on the mountain liked to talk about it, but they would not take it seriously in their hearts. However, he was willing to take it seriously. Therefore, even if his master was very distressed, he still insisted on giving the little thing that he inadvertently caught as one of her dowry. It was said that the whole family was in an uproar at that time. They could not believe it. As a person, he did not owe money and did not feel guilty. He felt that this was quite good. Drinking wine, the proprietress of the tavern was an average-looking woman. She was honest and dutiful, guarding the ancestral craft and the old well. She was not very good at doing business. The business of cornucopia, which should have made a lot of money every day, was turned into a small business for her. Over the years, he had seen with his own eyes that the gentle-natured big sister next door had married and become a married woman. Year after year, she sold wine. She would still blush and be embarrassed when she met with frivolous drinkers. However, wrinkles gradually grew on the corners of her eyes. The burly young man was glad that he had met his master. Perhaps one day, the proprietress's grandson would be old and he would still have his current appearance. Although the wasp-tailed fairy was a fairy for immortals, there were many common people who could not escape from birth, old age, illness, and death. His master always said that these people at the foot of the mountain who had white hair in 60 years and 70 years old in their 70s were the root of the small group of cultivators on the mountain. Without them, the so-called cultivation was just an attic in the sky. The burly young man did not think too much about this. He was too lazy to think about it. In any case, when it came to cultivation, he had always liked to go with the flow. He did not take the initiative to harm others, and when he was harmed, he would not be soft-hearted. So his master had always advised him to choose one of the 3 emperors of Qing Kingdom, the Yan family of Yunshao Kingdom, and the He family of Qingshan Kingdom. Then, he would conceal his identity and go to court to sharpen his Tao heart. He would find the right medicine early on and resolve his inner demons, so that he would not have to rush to Buddha's feet when he reached the nascent soul stage. However, he had always refused to go. What was the point of interacting with emperors all day long? The emperor of the Tang family was extravagant and wanted to save face. He liked to compete with the immortals on the mountain in terms of wealth. The emperor of the He family of Qingshan Kingdom had strange hobbies. He had the shocking 5 beauties in the harem. The entire court was a mess. The emperor of the Yan family was ambitious and worked hard to govern, but he was vicious and merciless. He liked to use the abacus even more than the disciples of the merchant family. It was said that he had personally written a popular Qian Ben Chao, which said, "Money, sweet taste, great heat, is both poison and medicine." He drank a pot of wine and paid the bill. He filled the pot with a few dozen caddies of immortal wine from the well. He tied it to his waist and swaggered off. He also asked for 2 small pots of fine wine, which he held between his fingers. The woman was not surprised by this. The entire Betail fairy knew that this young man's identity was not simple. No one dared to provoke him. He had lived in the depths of the alley on Betail Ferry since he was very young and had never provoked anyone. It was said that he only looked after half of the alley for someone and was responsible for collecting rent. Those who were able to rent a house on B path were either itinerant immortal cultivators with bulging wallets or the officials of the 3 kingdoms. The rest were the local forces who had bought the house directly. The latter treated the young man who grew up under their noses with great respect. The burly young man walked back into the alley and gradually entered the depths of the alley. 50 steps behind him, in the middle of the alley, there were 2 big empty houses opposite the door. On the door, there were 2 painted door gods that had not been changed for hundreds of years. On the left side, there were 2 painted door gods, and on the right side, there were 2 painted door gods. When the young man walked past the 2 houses, he threw a wine pot in each hand. There were a total of 4 painted door gods on the left and right side, and each of them stretched out a golden arm to catch the wine pot and put it back into the door. Then, on the 2 painted door gods, there was an inexplicable extra paper wine pot. After drinking the wine, they passed the wine pot to their nearby colleagues. After drinking the wine, the 4 painted door gods returned to normal. However, the beard of a big bearded door god seemed to be soaked, but it quickly dried up. The burly young man returned to the house that he lived in alone. It was cold and cheerless. It had been like this for so many years. His master liked to wander around. In the past, he would solemnly vow that this time, he would definitely find a beautiful master's wife. This time, it was not for the future master's wife who was sleeping in her mother's womb. It was a serious matter. He said that he was going for the glazed golden body of an upper five realms immortal weapon disintegration. There were a few pieces that fell on the territory of the Aquarius continent. If he could snatch one of them, he would be rich and would have a wife. For this, his master even found a close friend. Otherwise, he might not be able to compete with a few old tortoises of similar age. With the help of that friend, the possibility of success would be greater. The burly young man also had some concerns. He was worried that such a precious treasure would make his so-called friend covet it. His master laughed and said that everyone in the Aquarius continent had this possibility, but this old tortoise who called himself jade-faced young gentleman would never do it. Although this person's temper was stubborn and smelly, worse than a stone in a latrine pit, this person was known as, without a ghost in his heart, on the path of cultivation. In this life, for the sake of his friends and for the sake of the sect's honor, he had fought to the death twice. After reaching the unpolished jade realm twice, he fell back to the nascent soul realm twice. This kind of heroic spirit might not even be found in the ascendant realm. Wind Snow Temple's sword master Wan Ting was now a military saint. In his early years, he was also famous for his straightforward temper. He once threatened that as long as this person needed a sword, Wan Ting would not only immediately forge a sword, but would also personally deliver it to the mountain. It was the first time the burly young man had seen his master so calm, so he was relieved. For a moment, he was curious about his master's old friend who was nicknamed Elegant and Unique. After Chen Pingon bought 2 more pots of Old Well Immortal wine, the group went to the last sightseeing spot at Beatail Ferry. It was a 1,000-year-old ancient apricot tree that covered several acres of land. The bottom of the tree was hollow and filled with copper coins and gold and silver. About this tree, the man who called himself Lu Ganzi told a lot about it. Before the rise of Qing Shan Kingdom from the ruins of Jing Kingdom, this old apricot tree had a story. First, the founding emperor of the Tang family of Qinghuan Kingdom made an exception and conferred it as the tree of the emperor. Later, the emperor of Jing Kingdom did not want to fall behind, so he sent a court official to confer the tree. It was probably 1 grade lower, so the place was known as the Prime Minister Tree. In the end, the emperor of Yunshao Kingdom also joined in the fun. 300 years ago, when Yunshao Kingdom was at its peak, a meritorious general rode a horse here and erected a monument. Therefore, the people of Yunshao Kingdom were still used to calling it the General Apricot. The tree of the emperor, the Prime Minister Tree, and the General Apricot. One tree conferred 3 titles. It was a strange story. Under the tree, Pei Qian took out the small sachet that Aunt Gui gave her. At that time, other than a few emerald osmanthus leaves, there was also a small osmanthus branch about the length of her finger. It was full of osmanthus seeds. Even if it was broken off and separated from the tree, the fragrance did not diminish in the slightest. Moreover, the golden osmanthus seeds did not fall off. The osmanthus leaves and branches were all placed in the treasure box, occupying a space. She only took out the empty sachet to store the snow flower that Chen Pingon gave her as New Year's money, as well as a few copper coins that she earned through hard work. For example, when she begged Sui Yuyu to buy New Year's goods in Old Dragon City, she bargained for 1 copper coin each time. At that time, she earned 7 or 8 copper coins in a spurt of energy and put them all in the sachet. Because Chen Pingon said that the sachet was not an ordinary item, Pei Qian did not dare to casually tie it around her waist. Usually, she only dared to put it in her sleeve pocket. At this moment, she was holding it with both hands, thinking that it would be nice if she could get some more apricot leaves and apricot branches. There were not many tourists around the 1,000-year-old apricot tree. In the end, the silly little thing coyly made a small sapling on the ground in front of Pei Qian. It told Pei Qian to bring it back to its hometown and find a place to plant it. It must not mistreat it and must let it drink the water like spiritual qi every day. Pei Qian agreed verbally and patted her chest loudly, but in fact, she was already prepared to eat chestnuts until she was full. After Chen Pingan understood what happened, he took the soil and sapling from Pei Qian's hand and walked to the roots of the tree and squatted down. The little thing dressed in a dragon robe, hanging a jade tablet and carrying a saber, stood in the pile of money. Its eyes were full of vigilance. After a series of questions, Chen Pingan knew the truth. It turned out that it was about to enter the 5 middle states, but there was not enough anima qi here. To be precise, it did not dare to absorb too much anima qi. After all, there were a lot of qi trainers here, and it was a fairy port for immortals. The reason why it could take root and practice here was because it relied on 3 so-called titles that were not so legitimate. In fact, the imperial court of the 3 kingdoms did not care too much about it, not to mention the power behind this fairy. The weakening of anima qi had always been the most taboo thing on the Mountain of Immortals. For example, Du Mao forcibly occupied the anima contained in the small cave of Wudong. Although he was more selfish and wanted to ascend to another place, in fact, once he succeeded in ascending, according to the rules set by the vast world ritual sage, the Tongya sect could rely on merits and the school academy would protect the word sect for at least 1,000 years. It was undeniable that this was an important reason why Du Mao wanted to take the risk of ascending. Otherwise, he could just hide in the cave of Wudong. After Du Mao's failure in ascending, almost all the disciples of the Tongya sect changed from being in awe and love of the ancestor of resurgence to being extremely resentful of Du Mao. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was unforgettable. They regarded him as the eternal sinner of the Tongya sect. What the hell, ancestor of resurgence? He was the defeated ancestor who squandered the foundation of his ancestors. As for Du Mao's original intention of throwing himself into another big cage to find a way out for the Tongya sect, very few people thought about this. The purple-robed sword practitioner, the lord of the Tongya sect, and the old cultivator in the raw jade realm who was in charge of the archives of the Hall of Patriarchs, did not deliberately suppress, guide, and ease the anger of the people in the sect for some reason. Du Mao's lineage, such as the direct descendant Du Yan, not only lost the treatment of a Yuanning retainer, but also was questioned. The Du family's property was almost turned upside down to the sect to fill the vacancy. It was either one or the other, black or white. It was the two ends of a ruler. Especially when it was related to one's own interests, it seemed that this was human nature. Chen Pingan hoped that in the future, if one day he really opened his own sect, he would rather that from the beginning, no one would think that he, Chen Pingan, was a flawless moral saint. In the end, if there was really an irreversible change, no one would think that he was an unforgivable evil person. Even if the people's hearts were scattered, he should strive for a good separation and try to achieve a good beginning and a good ending. The poison concubine of time travel Chen Pingan squatted on the ground and lowered his head to look at the ancient apricot spirit. He asked with a smile, "Didn't you discuss with the immortal masters here at Bee's Tail Ferry to be a consecrated guest or something like that?" After finding one of the 5 peaks and signing a mountain pledge contract, they should be happy to see one more king of the middle 5 peaks who can't run away. The little fellow sat on the top of Qian Mountain with a worried face and said in a childish voice, "I also want to, but those stinky guys trust me, but I don't trust them. This is a troublesome place." Bee's Tail Ferry is adjacent to the 3 countries of Qinghuan, Qingshan, and Yunshao. The few forces at the ferry are intertwined and no one is willing to submit to anyone. For money, they would secretly beat each other's brains out for no reason. For the mountain pledge contract, which of the 5 peaks do you think I should choose? Even if I foolishly choose one, won't the other 2 hate me to death? Maybe one day they will secretly find someone to chop my body into pieces and burn it as firewood. Although now the incense is bleak and I have to eat 3 meals, but at least I won't die. Don't you Qi cultivators say that a bad life is better than a good death? Well, there's also that saying that a dead Taoist is better than a dead Taoist. Chen Pingan pretended that he didn't hear the last sentence. He deeply agreed with the little fellow's worries. As an apricot spirit who had no one to rely on, if he wanted to break through the realm, he would need to sign a mountain pledge with the Qi cultivators. But Beast-Tail Fairy was located at the border of the 3 regions and was not under the jurisdiction of any country. So this was really a big trouble. If Beast-Tail Fairy was a dominant force, it would be fine. Chen Pingan wanted to help but could not. The little fellow said pitifully, I heard from the little black girl that Immortal Master lives in a place like a paradise and absorbs aura like the mortals drinking water. Why don't you help me and bring this little sapling back? Once it grows, it can also help Immortal Master to stabilize the aura of the mountains and rivers. This is a mutually beneficial thing for both of us. Ordinary Qi cultivators, not mentioning the merchants who only care about money, just the farmers and the Yao family, who wouldn't treat this as a blessing from the heavens. Immortal Master who is passing by, you must cherish it well. Chen Pingan put the soil and the sapling on the ground and smiled. Do you want to say, if you don't take what is given by the heavens, you will be punished instead? The little fellow was dejected and scratched his cheeks. The 2 little ones are easy to fool. You, the big one, are experienced in the pugilistic world. Sure enough, it is not easy to fool you. Once Chen Pingan planted this little sapling on his mountain, it was true that the sapling could help to stabilize the aura of the mountains and rivers. However, it was extremely limited. More importantly, it was constantly stealing aura for the ancestral tree. Therefore, it was definitely a money-losing business. With a mountain god overlooking the surrounding mountains and rivers, he believed that to the female ghost, it would also be intimidating. The orthodox mountain and river god of the Dali dynasty. It was not something that any dynasty in the Aquarius continent could compare to. God Dali. It could naturally be 1 level higher. Now, in the future, half of the Aquarius continent would already be in the hands of the Song clan. They only lacked the approval of a certain Confucian school in the central region. So, in the future, God Dali and the god of the Aquarius continent, there would not be much difference. When leaving the border of Beatail Crossing, he found that travelers from outside to inside, regardless of whether they were Qi cultivators or martial artists, had to hold a yellow talisman that was sold at the gate. When they entered, a rippling door would appear for them to pass through. The talisman was similar to the customs pass of the secular dynasty. This was something new. It was Chen Pingan's first time seeing this. The other crossings did not have this toll. Leaving Beatail Crossing, they did not need the customs pass talisman. After walking out of the gate, Chen Pingan asked the gatekeeper of a 5th realm Qi cultivator sincerely for advice. That person saw that Chen Pingan's temperament was not ordinary, and that he walked out of Beatail Crossing, so he smiled and explained to Chen Pingan. It turned out that Beatail Crossing had a mountain and river array that was jointly created by the School of Yin Yang and Mechanism Masters. Golden Core Earth Immortals could directly walk in, but those below the Golden Core needed a customs pass talisman that was worth 5 snow coins. Yes, once they forced their way in, they would alarm the patrolmen of Beatail Crossing. As for the talisman, it was a side branch of the barrier-breaking talisman, and also a request talisman for Beatail Crossing. They sent an Immortal Master to create it for this array. When Chen Pingan asked why other crossings did not need the talisman. When they were clearing the way, the Qi cultivator smiled playfully, stepped on the ground, and asked whose territory this was. The direction of this gate led to the territory of Qingyuan Kingdom. Chen Pingan naturally replied that it was the Tang family of Qingyuan. Without waiting for the Qi cultivator to elaborate, Chen Pingan suddenly realized that the emperor of the Tang family was really good at making money. The capital of Qingyuan Kingdom was more than 1,600 miles away from Betail Crossing, and there were still more than 2 months before the debate between Buddhism and Taoism that began in the rainy season. Therefore, there was no harm in walking there. After that, along the way, they saw many Taoist temples of various sizes. The group did not believe in Buddhism and Taoism, but they generally went to the temples because of its reputation. Chen Pingan and Pei Qian respectfully offered 3 incense sticks as a courtesy to the gods. Wei Xian did not believe in this and generally did not go in, but just waited at the door. Zhu Lian also did not believe in this and only accompanied Chen Pingan and Pei Qian to walk around. Liu Baixiang only entered the temple to offer incense and was very pious. Sui Yuyu entered the temple to offer incense and was also very sincere. Chen Pingan reminded Pei Qian that it was okay to offer incense, but not to make a wish casually. Moreover, he could not kowtow and make a wish when he saw the bodhisattvas and deities in the temple. However, he also told Pei Qian that if one day he had a feeling and really wanted to make a wish, then he had to be serious and remember the content of the wish, as well as which temple and deity he was offering incense and kowtowing to. Once the wish was fulfilled, no matter how far it was in the future, he had to come back to fulfill the wish. Seeing Chen Pingan's solemn expression, Pei Qian was so scared that she did not dare to make a wish and only offered incense. Otherwise, when she thought of rushing from Longquan County to Qingyuan Country to fulfill the wish, she felt that if she did not die of exhaustion, her intestines would turn green with regret and she would cry half to death on the way. Moreover, when she went in to kowtow and offer incense, Chen Pingan also had a rule. He said that the money for offering incense could not be borrowed from others and must be paid by Pei Qian herself. Fortunately, along the way, Chen Pingan had asked Pei Qian to run errands several times. The skinny little girl received quite a few silver taels. After changing them into copper coins, it was enough for her to offer incense at the temple. Pei Qian did not feel that Chen Pingan was stingy with these few copper coins. She increasingly felt that Chen Pingan was much more generous to her, his first disciple, than to Old Wei and the other 3. This made Pei Qian very happy. During the awakening of hibernation, in the wilderness of a small county in Qingyuan Country, even though they were more than 100 li away, Chen Pingan and the others could still feel the earth trembling and the mountains shaking. In the distance, dust flew up, covering the sky and the sun. There was a huge monster with a vague outline, as if it was in great pain, roaring towards the sky. For a moment, countless birds in the forest flapped their wings and flew away. Chen Pingan thought for a while, then let Wei Xian and Sui Yuyu rush over first to see if there were any innocent people harmed. Right now, his injuries had not completely healed, and he also had to weigh the compatibility between the lake of spiritual energy and the pure Qi. Although his martial arts realm was still at the bottleneck of the 5th level, his true strength was only at the level of the 4th level. Wei Xian held the sweet Du Jia Shi. Sui Yuyu carried the sword of infatuation on his back. Both of them were good at both offense and defense. Even if they were in danger, it would not be difficult for them to escape unscathed. Chen Pingan didn't deliberately hasten his pace. When Sui Yuyu and Wei Xian returned, they said that there was the so-called Earth Bowl over there. A large group of cultivators from the mountains and lakes had somehow found this earth bowl that had been hibernating here for hundreds of years. They wanted to kill it and obtain the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from its body. However, they were stopped by 2 meddlesome people. One was a young Taoist priest with a peachwood sword, and the other was a bearded man with a saber. The 2 sides did not come to an agreement and started to fight. There was a great disparity in strength between the 2 sides. Besieging and killing one side was inevitable. There was even a Jindan cultivator personally presiding over the situation. Chen Pingon patted the sword-cultivating gourd and jumped up high. Flying swords 1 and 15 flew out of the gourd. She had a good impression of LV Yongjin. This time, she had participated in the scheme of a golden core earth immortal. At the very least, the two siblings and LV Yongjin could be considered honest with each other. Using the ripples in her heart, she quietly asked, "He has come with ill intentions. He's clearly a friend of those two. What should we do?" LV Yongjin wiped his face. "Let's wait and see." The woman nodded. In this encirclement, she could be considered the most detached. After the curtains to the battle had been raised, she was even more leisurely than her brother and LV Yongjin. It could even be said that she had nothing to do. This was because she was an earthly scholar from a side branch of the school of Yin Yang. The woman's brother was a muscular man of 8 feet. He held a broad axe in his hand and wore a set of green armor engraved with many talisman characters. His face was covered in blood, but fortunately, they were all external injuries that left his skin open. By chance, he had taken the path of a military cultivator, but it was only in appearance. He had only obtained a lost secret manual from a third-rate immortal that refined the body and consolidated the spirit. Coupled with the fact that he had spent all his wealth in his early years to purchase this set of spiritual armor, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He was rather famous around the borders of the kingdom of Qingshan. However, the one who was truly making money was not this muscular man in armor with impressive battle prowess, but his earthly scholar sister. The Qi practitioners in the mountains, especially those who did not have a teacher or sect, had a great deal of knowledge when it came to finding treasures. Other than the so-called chance of the great path that they had stumbled upon, they could also find clues from the local county records. In addition, there were maps hidden in the yamen. They needed to examine them on the spot and ask the local woodcutters, fishermen, and other common people who often traveled mountains and rivers. Only then could they find a chance to make a fortune. This required the help of magistrates and earthly scholars to open up the mountains and ask for directions. Magistrates were rumored to be able to see the face of the world clearly. They could use the stars to divine the fate of people and the fate of countries. Earthly scholars were skilled at finding dragon points. They were particularly sensitive to the minute changes in spiritual qi. Once they found it, they would have to pass through a hurdle. The heavenly treasures of the world were often closely guarded by ghosts and spirits. This had always been the most fatal obstacle for the earthly cultivators. Independent cultivators often traveled alone. They were not like those mountain sects with immortal dwellings. Once they found a location like this, they could move out in full force. If they really could not, they would find 1 or 2 immortals with whom they were friends, so it was very rare for them to fail. Once the independent cultivators were certain that they could not obtain the treasures by themselves, they could only find a partner. As for why they did not find the immortal sects on the mountain, wouldn't the chances of success be higher? Firstly, the benefits were too small. They were clearly the first to discover the heavenly treasures and ancient treasures, but they could easily end up with leftovers. Furthermore, there was an even more tragic ending, which was to be secretly killed by the immortal dwellings. One had to know that independent cultivators had always been despised and hated by orthodox immortal masters. They were lonely souls and wild ghosts among the Qi cultivators, vermin of the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, unscrupulous cultivators of the evil path. It was completely black, more than 2 feet long, wrapped in wind and thunder, and had a strong smell of blood. Because he had not entered the cave-dwelling realm and really opened up a mansion, his Reiki was not enough to support the flying sword for too long. Usually, he would return to his natal aperture acupoint to be nourished after a successful attack. He would spend a lot of money to replenish the Reiki of his aperture acupoint and wait for the next attack. Half of the fatal wounds on the yellow earth bowl were caused by the flying sword of this old sword cultivator. The leader of this group was an old man in a black robe. His mount was a huge black fox with 5 tails. The old man turned his head and looked at the Jindan cultivator who was hiding his head and tail. His meaning was very simple. You are the guy who used the Reiki to exchange for the treasures of the earth bowl monster. Previously, everyone had put in a lot of effort and did what should be done. Now, a sword cultivator with unknown origins came to cause trouble. You have the final say on whether to fight or to retreat. If you want to fight to the death and provoke this young sword cultivator, the reward will not be the small amount of money before. If you want to retreat, anyway, you have already paid the deposit before, so the two sides went their separate ways. The Jindan cultivator who was hovering in the air with the wind did not use telepathy to inform the 20 or so individual cultivators. The earth immortal whose face was covered by the mist of mountains and rivers looked at the white-robed young man and directly said, "Do you really want to cut off people's path to wealth? I can promise you that as long as you are willing to withdraw from the call and not interfere in this matter, I will take 10% of the treasures that should belong to me from this yellow earth bowl and convert it into Reiki. After the matter, I will personally hand it over with both hands." After Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia's explanation, Chen Pingan already knew the general reason of the matter. The yellow earth bull in the pool of blood behind him was a monster of the earth bull species in the world. It was born with a gentle temperament. The so-called earth bull turning over in the marketplace had nothing to do with it. It had been hiding here for more than 200 years because it wanted to repair the broken ancient dragon's vein and use it as a place to open a mansion in the future. For so many years, it had been lying in its true form. Its body was like a mountain range, piled up with mountain rocks, and the mountain had long been covered with lush trees. The real earth bull turning over was the turtle fish, mole cricket, earthworms, and giant frogs hibernating underground. These mountain spirits and water monsters liked to be quiet and did not like to move. With their innate talent, they liked to connect their huge bodies with the roots of the mountain and slowly absorb the spiritual energy of the earth. They were afraid of spring thunder. Once they reached the cave-dwelling realm of the middle 5 realms, or when they formed the golden core, they needed to swallow the spiritual energy of the world. Because they had been hiding underground all year long and nibbling away at the luck of the mountain roots, once they broke through, it involved the opportunity of the great Tao. Their nature would often burst forth and their ferocious nature would be revealed. Therefore, there was the saying of the earth bowl turning over, and the turtle fish turning over, which led to many tragedies of earthquakes. Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia were previously the targets of recruitment. However, although Zhang Shanfeng's cultivation was not high, he was proficient in the origins of many mountain spirits and ghosts. He was also very familiar with the roots and nature of the yellow earth bowl, so he rejected the other party's invitation. The real tricky part was that Zhang Shanfeng knew that once the yellow earth bowl was really in the Dragon Gate realm, it was only one step away from the core formation realm. If it was besieged and attacked, even a clay bodhisattva would be angry. Even an honest person would burst forth with blood and qi, let alone a monster. Therefore, Zhang Shanfeng was afraid that when the earth bowl was on the verge of death, it would affect the earth veins. If that happened, it would really be a huge earth bowl turning over. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, it would be affected by the earthquake. The 2 counties closest to this place might have tens of thousands of innocent people killed or injured. Su Yuanxia had traveled extensively and was relatively experienced. Therefore, she did not speak out for the rogue cultivators and wild cultivators to directly give up on besieging the earth bowl. Instead, she told them in detail about the possibility and danger of the earth bowl turning over. She hoped that one of the cave realm cultivators who recruited the two of them at that time could pass a message to the person behind the scenes to spend a little money to hire and win over a few array masters to minimize the impact of the Earth Bowl turning over. At the very least, it would not cause tens of thousands of people to lose their homes and become homeless. At that time, the cave realm chi cultivator patted his chest and promised that he would pass on the message. At that time, Su Yuanxia pretended to be naive and honest and exchanged some polite greetings with the cultivator. After that, she and Zhang Shanfeng secretly followed and investigated. When they discovered that there was only one array master in the camp of the Earth Immortal of Jindan realm, they knew that this was destined to be a disaster caused by greed. Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia discussed and the two of them split up. Su Yuanxia went to the nearest sect on the mountain and told them about this matter. She did not expect those array masters to stop them from becoming enemies with the Earth Immortal of Jindan realm. Instead, it was to exert pressure on the other party or to make preparations in advance to help suppress the dangerous situation of thousands of miles of tremors. Because Zhang Shanfeng had a proper identity, he could be considered a Daoist from a side branch of the Dragon Tiger Mountain of the Central Plains in the Julu continent. Therefore, he went to the government office and found a governor, hoping that the imperial court of the Qingyuan kingdom would pay attention to this matter. It would be best if the emperor of the Tang family could send a royal consecrator to this place to supervise. Even if it was to reinforce the Earth Immortal of Jindan realm, it would be fine as a means to win him over. However, it was necessary to set up a few great formations of mountains and rivers around the hiding place of the Yellow Earth Bowl. The governor who held real power in his hands was easy to talk to. He promised to immediately report this matter to the imperial court and ask for help from the Immortal of Jindan realm on the mountain within his jurisdiction. He would strive to send a message to the capital via flying sword. However, this powerful minister of Qingyuan kingdom was quite pragmatic and shrewd. He asked Zhang Shanfeng to hand over two valuable items. Otherwise, it would be a false alarm or he, a foreign Taoist, would make irresponsible remarks. How could he explain it to the Immortal of Jindan realm and His Majesty? Both Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia felt that it was reasonable, so they each handed over the Yixinwu of Magic Sword, a short knife obtained in the Battle of Cai Kingdom. The final result was the current situation. It didn't make sense. It seemed to be the most natural principle for individual cultivators to seek profit. Just like the 4 words that the Jindan realm cultivator said directly, cutting off people's way of making money was a behavior that angered both men and gods among the cultivators in the mountains and lakes. As for this group of chi trainers who got up early to seek profit, of course, they also had their own justifiable arguments. In this remote and secluded place, they besieged a monster. They didn't kill people in the market, nor did they use immortal spells and immortals' weapons to harm people. Even the Immortal of Jindan realm who searched for treasures was just like this. What else could they do if they wanted to make money in such a clean way? You are a young Taoist without hair on your mouth, plus a Jianghu warrior who has a lot of beard. You said that this Yellow Earth Bowl would affect the ley lines and cause earthquakes thousands of miles away. Who do you think you are? After that, they sneaked all the way here. They saw with their own eyes that the Yellow Earth Bowl, which was as big as a mountain, shook off countless stones and trees on its back. The Yellow Earth Bowl, which was as big as a mountain, confronted more than 20 chi trainers. At first, the Yellow Earth Bowl wanted to escape. It fought and retreated, but it was still miserably chased. Only then did it start to fight back. Both sides fought fiercely. Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia could only protect in front of the Yellow Earth Bowl. When it was seriously injured, it had no choice but to reveal its true life form, which was the size of a buffalo. If it fought with its life, it would really be irreversible. However, for some reason, the monster lying in a pool of blood saw that the two of them did not attack it, but instead risked their lives to save it. The monster struggled in its mind for a while. Although it was clear what the two of them were thinking, they were probably afraid that it would trigger an earthquake, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack for thousands of miles. However, it did not do that in the end and allowed its life to flow away. Chen Pingan looked at Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia. The group of Qi trainers should be confident that they would win. They didn't kill the two of them. The young Taoist suffered some external injuries. However, his shoulder was pierced by the sword cultivator's flying sword. He was bleeding non-stop. After applying medicine, the effect was not good. He should have hurt his muscles and bones. After all, it was a life-flying sword. It was definitely not as simple as the word sharp. The bearded warrior's beard was stained with blood. Many parts of his beard were knotted together. It looked a little funny. At that moment, the golden core cultivator took a step back. Zhang Shanfeng was worried that Chen Pingan would agree immediately. He grabbed the latter's arm and said anxiously, "We can't do that." The golden core cultivator smiled and said, "Now that the demon has already resigned itself to death and shows no signs of struggling for its life. Or do you feel that 10% is too little and is not worthy of your strength? Do you want 20%, or even more?" Although this golden core earth immortal's words had a hint of laughter in them, the sinister intent within could be heard by all the cultivators present. This was the prelude to a falling out. A golden core earth immortal imperceptibly exuded a majestic aura. Even the black-robed old man riding the black fox great demon felt somewhat suffocated. As long as one became a golden core expert, one could borrow strength from the heaven and earth. Although you guys are unreasonable, it's actually my two friends who created the current situation. However, no matter what the reason is, it's fortunate that the situation didn't reach the worst step and the earth bowl didn't flip over and cause the earth to shake for 1,000 miles. Therefore, we can discuss it properly now. Chen Pingan smiled, "All right. This yellow earth bowl that you guys are determined to get, we'll calculate it according to your price of 50 small snow coins. After deducting my 10%, here's 45 small snow coins. Take it." Everyone watched as the white-robed immortal cultivator threw a large handful of small snow coins towards the golden core earth immortal who was quite far away. The earth immortal frowned and waved his sleeve. More than 40 small snow coins flowed like a stream and circled around him, preventing them from actually getting close to him. Then, he looked at them one by one with rapt attention. There was no tampering with the divine coins, and they were genuine snow coins. LV Yangjin and all the other independent cultivators were jealous and suspicious. How could there be such a business in the world? The golden core earth immortal cultivator didn't immediately put away the small snow coins. It was equivalent to 4,500,000 taels of silver in the secular dynasty. Not to mention the Qinghuan kingdom, which was known for its wealth in the southeast of the Aquarius continent, just the Qingshan kingdom. How much did the imperial court's annual tax revenue amount? Therefore, this was a huge fortune. Even an earth immortal like him didn't think it was a dispensable income. The earth immortal continued to observe the slowly flowing divine coins as he asked, "May I ask this young master, where is your home of immortals?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I asked you where you came from before, but you didn't answer me either." The golden core earth immortal smiled and said, "Then may I ask, young master, why did you spend money to buy this yellow earth bowl?" "Senior, you don't have to worry about this." Chen Pingan thought for a while and threw another 5 small snow coins to the earth immortal. "Senior, please distribute these 5 to the other immortal masters. Take it as my apology for being late but first served." In this way, the mountain and lake cultivators' eyesight improved a lot. After all, the extra 5 pieces of small summer money were equivalent to taking it for free. There were more than 20 Qi refinement warriors and there were actually 4 mountains of different sizes. LV Yangjin and the other two were on the smallest mountain while the group of people led by the old man in the black robe riding on the fox was on the largest mountain. They were the most outstanding in terms of both numbers and strength. Therefore, they might be able to take away 2 of the 5 pieces of small summer money. The Golden Core Earth Immortal smiled and said, "Young master, you're really bold and wealthy. You can give away the small snow coins as if they were snow. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority." As soon as he said that, some of the wild cultivators began to have thoughts again. Indeed, the Earth Immortal's words were too harsh. Wild cultivators like them had their heads tied to their belts and risked their lives to earn money. How many small snow coins could they earn in a year? Now that I've said the good words and done the good deed, it's time for me to talk about something more practical. Chen Pingon looked around and said indifferently, "Money doesn't just fall from the sky. I do have some small snow coins with me. If you're interested, you can take them with your own abilities. But if you can't take them away, then I'll take your lives." The Golden Core Earth Immortal suddenly put away the 50 small snow coins and asked with a smile, "Aren't you worried that I'll just walk away? I can't carry a yellow earth bowl and parade it through the streets, but with 50 small snow coins, I can come and go as I please." The Golden Core Earth Immortal asked again, "Aren't you afraid that I'll buy your lives with the 50 small snow coins I've already got? Everyone, including me, earned twice the amount of money. Why not?" Chen Pingon stretched out a hand, "Just walk and buy as much as you want. As long as you're happy. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Please run away or commit murder so that I can kill you." The Golden Core Earth Immortal was silent, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. All the wild cultivators were waiting for the Golden Core Earth Immortal's decision. At this moment, the severely injured yellow earth bull spoke in human language and looked at the back of the snow-white robe. "Immortal Master, why do you have to do this?" Chen Pingon did not turn around. He reached out to hold the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist and said softly, "I think you're more human than most people. It's that simple. From now on, I hope you can continue to cultivate well. In the future, there will be another kind Golden Core Earth Immortal." 6. "376, the Jean Dan cultivator suddenly laughed, "So you're from the legalism school, no wonder." Chen Pingon did not know why he misunderstood. The Earth Immortal, who should be familiar with the world of Qinghuan, smiled and said, "Then it's time to learn from each other." The atmosphere in the valley suddenly became tense. The wild cultivators were used to the scene of falling out with each other. People die for wealth and birds die for food. Who would not be willing to earn an extra 50 small coins? If they could earn clean money, of course they would earn it. When had they ever earned dirty money? For those itinerant cultivators who were recruited by the imperial court, or those who asked for the title of Reverend of Immortal Fuji, the stepping stone to help them ask for the amulet was most likely to do some shady business first, such as helping the imperial court to assassinate the generals and ministers of the enemy states, or helping Immortal Fuji to solve the grudges and vendettas that were not suitable for him to do personally. The Earth Immortal looked around leisurely, as if he was inspecting the battlefield. Chen Pingon asked, "Do you know that once a bull chooses to turn over, it will affect the earth veins and bring disaster to tens of thousands of people?" The Earth Immortal hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said frankly, "At my level, of course I know this." The wild cultivators were not too surprised about this. Only the formation master Liu Yangjin frowned, but he hid it very well. Chen Pingon asked again, "Then can you control the earthquake?" The Earth Immortal did not give an answer directly, but smiled and said, "This is not easy. Either according to your friend, by burning money, we can set up a large-scale array to stabilize the earth veins and reduce the earthquake, or we need a chi cultivator to have a natural spiritual treasure similar to the pearl and refine it into a natal item to stabilize the earth veins. Seeing that Chin Pingon did not ask any more questions, the earth immortal looked at Chin Pingon carefully again. See you later. The Jin Dan cultivator seemed to have given up on the idea of learning from each other. He looked at the backbone of the few rogue cultivators, such as the black-robed old man who rode the five-tailed black fox and the formation master Liu Yongjin. They told each other the location of the loot distribution through telepathy, paid the rest of the payment, and then flew away. All the individual cultivators left with the earth immortal, but the direction was slightly different. Presumably, the Jin Dan cultivator would pay the immortal coins to the four groups at different times and places, so as to avoid the unequal distribution of the immortal coins. Zhang Shanfeng lightly punched Chin Pingon and joked, "Not bad. You're treating the summer money like snow." Su Yuanxia has already stood up, sheathed her saber and combed her blood-stained beard with her fingers. "We're safe for now. I'm just afraid that this Jin Dan Earth Immortal is a local snake with bad intentions. If we can't handle it, we shouldn't wait for the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital of Qingyuan Kingdom. We should leave as soon as possible." Zhang Shanfeng hesitated. "Chen Pingon, lend me the true force sword and that dagger of yours. Don't tell me you're going to leave them in the governor's estate." Chen Pingon corrected. "I'm not lending them." Although Su Yuanxia's heart ached, she still looked determined. "Such a big governor's estate doesn't have legs. We'll have a chance to get it back in the future. If the governor's estate is the mastermind of this siege, we'll be walking into a trap. The emperor of Qingyuan Kingdom has always been arrogant and unruly, and the governor is the emperor's confidant. We'll easily become the target of public criticism. Moreover, we won't be able to defend ourselves." Zhang Shanfeng used to be a stubborn person. The bearded man stroked his beard and muttered, "Let's not talk about that sneaky earth immortal Jin Dan. Let's just talk about that group of wild cultivators riding the black fox. They have bad temperaments. If we leave Earth Ox alone, we'll die sooner or later. What you said earlier was true. No one's money falls from the sky or is blown by the wind. Let's send Buddha to the west and let it follow us in its true form for the time being. When its injuries are better, we'll find a place where it can hide and it won't be too late to separate. However, in this way, Chen Pingon, the burden on your shoulders will be heavier." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "How long has it been since we last met? You're already treating me as an outsider." Su Yuanxia laughed and said, "It's not like you're spending my money to be polite." Pei Qian was like a chick pecking at rice. She deeply agreed. It really didn't cost her money to be polite and flattering. This bearded uncle could be considered as her kindred spirit. Compared to Pei Qian, the four people in the picture scroll saw more and thought further. The four people on Wei Xian's right and Sui Xiong's right had never seen Chen Pingon ask for other people's opinions. Moreover, he naturally listened to them. It should be known that along the way, the four of them had fought and killed many times. Sui Xiong's right had died many times. Chen Pingon's various performances had unknowingly displayed an extremely tough, tenacious, and opinionated side. However, at the same time, he had given sufficient respect to the four people. Even Wei Xian had to admit that the so-called overlord's potential that he had flattered Chen Pingon was actually not a big exaggeration. If it was during the chaotic times of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, perhaps Chen Pingon would be his opponent on the battlefield. Chen Pingon looked at the yellow earth ox and said, "Can you appear in human form?" "If I remember correctly, after reaching the Sea Viewing Realm or the Dragon Gate Realm, you should be able to transform into human form, right? I have a bottle of healing pills. If you consume it in human form, the effect will be even better. Before leaving Old Dragon City, Madame Gouet had sent someone to bring a treasure chest made of cinnamon wood. There were 12 bottles of pills inside. She did not spend a lot of money. Every bottle was needed by an earth immortal. Instead, it was the most cost-effective for each step of the middle 5 realms. After hearing Chen Pingan's question, the Dragon Gate realm monster that had injured its Tao foundation shook its head. Zhang Shanfeng explained, compared to ordinary mountain spirits and water monsters, it is more special. Just like a water dragon, the purer the 5 elements, the harder it is to transform into human form. For example, it needs to reach the golden elixir realm. Chen Pingan suddenly understood and nodded, it's okay. This time, when we go to the Governor-General's manor, we will try our best to avoid the big cities and choose the scenic paths. Zhang Shanfeng smiled and said, we are familiar with this. In these 2 years, we have visited many places in Qinghuan and Qingshan Kingdom. After Chen Pingan took out a pill that was suitable for Qi cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm, the yellow earth ox could already struggle to get up after consuming it for half an hour. Although it was still covered in wounds, it could walk without hindrance. After all, the earth monster in the world was known for its tough physique and amazing endurance. Furthermore, the Dragon Gate monster had confessed that it had refined a green glazed landscape vase as one of its natal items. It could store the spiritual qi of the world. Chen Pingan knew what it meant, so he directly gave all the pills in the vase to the yellow bowl. He allowed it to store them in its natal green glazed vase and slowly absorb the medicinal qi to heal its injuries. They were roughly divided into 2 types, the literary knife that had been around for a long time and the paper knife that was used to cut rice paper. The former was also known as the shaving knife. In ancient times, it could only be used to record words on bamboo slips. The small knife that was used to cut bamboo slips was called the literary knife. It was first made of bronze and later made of iron. The various precious materials today were actually more for people to play with and collect. It had already lost its earliest function. At this moment, Wei Liang was holding a knife in each of his hands. It was 2 paper knives. One was a bamboo yellow paper knife. The scabbard on the table was engraved with the words, made by Jinsong Ho. The other was a white jade 100 refinements knife carved with dragon patterns and gilded with gold. Jiang Yun put the book back inside. His expression was complicated. So you set up a trap and killed so many uncultivated cultivators in one go? Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. It took me quite a bit of effort to deal with those immortal masters on the mountain. It's already a blessing that I didn't directly kill these uncultivated cultivators. Of course, I went through so much trouble because of my selfishness as well. However, quite a few of them had already become the eyes and ears of my estate. They'll be quite useful in the future. Look, this is how simple it is to act according to the rules of the world. As he spoke, Wei Liang never raised his head. He stared at the gongguan knife with exquisite patterns before gently tapping it with the bamboo carving knife. The sound was crisp and clear. He closed his eyes and listened to it, enjoying it very much. Although Jiang Yun was on rather good terms with Wei Liang, he was still rather annoyed. Don't you care if your methods are righteous or evil? Evil methods are still laws. He opened his eyes and changed the topic calmly. He smiled. Let's not talk about these things that are destined to be a conversation between a chicken and a duck. When I went out this time, I came across a legalist disciple of the same sect as me. He was extremely interesting. His friend even left 2 items in my estate. If you're interested, you can stay for a few more days. (377) they actually found a bamboo hut that had been abandoned for many years by a lake in the mountains. The original appearance of the hut was still vaguely recognizable. Presumably, when it was first built, it was very exquisite. It was most likely built by a rich hermit who liked to fish. The group settled down here, each with their own tasks. Chen Pingan went to cut 2 slender old bamboo poles, one long and one short. When he returned, Zhu Lian had already lit a bonfire. Chen Pingan squatted beside the bonfire and slowly smoked the bamboo poles to increase the toughness of the fishing rods. Otherwise, if something big in the water came into contact with light, the bamboo poles would break with a slight tug. Chen Pingan handed the short bamboo pole to Pei Qian, asking her to learn from him. Inside the bamboo hut, Zhu Lian was exchanging knowledge with the bearded man. The two of them sat a little far away from the others. Zhu Lian seemed to be showing off the immortal book that the old man surnamed Sun gave him. The man and woman fought, sweating profusely. The young Taoist and Liu Baisheng sat on the ground, playing chess. Wei Xian squatted at the side, still waiting for the outcome to be revealed. The yellow earth ox was keeping watch in the forest near the bamboo hut. Facing the beautiful landscape, Sui Yuyu left the bamboo hut while there was no one around. He took off his boots and sat on the edge of the bamboo raft-like foundation. He put his snow-white feet into the water and placed the infatuation sword across his knees. His hands pressed on the 2 ends of the scabbard as he looked into the distance. The fresh air of the mountains refreshed his mind. Chen Pingan swung the 2 fishing rods a few times to test the size of the arc. Pei Qian stood beside him and imitated him. The 2 of them, one old and one young, came outside the bamboo hut. Chen Pingan began to tie the fishing line and hook. Pei Qian followed suit, but if she missed some details, Chen Pingan would help her retie the line and tighten the hook. Then, he took Pei Qian to the lake in the distance and lifted the rocks, looking for a kind of aquatic insect that looked like a mole cricket. In the end, Chen Pingan did not fish, but let Pei Qian fish alone. He put the long fishing rod into the jade pendant that Jing Dafeng gave him. Inside the jade pendant, there were not only old but not discarded straw sandals, fishing hooks, fishing lines, and other inconspicuous common goods, but also the slightly more valuable wine that the immortal in the well had brewed. There was also the yellowed parasol leaf, which was said to contain 2 sets of protective formations that originated from Taiping Mountain and Fuyao sect, as well as a large pile of money that the Tongye sect had repaid for the Guyu. Pei Qian was not a patient person by nature, but with Chen Pingan by his side, plus the fact that he had been copying books and practicing calligraphy for such a long time, he had more or less become impatient. He just stared at the water quietly, wishing that he could drag a big black fish that weighed more than 100 pounds ashore in the next moment. Chen Pingan was thinking about the 4th style of the mountain shaking fist manual, which was named Heaven and Earth Stance. It was a boxing stance with a big tone. In addition to the detailed introduction of the operation of genuine qi, the posture of this boxing stance, which combined movement and stillness, was really strange. The 3 realms required the later generations who studied the mountain shaking fist to practice it upside down, using their palms, fists, and a finger as supporting points, and then walking. As for the heaven and earth stance, the book said, "A man of indomitable spirit, who learns my boxing skills, must turn the world upside down with my fists." Master and disciple, singing the same tune, amidst the green mountains and clear waters. (378). 20 days later, Chen Pingan and his group passed by a mountain that was as steep as a woman's eyebrows. After entering the boundary of the earth, they had already met 2 groups of men and women. One group had a dozen or so people with a noble aura. Most of them were from the government. There were a few retainers and guards, all of whom wore standard long swords. There were men, women, old, and young. The other group had a Jianghu aura. There were a total of 6 people. 4 of them were about 50 years old. Their breathing was steady and they walked silently. They were undoubtedly the top martial artists of Qinghuan Jianghu. The leader was an old man with an aquiline nose. His eyes were sharp. Beside him was a round-faced girl. Although her appearance was not outstanding, she was born with a pair of bright eyes. The 2 groups of people were going up the mountain. Previously, when Chen Pingan met the officials, he took the initiative to ask about the scenery here. After they introduced it, Chen Pingan found out that there was a gold osmanthus temple at the top of Qingyao Mountain. There were immortals cultivating in the temple, but they often closed the door to visitors all year round. Last winter, the temple sent word from the woodcutter that they were going to accept 9 disciples. As long as they were under 16 years old, their background was not important. Therefore, recently there were no less than 300 people, each of them young men and women from their families, pouring into Qingyao Mountain in an endless stream. Chen Pingan was thinking about the Zhenwu sword and short sword that were still in the governor's office, so he did not want to join in the fun. Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia had traveled extensively these past 2 years, especially after seeing Qinghuan Jianghu's Taoist temple and Qingshan Jianghu's Luotian grand ritual. They were not very interested in the opening of a mountain to accept disciples. As for whether the gold osmanthus temple's Taoist priests were real immortals or fake masters, the group did not care too much. In the Aquarius continent, an earth immortal of Jindan was already an unattainable existence. After all, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers like the Dali dynasty. Even in the vast world, there were not many. As the Song clan's cavalry stepped not far to the north of Lakeview Academy, apart from the official name given by the academy, Dali had, in reality, taken over half of the state. The calls for Dali to be regarded as the 10th great dynasty grew louder and louder. When they met the second group of people, the shock in the round-faced girl's eyes never stopped. There was a young man in a white robe who carried a bamboo chest on his back and a vermilion wine pot on his waist. There was a little girl with charcoal riding on the back of a yellow ox. There was a beautiful woman with a bamboo blade and a bamboo sword hanging from her waist. There was also a young Taoist priest and a big bearded swordsman. It was really a strange traveling group. Could it be that this was the mountain and lake wild cultivator that Grandpa had mentioned before? Fortunately, although the black-clothed old man didn't look like a simple person, he was still willing to abide by some old rules as a veteran of the Jianghu. He quickly stopped the girl's unbridled gaze. Not only that, he also nodded to Chen Pingan in greeting, probably as an apology on behalf of the younger generation. Chen Pingan cupped his fists and smiled in return. In the Jianghu, most people would meet by chance like this. However, 2 groups of people who should have been strangers were reunited by a sudden rainstorm. The rare storm made the mountain path particularly muddy and difficult to walk on. The spring cold was already bone-chilling. The mountain wind whistled past, and the rain was extremely gloomy and cold. Zhang Shanfeng and I have been to that Buddhist temple long ago. It's too famous and we had to go. However, other than the inscriptions on the wall, we didn't see anything else. The ruins of a few famous Buddhist cases had long been cordoned off and no pilgrims were allowed to enter. The 2 of us wandered around for half a day and saw a scene that I wrote down in my travel notes. In the twilight, there were 2 young Buddhist monks who were responsible for carrying the merit chests. They probably felt that there were few pilgrims around and there were no outsiders, so the 2 young Buddhist monks stood on their tiptoes and reached out their hands to randomly grab money. After half a day, the young Buddhist monk who took out a silver coin laughed loudly. The two of them carried the merit chests on their shoulders, and the young Buddhist monk who took out the silver coin walked in front. When Zhang Shanfeng and I saw this, we were very amused. It turned out that the merit chests had to be carried to the back and there was a long flight of stairs to climb. Naturally, the one in front would have the advantage while the one carrying the burden at the back would suffer. Chen Pingan didn't know much about Buddhism. Buddhism wasn't very popular in the Aquarius continent. It could even be said that it was the continent with the least number of pilgrims. So much so that when Chen Pingan was in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, he often visited the temple of Axayan Xiang adjacent to the Xingyuan Alley. Only then did he come into contact with some Buddhist teachings. He was puzzled. Didn't they say that monks don't touch money? Zhang Shanfeng laughed. There's no such rule in the world that cannot be broken even by thunder. Su Yuanxia joked, you didn't waste your time visiting those temples. These words are very meaningful. Yellow Ox rarely spoke. It would only speak when someone asked it a question. At this moment, it fell silent. But it clearly remembered that the ancient Buddhist temple was built at the foot of a mountain. At that time, it was already at the level of sea viewing. When it looked at the temple, because it didn't dare to get too close to the incense of the mortal world, it was afraid of disturbing the mortals and even more afraid of provoking the disgust of the immortals. It could only see a young monk in a snow-white kasaya in the distance. Under the eaves of a hanging iron horse, he stretched out his hand and golden osmanthus seeds fell like raindrops onto his palm. Chen Pingan, Zhang Shanfeng, and Su Yuanxia chatted and laughed. Their footsteps were swift as they put away the remaining half of the light-raising talisman into their sleeves. They had already arrived at the cave that Zhu Lian had found. It was quite large, like the ancestral hall of a rural village. It was large enough to accommodate 30 to 40 people. Along the way, the young light-raising talisman burned slowly. And the further they went from the mountain path, the slower it burned. This true rain was most likely caused by the Qi cultivators who were targeting the Golden Osmanthus Temple's recruitment. The first group to arrive at the grotto were all women. There were 7 or 8 of them. The oldest was a white-haired old woman, and the youngest was a budding girl. Because of the heavy rain, the hedge used to cover their faces seemed cumbersome. They were placed beside their feet together with their bamboo hats, umbrellas, and straw raincoats. At this moment, they were warming themselves by the fire. When they saw Chen Pingan and the others, their eyes were cold. Some of them moved closer to the fire. Obviously, they didn't want to have too much interaction with Chen Pingan and the others. Chen Pingan couldn't help but turn and glance at Zhu Lian. The latter's smile was simple and honest. These women, who were from the same sect, must have entered the grotto when it rained and collected the dry branches early. Because as long as the losers saw blood, it was still an unfair victory. It was not something to be proud of. The round-faced girl made a face at the woman. What kind of heroine are you to bully a junior just because you are older and have learned martial arts for decades? The young woman was very angry. She was not even 30 years old. What did she mean by, learned martial arts for decades? The white-haired old woman was graceful and graceful. She said to the woman beside her softly, why are you angry with a junior? If you don't cultivate your qi well, your martial arts achievements won't be high. The young woman obviously respected the old woman very much. She immediately lowered her head and said, I will remember. Not far away, the round-faced girl smiled charmingly. Only an old woman like you knows etiquette. In fact, it was still a compliment that was not pleasant to hear. Chen Pingan stayed out of it. He only felt that the round-faced girl's ability to poke a knife into other people's hearts was not small. The old woman did not care about this kind of offense. She shifted her line of sight and looked at the old man with the aquiline nose. Are you the leader of the great swamp gang, Zhu Lao? The old man in black opened his eyes and said with a smile, I haven't gone out for nearly 30 years. Unexpectedly, there are still people who know my name. The old woman smiled slightly. Even after another 30 years, the Jianghu will still remember the name of Zhu Lao. After the old woman revealed his identity, the expressions of the women in the Rouge House changed slightly. The old devil of the great swamp gang, Zhu Fengxian, could be said to be infamous. 30 years ago, he liked to ride a bright red carriage and travel far and wide. He galloped through the martial arts circles of several countries and stained countless people with blood. The number of righteous people who died under his hands, if not 100, was at least 80. Zhu Fengxian also had 8 disciples under his command. They were known as the 8 Kings of Hell and were awe-inspiring in Qinghuan country. However, 30 years ago, the Great Swamp Gang suffered heavy losses and Zhu Fengxian began to cultivate in isolation. Half of the 8 disciples died. Originally, there were 5,000 to 6,000 people in the gang, but most of the birds and beasts left. In the past 30 years, the leader of the Jianghu who once commanded the heroes in Qinghuan country fell silent. Just as Zhu Fengxian was about to close his eyes and cultivate his qi, the old woman who always gave people the impression of being very elegant suddenly said, but today is different from the past. Compared to 30 years ago, the Jianghu is much deeper. When you are not in your own territory, you should toast less, kowtow more, and speak less. The round-faced girl suddenly widened her eyes, feeling as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. She stared at the white-haired old woman, wanting to know if this old woman had gone crazy. Zhu Fengxian said indifferently, if I remember correctly, your Rouge House has been a second-rate sect in Yunshao country for more than 200 years since the founding of your grandmaster. You have been living a very cowardly life. Why, in these 30 years, did you girls have someone above you? Chen Pingan felt a headache coming on. How could he encounter such an inexplicable Jianghu feud when he was just taking shelter from the rain? Previously, Pei Qian had complained that after leaving Betail Ferry and walking for such a long distance, he had only bumped into a yellow earth bowl. After that, he had not encountered any demons or ghosts. Pei Qian listened carefully. This was the Jianghu. He would also have to leave in the future. Now, he needed to see and learn more. Zhu Lian nodded to himself. Zhu Fengxian's words were indeed interesting. The old woman sneered, if I'm not mistaken, sect leader Zhu wants to send this little girl to Goldasmantha's temple to cultivate immortal spells. Then, sect leader Zhu, do you know that the temple master of Goldasmantha's temple is an old acquaintance of our Rouge House? Among the 9 disciples, our Rouge House has already decided on one person. This was even said by the old immortal himself. Therefore, this climb up the mountain is just a formality. In this case, if this sharp-tongued little girl besides sect leader Zhu really has some aptitude for cultivation, and the temple master likes her, he will have the opportunity to call our Qingqing senior sister. The oval-faced girl from Rouge House blushed in embarrassment. The round-faced girl looked at her and giggled, you're called morning, I'm called night. Zhu Fengxian smiled, the temple master of Goldasmantha's temple is a rare true immortal. This time, he opened his door to accept disciples. That's why I'm willing to return to the Jianghu. However, Goldasmantha's temple is not the only immortal residence in Qinghuan country. I can kill all of you first and then take my granddaughter to another place to visit immortals. Or I can just leave this place and let my great swamp sect's disciples secretly protect the girl you send up the mountain so that she can cultivate in peace. The old woman's expression turned ugly. She sneered, go to another place to visit immortals. Easy for you to say. Why does the old immortal of Goldasmantha's temple set an age limit? You, Zhu Fengxian, don't know. If it's delayed for another 2 or 3 years, your granddaughter won't be able to cultivate to become an immortal. Even if she's allowed to enter an immortal mansion due to the Great Marsh Gang, I reckon she'll only be able to serve others as a servant girl. Immortals are the most ruthless when it comes to cultivation. Do you want me to teach you this principle, Zhu Fengxian? Zhu Fengxian's expression was gloomy. Even the round-faced girl who looked naive had a dark expression. She was not a pure warrior, but a third-realm qi cultivator. Although the old woman was blind and could not see this point, the young lady herself was well aware that on the path of cultivation, the younger one was, the more years one would be delayed. Even after becoming a qi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms, one would need to spend decades to make up for it. According to her grandfather Zhu Fengxian and the military counselor of the Great Swamp sect, she was a once-in-a-century cultivation talent. Unfortunately, the Great Swamp sect's arsenal only had one secret book of immortals that could help her reach the middle 5 realm. The quality of the book was quite good. However, how to become an immortal who could live in the clouds and drink the dew and ride the wind for thousands of miles? That book came from an immortal family in the history of Qinghuan country, but it was not recorded. It should only be a cultivation method for inner disciples. (379). The rain contained an unusual gloomy murderous aura. Once Chen Pingan pointed it out, the key to making the two groups of martial artists in the grottos give up was not the earnest advice about not walking on a narrow path, and it was not even the lantern-raising talisman Chen Pingan had shown. It was only because of one sentence: the old immortals of Jin Guiguan have not made a move yet. This meant that Jin Guiguan could either plan and act weak to lure the snake out of its hole, or he could not defeat the enemy and could only hide in the temple to avoid the sharp edge. No matter what the reason was, the Rouge House woman from Yunshao country was unwilling to put her family's life in a fight between immortals on the mountain. As for the old devil Zhu Fengxian, who had once set off a bloody storm in the Jianghu of several countries, he was even more mature and prudent. This time, he climbed the mountain to build a ladder for his granddaughter to cultivate and ascend to heaven. Jin Guiguan could conveniently take in a disciple that he was proud of. Both sides were just taking what they needed. The Great Swamp Gang was not inferior to others. Zhu Fengxian was unwilling to be a pawn for the Taoist of Jinding Temple. Chen Pingan returned to his original place. Pei Qian took out a small stone slab from somewhere and used it as a stool for Chen Pingan. She squatted on the ground and wiped the mud with her hands. She looked up and comforted him. "Master, you are still very elegant. There are some flaws in the ending stage, but they can be ignored." Pei Qian had often watched Liu Baixiang play chess with other people, and had been influenced by what he saw and heard. Pei Qian had learned quite a few things from the 4 people in the painting, such as Old Wei's art of war. When fighting on the battlefield, there's no need for the long snake formation or the dragon's gate formation. It's just a matter of fixed ranks and vertical and horizontal. In the end, it all depends on one's own ability. She learned some rules of zither and chess from Little White and learned some cooking methods with wine and dishes from Zhu Lian. Zhu Lian saw that she often helped and could endure hardships, so he gave Pei Qian a Jianghu Ranger book. Pei Qian was so absorbed in reading that he forgot to eat and sleep. He also asked Sui Yuyu about a lot of Jianghu slang, such as, "If you want to pass, leave money to buy your life. If you are bold enough to cut the path, take my spear," and so on. Zhang Shanfeng looked at the rain outside and was more worried. He whispered, "Such a heavy rain, and it has been falling for so long. Even a sea-viewing realm cultivator may not be able to withstand it, unless he has already set up a rain-attracting formation. But if it is really a rain-attracting formation, it is like throwing snow from the sky to the ground. So it is more likely that he is a Dragon Gate cultivator. I don't know what realm Qi cultivator the Gold Osmanthus Temple Taoist is and whether he can cope with this rain that affects the fate of mountains and rivers." Zhang Shanfeng's voice was not loud, but Zhu Fengxian and the old woman of Rouge House were Wu Dao masters in Jianghu. They could hear it clearly if they paid a little attention. Zhu Fengxian did not mind that he was eavesdropping. He smiled at the old woman and said, "Since Rouge House and Gold Osmanthus Temple have a good relationship, you must know the level of the Temple Master's celestial spells, right?" The old woman hesitated for a moment and nodded. It is said that Temple Master Zhang Gua is 200 years old. He is the Dragon Gate cultivator who is like a dragon in the clouds and can summon wind and rain. Zhu Fengxian frowned and said, "The rumor in Jianghu recently is that Zhang Gua has been in isolated cultivation for decades. Now that he has successfully come out, he has become a legendary earth immortal." The old woman smiled bitterly and said, "An earth immortal who has formed the golden core is beyond the world. Why would he accept disciples? He just needs to focus on cultivation and go straight to the great way." If it were Zhu Fengxian, would he be willing to pick up money in the mud? Even if there is gold and silver in the mud, we Jianghu people want it. We still have to bend down and touch the mud. Would the immortals on the mountain care about it? However, it is true that Temple Master Zhang Gua has the talent of an earth immortal. Zhu Fengxian need not doubt it. It is only a matter of time. Your granddaughter has Zhang Gua as her master and cultivates in Gold Osmanthus Temple. Her future will not be bad. Zhu Fengxian nodded and his expression turned slightly better. Zhu Fengxian, as a martial artist of the 7th realm, would be wary of a Dragon Gate cultivator, but he would not be afraid. The number of Cave Realm and Sea Viewing Realm cultivators who died in his hands could be counted on one hand. However, Zhu Fengxian was willing to pay enough respect to a Dragon Gate Taoist who had the potential to become an earth immortal of the Golden Core realm. He was qualified to be his granddaughter's teacher. Every year, the Great Swamp Gang would take out a sum of silver and send it secretly to Gold Osmanthus Temple on Mount Qingyao. Zhang Shanfeng sighed in his heart. It was not that the people on the mountain did not know about the matters on the mountain. The immortals in the eyes of Zhu Fengxian and the old woman from Rouge House were too high up in the void and did not touch the mud. So what if they were earth immortals of the Golden Core realm? They also needed to be cautious and conscientious in accumulating their wealth. Cultivation was the biggest bottomless hole in the world. However, most of the earth immortals, except for the mountain cultivators who were used to living in seclusion, had no need to take care of their own affairs. They would have connections with people in their sect. They only needed to concentrate on cultivation. In this way, the old woman from Rouge House was half right. At this moment, in the distant mountains in the rain, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder. The earth trembled and the wind and rain tilted. There was also a loud sound like a lion's roar, one after another. After a while, the strange phenomenon stopped. There was only this storm left in the world. After about half an hour, Zhu Lian and Zhu Fengxian, who were on the right of Sui Xiong in the grotto, raised their heads and looked out of the grotto at almost the same time. Zhu Fengxian's expression was normal, but his heart tightened. Among the retainers of that young immortal master, there were two people who had keen intuition no weaker than his. One must know that he was one of the 4 great grandmasters of Qinghuan, Qingshan, and Yunshao. The source of the golden osmanthus came from the 1,000-year-old osmanthus trees behind the Gold Osmanthus Temple. There was even a wandering immortal who descended and visited the Taoist temple. He pointed at the osmanthus trees and said, "It was planted in this month." Yellow earth ox didn't even enter the grotto before. After all, it was a monster. This time, it encountered an unforeseen event. The Taoist temple's cultivators might be suspicious. Once the Gold Osmanthus Temple's suspicions were aroused, Chen Pingan would have to explain a lot. Fortunately, Yellow Earth Ox was also well versed in the disputes on the mountain. It told Chen Pingon through telepathy that it had been waiting at the foot of the mountain recently. Unless an Earth immortal was patrolling, it wouldn't be easy to discover its whereabouts. Chen Pingon then told it to be careful. The Taoist temple was at the peak of Qingyao Mountain. The path was muddy and it wasn't easy to climb the mountain. From the foot of the mountain to the gate of the Taoist temple, the path was only wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. There was no need to expect a carriage to pass through. It could be seen that the Goldas Manthas temple was indeed unwilling to deal with people at the foot of the mountain. When Chen Pingon and the others went to the Green Tiger Palace in Qingjing Mountain, they built a total of 3,000 steps of pill stairs. It was even more magnificent than the walls of the Imperial Palace. The Goldas Manthas temple wasn't big. It could only accommodate 40 to 50 Taoists to cultivate. Those people who brought their juniors up the mountain had already asked people to build thatched cottages halfway up Qingyao Mountain as a place to stay. The Goldas Manthas temple didn't stop them. Some of the quick-witted Jianghu sects from Qingyuan country saw that the Goldas Manthas temple was easy to talk to. They simply hired dozens of young men halfway up the mountain and started to build cottages. The scale of the cottages they built wasn't inferior to the inns and restaurants in the marketplace. The Golden Osmanthus temple was an uncommon forest temple. However, according to what that handsome Daoist said, the temple's property didn't completely belong to the Daoist lineage. Moreover, when the temple master accepted a disciple, he would receive a golden jade certificate issued by the Green One country's imperial court. As long as one entered the temple master's tutelage and wasn't a simple Daoist who lived in the Golden Osmanthus temple to cultivate, they would be registered as an immortal master. Perhaps this was the reason why the rich and powerful families of Jianghu were willing to bring their juniors here. Only those Taoist palaces would have a total of 18 heads. The Goldas Manthas temple only had 40 to 50 people. Naturally, it wasn't that particular. Excluding the temple master, there were only 5 to 6 deacons and treasurers. The handsome Taoist priest Su Borui was the drum head of the Goldas Manthas temple. After all, no matter how small the temple was, the bells and drums were still indispensable. If one were to talk about the largest temple for descendants in the world, it would undoubtedly be the Central Divine Continent's celestial master residence on Mount Longhu. The old immortal of this temple, Zhangguo, would accept a disciple the day after tomorrow. Zhu Fingxian's great marsh gang, as one of the largest local tyrants of Qingyuan country, had already built a summer palace at the waist of the mountain that cost more than 100,000 taels of silver. It was extremely eye-catching among the numerous buildings. It seemed that Zhu Fengxian had never doubted the selection of his granddaughter. The Rouge building also hired people to build a unique courtyard garden. However, the Taoist priest Su Borui straightforwardly said, "Lu Qingqing, Zhu Xiang, the 2 of you can follow me into the temple." Chen Pingon thanked him and went down the mountain. After walking more than 100 steps, Su Yuanxia looked back at the Taoist priest who did not turn around to enter the temple. She was still watching them leave. Su Yuanxia turned back and laughed softly. This Taoist priest Su is a conscientious person. He will definitely do well in the Goldas Manthas temple in the future. Chen Pingon nodded and said, "The celestial mansion on the mountain needs a personage who treats people well." Zhang Shanfeng was a little sad. Obviously, he was thinking of his own sect. After wandering outside for a few years, he missed his master's rosacea nose and thunderous snoring. If he had not met Chen Pingon and Su Yuanxia, this celestial master with a different surname from Mount Longhu would have returned to the North Continent. When they arrived at the mansion built by the Great Swamp sect, there was already a capable steward who had been waiting at the gate for a long time. He slightly bent his body and led Chen Pingon and the rest to their residence. After Chen Pingon and the rest settled down behind the Goldas Manthas temple, in a quiet and elegant house deeper than the osmanthus trees, Su Borui stood respectfully in the courtyard. The corridor under the eaves was extremely wide and clean. There were 3 pairs of wooden clogs at the bottom of the stairs. An old Taoist priest with a celestial aura was the temple master, Zhang, a dragon gate cultivator. There were also 2 distinguished guests who helped out and suppressed the unruly people. In fact, they had interacted with Qin Pingan before. The burly youth, Jiang Yun, and the governor of Qinghuan country, Wei Liang. At this moment, the 3 of them were sitting around a table and eating a bowl of vegetarian noodles, spring bamboo shoots, mushrooms, a few kinds of wild vegetables that grew in the forest in spring, oily gluten, and noodle soup that was simmered slowly. The fragrance filled the air. After Su Borui talked about his general impression of Qin Pingan and the rest, the temple master smiled and let this disciple leave to rest. The old Taoist priest asked, "Is it a coincidence, or did they follow the clues and find us?" Wei Liang thought for a moment, "It's a coincidence. If it wasn't for Su Borui's reputation, this group of people would have blocked my door." Wei Liang turned to look at Jiang Yun, seeing the change in your expression. "Do you know this person?" Jiang Yun nodded. "He's a local of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. When I first met him, he was just an ordinary person. After all these years, the world has turned upside down. I almost didn't recognize him. He's a good person, but I think he's involved in a lot of things. I didn't dare to talk to him when I met him at Betail Ferry." Wei Liang smiled. "Since he's a local of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, it's not strange." Jiang Yun had no objections. He was an outsider who came here with gold and copper coins in search of opportunities. In fact, he couldn't be compared to a local who was waiting for a good fortune to fall on his head. However, he was one of the luckier ones among the outsiders. He was able to take away the dragon-locking rope and refine it into his natal item. This was a great surprise. Even with his master's cultivation, he was still shocked and overjoyed. He laughed and said that he might have stolen a lot of the luck of the Yunlin Jiang clan to be able to obtain such a great fortune. At that time, he saw the iron chain hanging on the well of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. After obtaining it, his master specially asked a friend to help appraise it. The conclusion was that it was at least a precious relic of an immortal realm cultivator. Before all the secret restrictions were unlocked, it was already a genuine half-immortal weapon. It was rumored that the highest grade of this dragon-locking rope was called dragon-slaying rope. Its power was even more exaggerated than the Dragon King basket that could capture an ancient earth immortal flood dragon. As long as a great cultivator threw it out, it could easily bind the flood dragon. With a casual shake, it could directly peel off the skin of the flood dragon on the spot, leaving only its spine and a pearl. However, Lizhu Grotto Heaven's greatest opportunity didn't lie in these inanimate objects. However, those 5 little things couldn't be found just by digging 3 feet into the ground. One could only rely on one's life. Jiang Yun didn't even see them once. The old Taoist Zhang Guo put down his chopsticks and patted his stomach. "I've abstained from eating for many years. In order to entertain you 2 first-class guests, I've made an exception. It feels pretty good." Zhang Guo squinted his eyes and asked with a smile, "Governor Wei, this time Jin Guiguan spent so much effort to open the door and accept disciples. He also purposely revealed the secret of my ancestor, the Gui tree, being able to refine a half-immortal weapon so that unruly people could mix in. Only then did he close the door and beat the dogs, helping your Qinghuan kingdom to kill more than 10 foreign cultivators. Didn't the emperor of the Tang family show any appreciation?" Wei Liang smiled. "Appreciation? Of course, didn't I just sit here and eat a bowl of vegetarian noodles?" Zhang Guo pointed at Wei Liang. The Taoist Grotto Heaven's ancestor was right back then. Stingy. No wonder he passed down the message for Jin Guiguan to have less dealings with your governor's manor. Wei Liang had already put down his chopsticks when there was still half a bowl of vegetarian noodles left. In the end, the bowl was taken away by the burly youth. Wei Liang ignored this and said to Zhang Guo, "You should be content. When Jin Guiguan was first built, there weren't many people who invited Li Tuanjing to eat vegetarian noodles here. And this time, you, Zhang Guo, invited young Master Jiang of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest. Even if you brought a bowl of lousy vegetarian noodles to him, would Jiang Yun be willing to pick up his chopsticks?" Jiang Yun buried his head in eating noodles and didn't give Wei Liang any face. "A pair of chopsticks is enough. Just a few more bowls of vegetarian noodles will do." Zhang Guo laughed loudly and was in a good mood. In his impression, the disciples of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest were all arrogant. This young cultivator called Jiang Yun was different. Since he came together with Wei Liang and had a close relationship, he shouldn't be from a side branch of the Jiang family. This was a bit interesting. Wei Liang hesitated for a moment and said, "Zhang Guo, I'll have to trouble you to take care of that little girl from Rouge House in the future." Zhang Guo smiled playfully. "The paper knife, Zhuar, on the little girl's waist should be an item you gave to a female patriarch of Rouge House back then, right?" Wei Liang sighed. Zhang Guo didn't go overboard. Actually, every cultivator of the middle 5 realms would have some sort of love and hatred in the mortal world. Looking back, it was just a passing cloud. It was up to the cultivator to remember the past. The enmity at the foot of the mountain in the early years would become very complicated when one party became an immortal. Cultivators held grudges. Their grudges were still fresh even after 100 years. Often, there would be some local wealthy families that would inexplicably encounter unexpected disasters. An undeserved disaster would usually be completely eradicated, leaving no one alive. Cultivators were sentimental. Then, dozens of generations of descendants of a certain person at the foot of the mountain might have been able to quietly enjoy the grace of their ancestors. Perhaps even they themselves didn't know why they could escape from the calamities time and time again. In the unseen world, it was as if there was always a big hand shielding them from the wind and rain. Zhang Guo said, "Among them, the one with the best aptitude is the little girl of the Great Marsh sect, Zhu Fengxian's granddaughter. Now, she is already a 3rd realm qi cultivator. She should be the only one with the aptitude of an earth immortal. As for the other 70 people, the highest achievement is only the little girl from Rouge House who has reached the cave-dwelling realm. At most, they have a chance of reaching the sea-viewing realm. Then, excluding Zhu Xiang and Lu Qingqing, among the remaining 7, I don't think anyone has reached the middle 5 realms." Wei Liang and Jiang Yun said in unison, "Not necessarily." Zhang Guo's eyes brightened. "Which one?" Wei Liang smiled but didn't say anything. Jiang Yun raised his head and also didn't give an answer. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "That earth bull monster, aren't you going to take care of it? Didn't you want to take it under your command a long time ago, so that it can become the northern mountain deity of your Qinghuan country? Your mount?" Wei Liang shook his head and said, "Forget it. When it comes to opportunities, we can only go with the flow. A melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. Actually, the northern mountain deity. You told me a long time ago that this earth bull looks docile and harmless, but it has a fierce temper. Which Dragon Gate monster would be willing to be bound to a mountain and serve a mountain deity for the rest of their life? Riding on it and entering the divine path, this is the result of never being able to rise again. Once its fierce nature is aroused, it will probably be a disaster for the northern mountain deity." Zhang Guo clicked her tongue and said, "If this monster can guard my Qingyao mountain, it will be a mutually beneficial thing. At most, both sides will be on equal footing. Jin Guiguan will treat it as a guardian of the mountain. Governor Wei, what do you think?" Wei Liang still shook his head. His eyes were deep and he reminded with a smile, you'd better not provoke that Chen Pingan. After he left Liju Grotto Heaven, it's highly possible that he became a disciple of some legalism expert. You should know the way legalism disciples do things. We treat everyone equally on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Guo said helplessly, got it. The 4 troublesome people on the mountain are bullshit sword cultivators, the Maoist saber master, the Daoist saber master, and the last one is your most unreasonable legalist disciple. Wei Liang smiled and said, we're unreasonable. Zhang Guo was a little guilty. She suddenly smiled and said, then why don't you reason with that earth bull monster? Wei Liang said indifferently, the laws of the world are based on people. In Chen Pingan's room, Pei Qian was copying books. Zhang Shanfeng was diligently cultivating in his room next door. This young Daoist from the North Continent claimed that his aptitude was average. From Old Dragon City to Betail Ferry, then to Qinghuan Country's Jin Guiguan, after being stabbed in the stomach by Du Mao's sword-swallowing boat, he slowly recovered from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm. He still needed to rely on the stance walking and small amounts of medicinal wine to recover from the peak of the 5th realm. However, in this way, there were advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it greatly delayed the speed at which he reached the 6th realm. The advantage was that his foundation of the 5th realm would be more solid. Zhu Lian once said half-jokingly that even if he didn't rely on external items, Chen Pingan could still use his peak of the 5th realm to defeat the 4 of them who were at the peak of the 6th realm. Sui Yuyu scoffed at this, but Liu Baixiang agreed. As for the taciturn Wei Xian, he was busy talking nonsense with Pei Qian. Chen Pingan sat back at the table and checked the content that Pei Qian had copied. After confirming that she didn't make any mistakes, he indicated that she could go play. Pei Qian quietly said, Master, I feel that the osmanthus trees behind the Taoist temple are far inferior to the osmanthus leaves and branches that Aunt Gui gave me. They're far inferior. Why do those Taoist priests still treat them like treasures? They even boasted shamelessly that they're seeds of the moon. If they're the descendants of the osmanthus tree in the moon palace, then our Aunt Gui would be an immortal living on the moon, right? Chen Pingan's heart moved slightly. He said, don't talk about others behind their backs. Pei Qian made an "oh" sound. Chen Pingan suddenly laughed to himself. I think you're right. Pei Qian smiled brightly. Master thinks so too. I knew it. Chen Pingan stopped smiling and reminded, so the next time you see Aunt Gui, be more polite. Pei Qian nodded. Of course. I really like Aunt Gui. Chen Pingan joked, what about that little Taoist boy who lent you an umbrella at the Golden Osmanthus Temple? Pei Qian punched the table and said angrily, that guy is very annoying. If I meet him on a narrow path with no outsiders present, I'll beat him up until his parents and master can't recognize him. Chen Pingan laughed. Now you know it's annoying. Think about it. How did you pester Wei Xian and Liu Baixiang? Pei Qian opened her eyes wide and thought for a long time. She could only take out her favorite demon suppression pagoda talisman and stick it on her forehead. She sighed. So it seems that Old Wei and Little Bai are quite pitiful. Chen Pingan threw a chestnut at her. You just realized. The books say that a gentleman should reflect on himself. You should reflect on yourself. Pei Qian hugged her head and stood up abruptly. She ran to the door and smiled. Master, I'll go tell Old Wei and Little Bai that the next time we go to the market, I'll buy each of them a stick of candied haws or something. After Pei Qian left, Chen Pingan began to think about refining the second natal item. As for the Du Maoyang God's Slough, which was equivalent to the immortal golden body, Chen Pingan decided to wait until he reached the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy and asked Cui Dongshan, who was proficient in this field, before making a decision. Chen Pingan didn't trust the character of this young imperial tutor from the bottom of his heart, but he believed in the knowledge of the former first disciple of the sage of literature. This time, he met Zhang Shanfeng again and asked him a lot of questions about cultivation, especially about refining the natal item. Of course, Zhang Shanfeng told him everything he knew. Although Zhang Shanfeng's cultivation was not high, his vision and insight were not bad. It probably had something to do with the fact that he was born in an orthodox immortal family. After all, his master was an external Taoist master of Mount Longhu. They want to seamlessly arrange a private debate between these two to see who is better in Buddhism and Taoism. Not only do they want to determine who is better in Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures, but they also want to compete in social interactions and the merits of persuasion, knowledge, self-cultivation, and education. The older Confucian frowned. This was the first time Zhou Yuran talked about this inside story. After thinking for a while, his brows relaxed. No wonder the hill master is not angry. Stones from other mountains can be used to improve jade. This move by Qinghuan Kingdom is not entirely a bad thing. Zhou Yuran smiled knowingly and pointed at the Confucian opposite him with his chopsticks. You, Hou Zheng, are the most compatible with my temperament. It is good that you are able to see through things. The gentleman from the academy named Hou Zheng shook his head and did not speak. Zhou Yuran asked, such a big thing happened in Old Dragon City. Don't you want to go home and take a look? Hou Zheng still shook his head. It's useless even if I go. There isn't much of the family tradition passed down from the ancestors of the Hou clan. It's just a candle in the wind. If I go, I'll just twist the flame a little brighter. It's better to hang on like this. I can only hope that a responsible junior will appear. Only then will I dare to help. Zhou Yuran nodded. You are so thoughtful. Hou Zheng smiled bitterly. After all, I was born and grew up there. How can I not think more? Zhou Yuran put down his chopsticks and asked, are you full? Hou Zheng looked at the empty big white bowl in front of Zhou Yuran. There was not even any soup left. He ignored Zhou Yuran and buried his head in eating. Zhou Yuran sighed and turned his head to shout, Shopkeeper, give me another bowl. Remember to put less spice. The spicy food in your stall is really spicy. It is really spicy. On the street, there were women and young girls who had just returned from their excursions. Zhou Yuran sighed and said, the beauties who have just returned from their spring excursions are slightly sweaty. Coupled with the faint fragrance from the mountains and lakes, they are really beautiful. Hou Zheng turned a deaf ear. Zhou Yuran said again, why don't I join in and turn the debate between Buddhism and Taoism of Qinghuan Kingdom into a small battle between the three sects? Hou Zheng replied very quickly this time. He did not even raise his head and said indifferently, no. Zhou Yuran slammed his palm on the table. Shopkeeper, I want more spicy food. When the sages and gentlemen of the academy were sitting opposite each other and eating, there was a small Taoist temple not far from the capital. The temple master was a middle-aged Taoist. He was not famous in Qinghuan Kingdom. If he was only a cultivator, he was not worth mentioning. This temple master was not even a Qi cultivator in the middle 5 states. Compared to the ancient Taoist temples in Qinghuan Kingdom that were easily thousands or hundreds of years old, this Baiyun temple was only built a little more than 100 years ago. The Fengshui treasured land in the capital had long been divided up by those senior Taoist temples and temples. The Baiyun temple, which was as small as a piece of tofu, had to be close to a noisy market. There were a few old trees in the temple, but these barely presentable trees caused a lot of trouble for the Baiyun temple. The children in the nearby market liked to fly kites and often hung them on the big trees in the temple. Therefore, every now and then, there would be women and men leading their crying children to curse outside the Baiyun temple. After they finished cursing outside the temple, they would rush into the temple and reprimand those cowering little Taoists. They would ask them to climb up the trees and retrieve the broken kites. After retrieving the kites, the children would stop crying and laugh. Not only was it about bridges, but it also introduced buildings, attics, and other buildings. Chen Pingan was also entranced by it. Most of the houses in the village were connected together, so the corridors were often very long. After the brothers separated, they were still adjacent. Chen Pingan walked out of the corridor and walked along the bluestone road until he reached the side of a pond. He stood there for the whole night. In fact, he didn't think much. He was just in a daze. The next day, he was asked to stay by the old patriarch who couldn't refuse his hospitality. Although Pei Qian didn't speak the local dialect, she still played with a large group of people of the same age. That day, when he called Pei Qian for dinner, the group of children were playing eagle-catching chicks. Pei Qian wanted to play with Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan smiled and hooked 2 fingers. He raised his hand and made a gesture of hitting a chestnut. However, he couldn't resist Pei Qian's pestering. Chen Pingan became the old hen protecting the chicks, and Pei Qian became the eagle catching the chicks. Pei Qian couldn't catch the chicks at the tail of Chen Pingan's group. Thus, she swapped places with her peer. In the end, Pei Qian laughed the loudest. A young Taoist priest stood in the distance. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he was waiting for the master and disciple to come to the table to eat. Almost all the children dispersed and went home. Accompanied by the smoke and the afterglow, there were also elders at the door of their own homes, shouting the names of their children. Chen Pingan held Pei Qian's hand and walked towards Zhang Shanfeng. When the 3 of them walked in the alley, a short old Taoist with a brandy nose suddenly appeared in front of them. He was dressed in a black Taoist robe, with a lifelike bright red fire dragon embroidered on his left and right sleeves. Zhang Shanfeng was stunned on the spot. Chen Pingan held his breath and focused, as though he was facing a formidable enemy. Pei Qian only took a few glances before hurriedly turning her head away, not daring to take another look. Zhang Shanfeng quickly walked forward and asked in puzzlement, "Master, why are you here?" The elder glared and said, "If I didn't come to bring you back to the mountain to cultivate, were you going to marry and have children outside and have children?" Zhang Shanfeng turned his head and smiled helplessly at Chen Pingan. The gist of it was that his master was like that, so there was no need to take it to heart. After the young Taoist priest turned his head, the elder looked at the slightly pale Zhang Shanfeng in a daze. He then looked at his disciple's shoulder that had been pierced by the intrinsic flying sword. He stomped his foot and said angrily, "Who dares to hurt you? Tell me your name, and I will stab his scarecrow." Zhang Shanfeng wiped his face with his palm. Having such a master, he was too ashamed to face Chen Pingan. Su Yuanxia smiled and waved her hand. "You're not a beautiful girl. Why would I want you to go back with me? Just follow the planned route. You don't have to mess up my plan." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I don't have a plan." "What's wrong? Is there something shameful in your hometown? Are you afraid that I'll see through you?" Su Yuanxia sighed and squatted by the pond. She tapped the handle of her dagger on the bluestone and said, "My family is quite well off. In the county, we can barely be considered a local noble family. I had a marriage arrangement in my early years. Before I left my hometown, I stole a glance at the girl. She was quite pretty. Actually, I liked her. At that time, I was ambitious and thought that I would be able to make a name for myself in 3 to 5 years. At that time, I would just marry her in a grand manner. But I didn't expect that I would be out for more than 10 years. Chen Pingan squatted beside Su Yuanxia and comforted him. Brother Su, you're a real martial artist of the 5 states and you're familiar with battle formations. In your hometown, it shouldn't be difficult to become a general in the imperial court. Su Yuanxia nodded and said, it's not difficult. Su Yuanxia sighed and said, I'm afraid of returning home. Just thinking about it makes me nervous. When I was young, I fought for my life on the battlefield, but I didn't feel so worried. Chen Pingan thought about it. Since Su Yuanxia wanted to return home alone, she must have her reasons. He said softly, I'm going to Qingxia Island in Book Lake to find a child named Gu Kan. He lived with me in Mud Bottle Alley in my early years. His master is Lu Jimao, the immortal of the river Severing. If everything goes well, I'll go to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom and find a few children who also came from my hometown. Brother Su, when you return to your hometown, if you have problems that you can't solve by yourself, don't forget that you still have 2 good friends in Jianghu. Since Zhang Shanfeng is not easy to find now, you can find me, Qin Pingan. But it might be a little troublesome. You'll need to send 2 letters at the same time so that I won't miss them. Su Yuanxia patted Qin Pingan's shoulder and pointed to the pond in front of them. In my hometown, there's a pond like this. It's not even Jianghu. A martial artist of the 5 states with 2 good quality divine weapons is enough for me to show off. Even if the governor of a country sees me, he'll have to treat me as a guest of honor. Do you think everyone is like you, Qin Pingan? Qin Pingan handed over the blade-strengthening gourd and whispered, drink the wine inside. This is the real good wine. If you like it, you can take it. But of course, you have to leave the gourd. Su Yuanxia was skeptical, but as soon as she drank a mouthful of the medicinal wine refined from the nascent soul old flood dragon's golden core, her face instantly flushed red. A mouthful of pure true qi inside her body surged up and down, rushing through her qi mansion, aperture, and acupoints along the way like a huge wave slapping against a stone cliff. Su Yuanxia hurriedly circulated her qi to regulate her breathing. With great difficulty, she finally digested that surge of energy. She burped and spat out a mouthful of turbid air that had been accumulating for a long time, which she had been unable to purify. She wiped her mouth, her eyes shining. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry to take back the blade-strengthening gourd. He crossed his arms and said with a smile, do you think everyone is like Su Yuanxia? Can you drink the small refined wine in this gourd? The bearded man laughed and did not stand on ceremony with Qin Pingan. He drank another mouthful of the medicinal wine to help cleanse the turbid qi in his pure genuine qi. In the end, he was not satisfied and drank a 3rd mouthful. He sat cross-legged for a long time like an old monk. When he opened his eyes, he handed the gourd back to Qin Pingan. Okay, you can't do it more than 3 times. I finally have some hope in my life. I hope to be a martial artist of the 6th realm. 3 mouthfuls are enough. If I drink more, it will be too much. The foundation of a martial artist is not good enough. I can't bear this kind of good wine. But let's make it clear in advance. When I break through the last bottleneck of the 5th realm, I will ask you for more wine. Chen Pingan was puzzled. Then take the wine. It will save you the trouble of asking me for it. Although Chen Pingan needed a small amount of medicinal wine to nourish his body and spirit, his martial arts cultivation had been on the right track. If he did not drink the medicinal wine, it would only slow down the rise of his cultivation. It was not like the timely help that old Dragon City had given him after he received the sword-swallowing boat, which was the icing on the cake. However, for Su Yuanxia, this pot of medicinal wine, which could not be bought with money, was more significant. In the small countries of the Aquarius continent outside the Dali dynasty, the difference between the fifth realm and the sixth realm was one realm. The treatment of the martial artists of the fifth realm and the sixth realm was very different. In the small countries in the corner, a martial artist of the seventh realm might be involved in the martial arts fate of the country. Then, a martial artist of the sixth realm who had a chance to reach the golden body realm would naturally be a treasure in the hearts of the kings of the small countries. Su Yuanxia glanced at Chen Pingan. This medicinal wine can improve one's cultivation without any side effects. Of course, it is a good thing. But it may not be a good thing for a martial artist who wants to break through to the next realm to train his mind. With the medicinal wine, it is inevitable that he will feel lucky. When he practices martial arts in the future, his hands will not be slack, but his mind will be slack. Chen Pingan, do you think that all the martial artists in the world, whose cultivation is close at hand and can clearly improve by drinking a mouthful, can really resist drinking a drop of wine? Su Yuanxia looked into the distance and sighed. Even if I know that it will eventually hinder the opportunity to break through to the next realm, Su Yuanxia, admit that I usually cannot resist. Besides, I am a drunkard. When my addiction to wine reaches my head, I don't care about the bottleneck. I will drink first. In terms of the determination of the mind on the path of cultivation, Su Yuanxia admitted that she was not as good as Zhang Shanfeng, and even worse than Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan nodded. Then when Brother Su ascends to the sixth realm, I will give you more wine as a celebratory drink. Su Yuanxia suddenly said, if you have the chance to pass by Cai Kingdom and Shushui Kingdom on your journey to the north this time, don't forget to visit Sword Saint Song, that pair of children in Yanji County, and of course, that haunted house couple from back then. Chen Pingan smiled. Of course. I still have to treat Elder Song to a hot pot in return. Then I will see if that pair of children's cultivation is going smoothly. Finally, I will go to that old house and try the old granny's stewed meat with dried bamboo shoots. Su Yuanxia laughed loudly. That's right, Chen Pingan is still the same old Chen Pingan. She patted this guy's shoulder again. The bearded man's grip was a bit too strong. He said boldly, Chen Pingan, you and Zhang Shanfeng have to do well. In the future, when you become successful and famous, let me hear about it in my hometown. When the time comes, I will be able to brag to people and have countless people cry and beg to invite me, Su Yuanxia, to drink and tell them about the two of you. Chen Pingan cupped his fists and joked, Brother Su, I hope to hear your auspicious words. Su Yuanxia stood up. All right, it was fine before. I didn't feel anything when I wandered around. Now that I think about my hometown, it's like the alcohol worm in my stomach is rebelling. If I don't drink a mouthful, I will die of discomfort. Ha, my hometown is that jar of old wine. All right, let's go drink. Chen Pingan stood up as well. Then I will accompany you to your residence to get your luggage, and then walk with you. Su Yuanxia glared at him and said, you are so wishy-washy. You have to learn from Zhang Shanfeng. You can just walk as you wish. How straightforward. Chen Pingan rolled his eyes and said, If Zhang Shanfeng isn't crying right now, then it means that he has grown up. Why don't we make a bet? Su Yuanxia rubbed her chin. Then I bet that Zhang Shanfeng is secretly crying behind his master's back. Chen Pingan also rubbed his chin. Great minds think alike. Su Yuanxia smiled and strode away. She didn't want Chen Pingan to see her off. The bearded ranger suddenly remembered that it was late at night. There might be women and children in the village who had gone to bed early. He stopped talking and turned his back to Chen Pingan. He waved goodbye without any hesitation. Chen Pingan stood in the same place. He was a little sad. About 2 incense sticks later, Pei Qian ran over in a daze. It was a little scary to run around in alleys at night. There was a yellow paper talisman stuck on her forehead. When she found Chen Pin gone, she asked curiously, "Why did Uncle Big Beard run away? Did he owe master money and can't pay it back? Is he too ashamed to see people, so he ran away in the middle of the night?" This made Pei Qian a little annoyed. She stomped her foot and hit her palm with her fist. She said angrily, "This poor bearded man is really not loyal. If he can't pay back the debt, he can borrow money from me in private. I won't tell master about this shameful thing." Although Pei Qian didn't know the reason, she always felt that after Chen Pingon met the young Taoist priest who wasn't very capable and the loud bearded man, he was very happy. It seemed that he was happier than making a lot of money. But in fact, since they met the yellow ox in the call, her master had been losing money. Didn't he give Zhang Shanfeng a green wooden box that seemed to have some kind of seal on it? Moreover, from Old Dragon City to Beetail Ferry, how could her master be willing to take out Osmanthus wine and well immortal wine every day? It was like making friends in Jianghu. It was not interesting at all. From the beginning to the end, she had been losing money. Chen Pingon smiled and shook his head. "Your bearded uncle is just homesick. In the future, we can go find him. When you wander Jianghu by yourself, you can also find him. At that time, you should be able to drink. Remember to bring some good wine." Pei Qian shook her head and said, "Jianghu is dangerous. Wine is too expensive. I have decided not to wander Jianghu." Chen Pingon twisted her ear. "You're so young and you're telling me that Jianghu is dangerous." Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and begged for mercy. "Old Wei and Uncle Big Beard both said so. I just feel like I'm a hero of Jianghu. I just said it casually." Chen Pingon let go of his hand and smiled. 6 steps, go back and sleep." Pei Qian's walking stance was now very good. It was just that the sword furnace stance was still not good enough. As for the heaven and earth stance, Pei Qian really wanted to learn it, but she couldn't because she couldn't even hold up the stance. The night passed uneventfully. After Chen Pingon woke up, he didn't go out for a walk. Because in half an hour, the martial artists in the village would gather to practice martial arts. Morning and night, year after year, it was unshakable. As long as it was a man, no matter if it was a young man or a young man, it was the same. Even if it was a woman who wanted to participate, there was no taboo. After all, if one didn't have solid martial arts skills, they wouldn't be able to earn a golden signboard. According to what the teacher said, the Qin family's disciples who walked the Jianghu relied on the family head's nickname, Qin Paifang. In Qingyuan country, this region, they still had a lot of prestige. Yesterday, when Chen Pingon passed by the Qin family's practice field, he didn't watch the practice like he did in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Instead, he directly left. Not only that, he also told the 4 people in the picture scroll, especially Lu Baixiang and Sui Yuyu, not to bring weapons around the village. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This morning, the group gathered together to eat breakfast. After eating, they were about to leave the village. Chen Pingon planned to go to the capital of Qingyuan country and see the debate between Buddhism and Taoism that the emperor of the Tang family held before leaving. In Qingyuan country, other than the Beetail ferry that bordered the 3 countries, there was also an immortal ferry in the east. It was said that it was slightly bigger than the Beetail ferry. Previously, at the Beetail ferry, they learned that the central region of the Aquarius continent was in chaos. The mountains and the bottom of the mountains were not safe. Many ferries that went there had temporarily stopped. Moreover, there was no ferry on the Book Slip Lake. The 2 ferries near the Book Slip Lake were in an important place in the capital of a country and a sect on a mountain. They were both met with disaster and were trampled by the Dolly cavalry. Therefore, Chen Pingan wanted to go to the Eastern Ferry to try his luck. Otherwise, if he wanted to walk to the Book Slip Lake, it was really too far away. When everyone was eating porridge around the table, they all turned their heads to look at the courtyard outside the house. A snow-white figure floated out from the shadows of the corridor. After standing still, that person had a bright smile on his face. It was a young immortal dressed in white. Compared to Chen Pingan, he had more of an immortal aura. Pei Qian looked at the uninvited guest in a daze. He did not know why, but he took out the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman and hurriedly stuck it on his forehead. Chen Pingan put down his chopsticks and sighed. The four people in the picture scroll all looked a little puzzled. Apart from his appearance and clothes, they could not see the depth of this person's cultivation level. They could not even tell whether he was an immortal from the mountain or a pure martial artist. But the more it was like this, the more uncertain the four people felt. Chen Pingan stood up and stopped near the threshold. He asked, "Why are you here?" The white-clothed youth's eyes were brimming with tears, his lips trembling. It was very touching. He cried and rushed towards Chen Pingan, as if he wanted to hug Chen Pingan and complain about the pain of parting. "Student came too late to save you, teacher, and let you suffer so much injustice. Disciple Cui Dongshan will not be able to redeem himself even if he dies 100 times. Ah!" Chen Pingan directly kicked that disgusting disciple back. Pei Qian stared with his eyes wide open. Where did this guy come from? Did he want to snatch teacher from him? The white-clothed youth spun countless times in the air, his sleeves fluttering. He was as beautiful as a white cloud that was pushed away by an immortal. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.